for me to shine.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the continuation of budget presentations. We are still on yesterday's agenda. I will call us back in session. We left off yesterday at the conclusion of agenda item 3.3, but before we move to the next agenda item, which is the presentation from Operations and Utilities, Mr. Given, yesterday there were some directions from council to administration to accumulate some additional information for presentation, and I understand that some of that might be available today, so I would invite you to present what you thought from yesterday's topics before we move on to today's topics.
Sure, thanks, Your Worship. No, I will just note for council at the table, and Councillor DeMott, I believe in your inbox just now, we have 3 documents. We'll have some additional coming for council just around the information requests. You have the overall budget by object summary that was requested. You have background information on 2 positions that you'll see coming up in the operations presentation, the energy and environment manager position and the grounds labor positions. There's some supporting documentation for each of those. And we will also have some additional information on the community development positions shortly, as well as the interplay between the organizations involved in crisis response. So we'll provide those to council. We're happy to discuss them as we go through. Obviously, Director Greathead is here, and so the operations ones are first on deck. We want to make sure that we had those so you could have them in hand when we discuss the positions. And Director Malmanchuk had an opportunity to have a look at the West Yellowhead Regional Waste Authority capital contribution for the expansion landfill, and we can confirm that that was included last year, is included this year already in the budget that is presented, has been presented to council, and that is the completion of 2 years of capital contribution. So the complete Jasper's contribution to that shared expansion of the regional landfill. So we can confirm that that's in. So Your Worship, that's all that we wanted to update. Just want to make sure that council was aware of what the additional documentation was that showed up at the table today. And Councillor DeMott, I can see you on screen. That should have, as I said, those 3 documents should have popped up in your inbox. You got a thumbs up. Okay, that's great. Okay, well, with that, Your Worship, we will also have an opportunity to discuss, I think, the items that have been held pending additional information. Towards the end of our agenda today, we have an opportunity to go through a couple of other council referral items. And so that might be an appropriate place to relook at some of these other issues. And again, we'll also building some additional documentation to be able to share with you throughout the course of the day here. So with that little bit of a catch up from yesterday, I can share that we made it through 3 of our 4 director service areas. Director Greathead is got service area 1A and 1B in terms of operations and utilities, another large service area to start out the morning. So I'm going to shortly hand it over to Director Greathead to introduce you into that area. But for the balance of the day, we will also go into, after we finish operations and utilities, we'll go into community group requests, council referral items, reserves, and debt capacity. And so we have sort of a schedule of items that we'll go through. We'll walk through that as we did yesterday, hopefully without the technical difficulties that we had to start the day. And I think we are pretty much all queued up and ready to go. So I'm going to hand it over to Director Greathead to introduce the operations operating budget.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Just as an introduction to the services that we provide, and I'm not going to list all of them, but what we do and what our core function is road and sidewalk maintenance, including the winter maintenance. We do the snow dump management. We take care of the building and facility maintenance. Asset management is a big focus of ours. We're building increased capability constantly regarding asset management. We've invested in a lot of training and carrying that on. We manage the encroachments and easement approvals. We maintain the sports fields with mowing, feeding, and fertilizing, all our flower bed planting and maintenance. We do service provision for Parks Canada green spaces and the winter maintenance there. We've taken on outdoor ice rinks. We have 2 of them. This year we're going to be setting them up at Fireman's Park and at Lions Park again. We do our fleet maintenance and CVIP management, commercial vehicle inspection program, making sure that everything is roadworthy, and we provide services to all other departments for their vehicles. We manage the engineering services, capital project and contract management, and then we also do emergency response assistance. So that's kind of the overview of what our core functions are within the operations department, and that's really glossing over. There's an awful lot more that we end up doing. Any calls for service complaints, managing our sidewalks, responding to trigger balls, vehicle accidents, all kinds of stuff. So it's a busy department for sure. Okay. So the items of note that we have in here, this year we've noticed the full impact of having 2 full-time heavy equipment operators added to the staffing. Those positions were approved in 2023, and we hired those in. We've removed the revenue and expense related to the properties that will transition to the Jasper Municipal Housing Corporation. We've broken out some of the items just so to improve our transparency and our facility maintenance costs. Previously, they were all lumped into one kind of line area, and it was actually hard to track where we're spending our time and our effort and our money. So this is just a little bit more helps us with the transparency. And there's an overall net change to account for the transit system that's going on. Currently, our utilities manager, Gail Macho, is assisting and putting a lot of effort into the transit system. So this year, we have 2 requests for new positions. One is a grounds laborer, and that's just to keep up with the increasing demands that we're noticing within the department. We're having trouble keeping up, and the service standards that we're having difficulty meeting them. So we're having to pay an awful lot more attention to the alleyway letdowns. They get iced up quite heavily every year. We're spending an awful lot of time and effort making sure that the sidewalks are accessible and we're not leaving those areas behind. So that's one area that we need assistance with. Plus, we've also added this compilation request from council to expand their snow removal services along and on. And so to be able to accommodate that extra work in the winter, we're going to need some more staff. Council had supported that earlier this year with the purchase of a second tractor that we used on the tractor and power room and drop spreader for the fall that we used there that we bought this fall. And the other one is the Energy and Environment Coordinator. That's one full-time position. And we aim to hire by April. We expect it to cost about $86,500 for the year. And then going forward. Is there any questions from council?
Thank you, Mr. Greathead. There was some new information, as Mr. Gibbon indicated, provided to council this morning, so I will give councillors an opportunity to review that. But if any councillor has questions now, please so indicate, and I will call upon you. And Councillor Demota, you are off screen. So if you have a question, please let me know orally, and I would invite you to put your question forward to Mr. Greathead or to other members of the administration as appropriate. Councillor Calderanti.
Thank you, Mayor, and to Mr. Greathead. Just looking at your chart and this new position for the grounds, the full-time permanent, would that be in your chart under ground lead, ground laborers, site 2? Would that be part of those two, or would that have to be added?
Your worship, to respond to the question on the floor, that would be another grounds labor position. So we would be going from 3 to 4.
But this is in the budget as presented.
No, it's not.
No, so this is an add-on.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, and I don't need to be brought up on screen, if I may. Just on the, thank you. Just on the environment, the energy environment coordinator. It's listed there as 86,000 with an April hire. Does that mean the actual position is over $95,000 per annum?
Your worship, I can speak to that one. Yes, that's correct, Councillor Demota. In the position request form that council has circulated, it describes the salary range. So this would be an out of scope, a non-union position, which does give us more flexibility in terms of being able to scope its assignments. But the starting pay range is from 80 on an annual 12-month basis is between 87,000 and 104,000, depending on where we would place somebody in that. That is for a 1.0 position. And in the document, we also speak to the role of the position and its function, and how some of the work, such as the SEEP program, the climate resiliency program, and others have sort of really fallen to different parts of the organization or slowed or halted in the absence of having that position filled. So your estimation is correct, but of course that would be subject to where we would place somebody if we were to hire and fill that position.
Okay. I appreciate having the information. It's helpful.
Councillor Calderanti.
Just on that position again, thank you, Mayor, and just one other question. So with the overload of work, would you currently use a temporary worker to fill in, or is it the current staff that has to take those responsibilities?
Your worship, to speak to Councillor Calderanti's question. Right now, we do have a few casual staff, but it's hard to get people to come out when the weather's crappy. It's you know, that's something why we need, part of why we need to have somebody on full-time staff. Also, our staff get a fair bit of training. You know, it's just not like we can pick somebody up and throw them in a piece of equipment that day. There's a process and a level of expectation that we need to imprint on our staff before we send them out.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Mr. Greathead. Referencing the grounds labor position being year-round and full-time, and I read through and saw that there's opportunities to also assist in other areas with additional training, and hopefully there's a retention factor here where that training is put to good use over time. By adding this additional position, I take it also assists with accommodating individuals that have vacation and getting away, and this will help to maintain service levels while other individuals rightfully should be going away on vacation.
Your worship, to speak to Councillor Melnick's question, yes, absolutely, we do notice that during quite frequently in the last 2 years, we've been impacted by vacation time, as well as a lot of illness and sick time, injury time. That leaves us short. So sometimes we don't even have enough staff to really field the full crew. And that's been very problematic, and we always lose a little bit of time every day that we're not able to meet our standards.
Mr. Greathead, I wonder whether you could just address a couple of items on the position request form. So new to council this morning and not publicly available, but I just following process as best I can. The second item on the form is funding. In each case, for the first question, does funding currently exist in the fiscal budget? The answer is no. And then for the next question, has this position been built into the budget submitted to finance? One is yes and one is no. Can you just explain what the difference is, why those check marks are in, well, one time a check mark and one time an X, but why they're different, and what is the process that is followed? And I think Councillor Keller-Rampy has already had you confirm that neither of the positions are in the base budget that is presented to council. Is that correct?
Your worship, maybe I'll speak to that. So the position request form is an internal form that we use. So our managers have that, they fill it out and it comes to SLT, and that's where we have a look at them. And that also forms a base of the information that goes to Director Malinchuk to actually build a budget. This year we made a decision that we were not going to build any positions into the base budget. So there are none of the positions that have been presented in Director Reed's area or this area are in the base budget. Some of the managers may have built the positions into their budget that was submitted to finance, and we stripped them out. So we stripped out the financial consequence of the position. So the form that you're seeing reflects the form as it was submitted from the manager. But as the leadership team of the organization, we pulled the money out of the budget and said, no, hold on. Council gets to decide that. None of the positions are included. So what you're seeing is the leftover from the form as it was originally submitted.
Thank you for that. If I continue then on the grounds labor position, you've indicated that as an essential position. It does not reflect, as I understand, an increase in service levels, but an attempt to meet the service level that we have already ascribed to you, and you're falling behind. You simply cannot meet the service levels that we expect without additional help. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, Your Worship, that's absolutely correct.
And with respect to the energy and environment coordinator, you've listed that as a discretionary position. Would that position allow us to increase our service levels, or again, just an opportunity to meet service levels?
And Your Worship, I'll speak to the energy environment. We transitioned the position of reporting to Director Greathead partway through the year, and that was only for a short period until the person in that position resigned. So I have more experience with it. The position really is, it is discretionary. There's no legislative requirement for the municipality to deliver any of those services, and no current service standard that says that we should have such a position. So it is by definition discretionary. In the service profile, we're going to speak to some of the initiatives that council that we have started this term, or that have never sort of been attempted before, that just really rely on having resources available to do it. As I've referenced earlier, council is aware of the climate resiliency project. The municipal energy manager that was in that position earlier was successful in securing, I think, $70,000 of grant funding in order to undertake that project. So it showed the value of having somebody in that position. They found $70,000 to be able to do a project that I'm not sure that we would have found on our own to be able to do. But now that there's nobody there to lead that project, it's sort of fallen to me to work with the consultants and work it through, and we'll complete it. But that was an example of the value of having somebody looking into these issues all the time. They were able to identify a grant for a project that would be useful to Jasper. We secured that grant ahead. I'm not sure that I can say that it would be less frequent where we would see that in environmental matters if we didn't have someone in this position. Additionally, in the operations area, the position was successful in receiving grant funding for, I believe, vehicle, our e-vehicle that we purchased. So we have an electric van for as a part of our fleet. They were successful in getting us grants to be able to support a portion of that cost. And then there are also other items that are on council's motion action list. So council will remember that the participation in the global covenant of mayors around energy and environment, that participation has been paused until after the budget outcome. And a part of that discussion was, well, we're not sure who would lead that if we decided to get involved, because there are some commitments that the municipality would have to make about work that we'd have to do internally around policy. And without the energy and environment position, that policy work would fall to the folks that are around the table right now. And what we're saying is that it would be very challenging to continue that work. So the other area is a lead for the municipality's internal energy use. Certainly our facilities and asset management department is keenly interested in that, but they're also very busy basically just maintaining our assets. So that proactive nature of examining our energy use, tailoring it, attempting to reduce our costs there is not something that we have the capacity to do. So again, these would all be increases in service level. I think that there's a reasonable argument to be made that we would be able to, that it would also lead to some cost savings and some increases in grants received. But I don't want to tell council that we could fund and I don't think that any of that funding would be to the position. It would be the position securing funding for other stuff the municipality would do. So hopefully that gives enough context about the intent of the position.
I do appreciate that, and that you hit upon where I was hoping you might go, that there is potential, and I appreciate it can't be quantified, but there is a potential that with this expenditure, we could achieve some cost savings, and particularly in energy. And I looked at the municipal budget by object type, and energy isn't broken out. I guess it's under materials, goods, and whatever else it supplies. Maybe that's where energy fits. I'm not quite sure, but I would expect that it is a significant portion of our budget, and if we had a dedicated person looking at that, there is potential that we could find cost savings and implement other better practices or best practices, both environmentally and with respect to the use of energy, that could have cost savings for the municipality overall.
Your worship, yes, absolutely. So in the presentation, I related that across the organization, the increase in energy costs across the organization is about $150,000 going into 2024. So that's just the increase above what we already pay. So you're absolutely right. That's having a material impact of this budget. The pressure of increasing energy costs is something that we're seeing and is directly driving the net tax increase. We have a number of other items on that were in the developmental stage under the previous municipal energy manager and Director Greathead's leadership. We've undertaken a solar feasibility study to see what we could generate from solar energy at the wastewater treatment plant in the old sort of lagoon areas. There's very good potential there. We've also done a fleet electrification study to say what could we save in terms of energy costs and greenhouse gas emissions around converting our fleet vehicles to EV vehicles. We have the upcoming transit, and we'll discuss that through this budget as well. But the transit federal grant that we've been successful in receiving, there's a commitment to move towards electric transit buses. So there's a bunch of these things that really tie together, and a lot of future opportunities around the solar feasibility study, energy management, and reducing our forward-looking energy costs. Again, we don't have a lead on, and going after those opportunities really does require dedicated effort.
Thank you for that. Other questions from councilors? Deputy Mayor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I do think that environment is really an area where we could improve. There's in our priorities, the priority-based budgeting, it has all the oranges and not the greens. Mike, I have a very quick question about the grounds labor. Director Green, have you mentioned something about sidewalks or clearing snow on Connaught? Is that residential side or is that the south side or both? I just refresh my memory because I can't quite remember that conversation we had.
Your worship, to speak to Councillor Hall's question, as far as I recall, it was extending the snow removal from end to end on the side of Connaught, that's where the hotels are. So it's pretty much cover that whole stretch of Connaught where we only do a section.
Councilor Waxer.
Thank you. My question is in regards to the operating budget. I recall last year there was discussion when we looked at some of the new positions that we would see as a significant decrease in contracted services. And I see for 2025, 2026 that it's decreasing significantly, but it doesn't appear to be, although it is actually a significant decrease in 2024, and I just wondered if you could speak to that.
Thank you, Councillor Waxer. Yes, we do anticipate, but we didn't want to overpromise on what we're going to see in reduction of contracted services. This year, we now have enough staff to run 3 trucks and pump trailers, as well as we do have the second snow blower. So if we have any mechanical failure on one, we're going to be able to keep moving straight ahead. I'm certain that we're going to be able to realize a bigger reduction, but I think in this case, it's I didn't want to overpromise. I think we're going to need to see how things work out. But I expect that this year we'll be able to do almost all the entire snow removal in-house.
Go ahead, Director Melchek.
Thank you, Your Worship. Further to that, I'd like to mention that transit is now also in the operations department, which is a significant amount in contracted services. So that's why you see the number change there.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Hall and then Councilor Melnick.
Thank you for that. Director Melchek, would you have a number of what is in contracted services for transit?
Yes, I do. Your Worship, through to Deputy Mayor Hall. It's 507,000.
Go ahead.
And if I might add, actually, there's other contracted services as well. I was reviewing my notes, so there's 507 and then another 86,500.
Is that other 86,500 also connected to transit?
Yes, your worship.
Councillor Telegram.
And the funding that we receive for transit, the sponsorship from schools and that, where do we see that revenue coming in?
Your worship, through to Councillor Keller MD. So we see that under revenue, we have transit sales, which is about 131,500 that we're projecting. And then additional 287 in contracted areas. And we also have support in that area from paid parking like we spoke of yesterday. And so that's transfer from reserves, and then additional transfer from reserves as well to assist that area. So in all in all, it comes to 246,000 out from transfer of reserves to support transit in its first year, and then we'll see that decrease over the coming years so that it's not as large of an impact on the first year coming in.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Milliman, did I say your name and then forget about you? My apologies.
Thank you. It related to what Councillor Keller MP was referencing, and we're talking about the same line item, public transit, and the ticket sales number of 131,500. We've had a very short time where we actually were charging. Is that a conservative number? Is that a very optimistic number? How would we categorize that $131,000 in revenue for the transit? And also, you had mentioned the external contributions number of 287. Is that a firm number, or could we expect additional revenues potentially from external contributions? And again, if that is Director Malinchuk and possibly CEO Gibbons, that would be great to hear. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Worship, for Councillor Melnick. So with respect to external contributions, that reflects our expected contributions from Parks Canada, the 2 school divisions, and that we believe those are all firm numbers. The school boards have an understanding of the number of students that qualify for transportation, and that number gets fixed by the government of Alberta at a certain point in the school year, and so that part is fixed. In discussion with Parks Canada, they have, as council knows, provided their 45,000 to the end of this calendar year, and we understand that they are looking for that support in their internal budget, and I have a high degree of, I certainly won't speak on Parks Canada's behalf, but I have a high degree of confidence that that is confirmed and that is a firm number. So we believe that all the external contributions will come through. In terms of the support from visitor paid parking, again, just like the debenture in the community development side, this is an intent to tie that visitor participation in our community to supporting services that benefit residents and also benefit visitors. We are trying to shift visitors out of their cars by adding a bit of cost to parking, but we also are trying to provide them an alternative, which is transit. So there's also that, I think, a positive link there. And in terms of ticket sales, Councillor Malik, I think that's where you started your question. We believe that that is a reasonable estimate. Of course, we really don't have a sense of what it's going to look like during what we expect to be our busiest time of the year as we get into the visitor season. We saw very good utilization through the first month. Granted, it was free, but we also have seen really strong utilization, particularly from what I'll call Jasper locals, using it to get to and from work at outlying properties that are outside the town site. We've had really good response, and so we imagine that those type of ticket sales will actually be quite strong throughout the majority of the year. Obviously, it's a smaller number than we expect the visitor ticket sales in the peak summer times. So we're quite confident in that 131,000 in terms of ticket sales. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you for that. And then also as it relates, sorry. Okay. that, I'll leave that for the moment, which is good. I'd like to move on to the expense side of, the housing building maintenance, the two entries. There's the revenue side and expense side, of which revenue will be collected by the Jasper Municipal Housing Corporation for our rental areas. And then the expense side went down by the same amount, or sorry, by $20,000 more. Does that mean that the housing corporation will pick up any of the maintenance costs related to operating those rental properties and depreciation and so on?
Your worship, I'll handle that one, and Director Malinchuk can correct me when I'm wrong. That's absolutely right. So the intention, as I think council knows, is that the two residential properties owned by the municipality, the duplex, both sides, and house in Cabin Creek, along with the cottage clinic, would be turned over as assets into the corporation at some point through the 2024 year. So we're in this odd in-between bit, but the expectation is that they would transition into the entity, and then the entity would collect the rents from those properties, and then would also be responsible for providing the ongoing maintenance of the properties, as well as depreciation and sort of capital repair and maintenance down the road. So that is all built into the budget. There is a subsidy in terms of rents that is built in, but there's no subsidization of the maintenance of the facilities. And I'll just speak to the subsidy of the rents because it is at a level of detail that you can't see here. The municipality has a policy that identifies that we will provide rent in staff accommodation at a rate that is lower than market rate. If these properties were owned by a private entity, which they will be at some point in the future, shortly, that private entity likely wouldn't choose to rent at less than market rate. So there's a policy choice of the municipal council. It says for our employees and for our staff accommodation, we're choosing to support that staff accommodation, which I think is common for a lot of employers when they provide staff accommodations, probably at somewhat less than market rate. The new owner of that obviously isn't obligated to do that. If council wants to subsidize rents in staff accommodation, and there is that subsidy is built in as a contribution to the Jasper Municipal Housing Corporation. And as we went through working to disentangle these properties from the overall municipal finances, we discovered that there's a pretty significant subsidy with respect to cottage clinic. So the overall cost of operating that facility, if it was owned by any sort of private entity, is significantly more than is currently being collected in rents. That is, we're not proposing any change here. We've broken that out and we want to bring that forward to council in the new year so you can have a bit of a policy level discussion about if that's something you wish to continue, and there may be good reason to do so, or whether any change is required. But in the budget, there's no change proposed, by the way, just so I mentioned that, and people that work in that clinic may have some questions. There's no change proposed, but we've disentangled it so that we can see the cross subsidization that has been happening for a long time. Our facilities and asset management team, in their budget had costs and expenses embedded to supporting these properties that I don't think were ever fully recognized as and being attributed to those properties in a clear way. Going into 2024, we're going to be able to do a much clearer job of representing that to council. And I think that this is going to be, as we get into the transition to the Jasper Municipal Housing Corporation, this will be a point of discussion. We'll be able to show you and clearly document how that transition will happen. And there will be some policy discussions that council will need to have about whether you want to continue to subsidize the rents at all of those properties to the level that the municipality has been, or whether you want to make any kind of change. But we're not proposing any change to any of the subsidies that are currently being provided. Just to be clear.
Go ahead, Councilor Munley.
And since we're speaking of the Municipal Housing Corporation, which is yet to be set up, but will involve transferring probably the housing coordinator at some point from, which didn't come up in our discussion, and, you know, I don't, it didn't hit the radar when we were talking about the, finance and administration, but I take it that's another individual or that would be transferred over at the appropriate time. So it's gonna be a little mushy, I think, for 6 months until we get all this, organized.
Your worship, I think Councillor Malik's using the technical financial term, a little bit mushy. We've done our best to unmush it. And I think that this is, as we go in, I think that we will come to council with a detailed report on how we're disentangling, you know, the pieces. The intention and the assumptions that are built into the budget are that the municipal housing coordinator will continue to stay with the municipality. Because they provide other functions. They are the front point of contact for our staff accommodation program. They also support MPL Place, and they're the first point of contact for people. So they do a bunch of other things that are housing related that are really municipal responsibilities. They're not the type of thing that the Jasper Municipal Housing Corporation would do. It will be an entity that will own properties and rent them. And there are other housing initiatives and functions that we want to continue to have. So that position will stay with the municipality of Jasper. The housing corporation is in essence going to hire the municipality of Jasper on a contract, a fee for service basis to provide administrative support to the corporation. So in the same way the corporation might hire a bookkeeper, you know, the Jasper Municipal Housing Corporation will get its bookkeeping services under contract with the municipality of Jasper. It will get its IT support for the municipality of Jasper. So we have a revenue line item in the municipal housing coordinator service profile that shows administrative support contract. So the JMHC, Jasper Municipal Housing Corporation, has an expense for contracted services. So we're trying to clarify that. And again, I think that it probably will require a sort of laying out both of them, showing those transactions. Because it is a bit mushy to start, and we took a while to sort through that. But we want to ensure that everyone, council and the public, can be very clear that there are no freebies happening, that the corporation is paying all of the costs for the service that it receives, and that the municipality is being compensated for those services that it provides. But the intent is that the corporation will not have any employees, that it will deliver any services that it delivers by hiring contractors. It just so happens that the contractor that it's hiring is the municipality of Jasper.
And just carrying that one step forward, we built some of that into this budget for contracted services for existing municipal employees to serve the housing corporation.
That's exactly correct. And so the municipality of Jasper budget has revenue coming in from the corporation, and the corporation has expenses that basically provide that revenue into the municipality. And the reason that it can pay those expenses is because it's going to be collecting rents on the properties.
Thank you for that extended period.
Councillor Calagranti.
Just on the housing, through Mayor Ireland and Mr. Given, are all those houses full with our employees now? All our asset houses, the duplex and the main house in Cabin Creek?
No, Your Worship, no, they're not. Half the duplex is currently vacant. And you'll see, and we'll get to the capital section, administration has assessed the potential of that to be further subdivided to create essentially a secondary suite, 2 independent living units on that side of the duplex. And so we actually have a proposal here that we'd like to see in the capital plan to do that work in 2024. So that we have more flexibility to be able to move people in. It is a bit of a challenge when it's one full unit. Our ultimate goal would be to reduce our reliance on external parties for housing and to be able to accommodate more of our staff in our municipally owned properties. And that subdivision, creation of a secondary suite there is a part of that plan.
So just on that, so we still continue to rent the house for 4,200 a month,
We do.
and down the road, you see that being eliminated, either with this duplex being renovated and with the new housing once it's built.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that.
Mr. Gray had a small item in terms of budget, but I am curious about cemeteries and crematoriums showing up in your budget. I think that's the only place that I see it. So there is revenue of about $8,000 and an expense of about $58,000. So does that expense include, say, the time and effort put in by the legislative services coordinator, or are those just operational expenses, cutting the grass and maintenance? There should be some time. We used to see reallocation of expenses on budgets, so we had an idea how you might have been reallocating some expenses. But I'm just wondering what the real expense is of operating a cemetery, because I appreciate that the legislative services coordinator does remarkable work in that area, but I don't know whether that's reflected in the expenses.
Your worship, yes, we are paying a portion of the wages for the legislative services coordinator position. She's handling all the bookings, the clients and stuff like that. I estimate our cost of our service for our ground staff, it would probably be about $20,000 per year. The grass doesn't grow too quick, but we do have to, there's a big seasonal cleanup that we do twice a year, at the beginning and the end of the year, and just the constant monitoring, litter picking, grounds maintenance there.
All right, thank you for that. I was just looking to see that all of the effort is in fact captured. I was last out there for No Stone Left Alone, and I credit your crew and I credit legislative services that the operation is really solid. I appreciate that. I just would like to know that we're capturing all the true costs of maintaining that facility. The other question I have for you, Mr. Greathead, is with respect to the positions again. It's unclear to me what the addition to the budget would be for each of those positions if we include salary benefits, training allowances, whatever else there might be that is part and parcel of the position. Just not sure that somewhere in all the paper I have, maybe that's there, but I can't put my finger on it. So can you tell me what the additional hit would be on the budget for each of those positions if council saw fit to add?
Your worship, we do have in the slide deck, appreciate there's a couple of different areas where you're getting information, but in the slide deck, we've reflected for 2024, the grounds labor position is starting in April. So not a full 12 months, but the annual cost, the partial year cost of that position would be $42,500 with that April start. I believe the training and development would be incorporated within the overall departmental budget, so it would be an increment expected there. And in the energy and environment coordinator, again, that position is listed here as an $86,500 partial year cost with an April start date again, allowing for some recruitment time. And again, items like technology or training or anything would be incorporated into the existing proposed budget. So we would be proposing that the positions come with secondary additions or incremental increases to all those other areas. We would be looking for the salary alone. Sorry, salary and benefits, I should say, not salary alone, of course.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that information may have been provided by can't put my finger on it, so 86,500 for the one and 42,500 for the other. Thank you for that. Councillor Waxer.
On the topic of cemeteries, I have a memory that last year we approved an admin position that would include an element of cemeteries transitioning from the legislative department to, and so I wondered about that.
Your worship, to speak to Councillor Lex's question. Reality, I've had trouble getting those positions off the ground right now. So there is two administrative or coordinator positions. I've been working on the job descriptions and we anticipate hiring those positions and making those changes. If not by the end of this year, very, very early into the next one. So it's still a process that I'm trying to follow through. But it was just literally workload capacity. I had trouble getting those off the ground.
We have yet to approach the capital budget, which is even more pages long than Director Reed's. If you wish to go into that at all, any further, Mr. Greathead, otherwise I'll just open it to questions from council regarding the 5-year capital plan.
I'll go through section by section. So, our general maintenance, there were some carry forwards from the prior year. The used oil and filter storage, that's been complete. Lockout and tagging panel for the buildings. That portion of the carry forward has been complete. The boom lift has been ordered and we're expecting delivery the first week of December. The service van purchase has been completed. Council has had the opportunity to see it back in April when we did our public works day at the Shaman. We've got deck elements out on the road right now. The power monitoring test program. We are in the purchase or in the process of finding a suitable system. And that work is being done and carried through by our facility staff. The replacement maintenance van, that's been ordered, and I think that should be showing up in the next few days. Vibration monitor, we have not purchased that as of yet. And the IR camera, we purchased those, and we're fully, we can't be got what we needed, and that one's, I know, is under budget. For 2024, we need some roof access improvements, just to meet health and safety code, to be able to go up on top of the buildings to service the HVAC units and just do general building maintenance on it. Under the housing and muni that carry forwards, the cottage clinic, interior and exterior repairs, I believe those have been complete. The affordable housing initiative, Bill, if you want to speak to those two,
I'll speak to the housing items. As Director Reed had said, obviously a year of transition there. The Cabin Creek housing repairs have been completed. The Cottage Clinic interior and exterior repairs, I believe, have been completed. The affordable housing initiative is really around a planning exercise and some of the work that we've been doing in the transition with the municipally controlled corporation. For 2024, you see essentially the build on the 40 unit build on Connaught that we've been discussing for quite a while. And so you see council's 2023 commitment of $5 million of debt. is there, as well as our $6.5 million of provincial grant. That's the AHPP. And then the expectation, again, this is as we're building the budget, that we still need to receive external financing. We predict that that'll be about a $18 to $20 million build. So that external financing will have to come through the issuance of shares. So that is all in accordance with the business plan that was presented to council earlier. I will also note, for council's information, we have sent out the request for proposals to the 3 pre-qualified contractors that actually just went out this week. Consultants assisted us with that. And that opportunity will close in February. That process will be a progressive process where they will, each of the 3 proponents will present their designs as they go towards the end, and at the end we'll be able to pick the winning design. So that process is underway, and we'll have better clarity in February what the actual market value cost of that build will be. And then you'll see the secondary suite as external financing. Again, this goes with that intent that I spoke about to a question from Councillor Keller MP, separating that side of the duplex so it has more flexibility and is easier and more flexible in terms of being able to rent out. We've received the JMHC, the housing corporation that will own the property, borrowing against that property in order to make that improvement. So it really is external financing, but we're in this mushy period where we wanted to make sure that we represented that because the JMHC, we haven't actually done the transfer of assets, and we thought it was the right thing to do to show council that that's a part of the expectation, but we do not expect municipal tax dollars to fund that renovation. The building owner, the corporation, will do that, and once it owns the asset, it can borrow against the asset, which has no mortgage, to be able to fund that renovation. The staff housing furnishing is separate and would be a responsibility of the municipality. So building owner would do the renovation to the building and could rent it out unfurnished. The municipality for staff accommodation, I think, would be well served to furnish it so that our staff that are summer seasonal or that might move in wouldn't have to do that. And so as an employer, we would furnish the unit, and so that's what the $15,000 is that you see there. And then looking forward to 2025, there is a consideration of the municipality furnishing the 10 units that we will own in the Connaught Drive development. So of the 40 units that are built, again, council will remember that the intention is that 10 of those will be owned by the municipality, and we'll have a choice about what to do, and we may wish to do some furnishing of those units as well, so they're more available for use for the community and for municipal use. Again, some policy discussions still to happen there. That's currently an unfunded item, but that's the extent of the housing items in the capital budget.
Councillor Keller.
May I ask a question on this?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Allen. Chief Administrator. What type of commitments have you had from the community to sign up to buy the shares?
Councillor Keller, good question. Thank you. Have been moving on the structural stuff and the legal things, so we haven't gone on to the sales pitch yet. We are still operating in accordance with the assumptions that are built into the business plan. And so that information is out there, but we haven't actively started to market. Getting our ducks in a row, signing off the grant contribution agreement, doing the legal work to get the incorporation done, and getting the RFP out the door for builders so we know what the actual final cost of the build will be have been the priorities. Now that is out and will be sort of progressing over the next couple of months, that's the next focus for the housing coordinator. And I know that she's already started building some of that documentation, but we haven't actually gone out to start to solicit yet.
Thank you for that.
Mr. Gibbon, I'm just trying to sort out proportionality with the furnishing costs. So $15,000 for a half duplex, but you mean 2 parts and a half duplex, so 7,500 for roughly for each, and then 6,000 for the other 10 each. I'm thinking that the 60,000 in 2025 might be low.
You might be right, Your Worship. I would have to look at what the assumptions are that are in there. Some of those units, and I don't remember the split of the 10 units that would be municipal owned in the building, would be 1-bedroom units, where at least one portion of the duplex, the upstairs portion, would be at least 2 bedrooms. So they're not exactly the same, and I don't have at hand the sort of the specific details. They are, I think, high level numbers, it's fair to say, and really based on a bit of sort of look at, well, how many beds do we think that would be, and how many dressers do we think that would be? So again, that's also in terms of the 2025 number, why it's unfunded. We'll see that may end up, we'll see when the construction project is finished and what the costs are of that.
Thank you for that.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Demota.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Mr. Given. The question that Councillor Keller-Eppy asked earlier about the staff housing, the $4,200 a month. In regards to what you just mentioned, the for 2025 and the 10 units that we will be taking on in relief of going forward with that staff house, we would be using those 10 units. Now, when I look at our debt limit, 2025 is where we kind of hit the crux in the foreseeable future right now. Are those 10 units factored into that debt limit that we have with our debentures?
Your Worship, for Councillor Mota, the direct answer is yes. The $5 million in 2023 is reflective of the municipality's contribution to that build. Council might remember that in the business plan, the value of a share that would equate to a unit for the private sector would be between 300,000 and 350,000 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom units. The municipality's 10 units for a contribution of $5 million equates to, I mean, you can do the math on that one. So the municipality is paying a higher cost for its units, but we're done. There's not an additional capital cost to buy units for the municipality in the Connaught project.
That's perfect. Thank you. Answers my question. And just to say, I won't chime in again. I had a list of questions, and just shows we've been working together for a while. Like they all got answered, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. I think Mr. Given, you were about to give it back to Mr. Creighton.
Thank you, Your Worship. Going into the Library and Culture Center carry forward projects, the exterior wood refinishing, basement window concrete, the lintel repairs, and the drainage improvements have been complete. For 2024, there's a $10,000 item built in there for access to the community internet. Mr. Reed is actually, it's his group that's managing that. It's just showing up under this budget as we manage the facility. And then a $100,000 request for an emergency backup generator for this building. This building, when it was built, was designed to be house the ECC in the case of an emergency, and we didn't have capacity for it, as was seen during the Chatwin wildfire. So this would give us the capability of having this facility be usable for that function. With our operations maintenance building, the wash bay lighting, the maintenance office, and storage expansion and redesign, that's been deferred pending our space needs analysis. Review that was undertaken earlier this year. And so those 2 items have not been moved. The roof access improvements, we did some of the work. I'm not sure exactly how far along we got with that in 2023, but I know that we did quite a bit of work at the activity center. The office HVAC replacement, that has not happened yet. The locket panels, we've got that work is underway. Our facility staff and our safety coordinator have been working together to make sure that we get a standardized program that's going to be universal throughout all of the organization. For 2024, there's the $50,000, and that's to replace the HVAC unit for the service bays at the hospital. Roads and grounds, we have,
If I could just stop you, for a moment, Councillor Mellon.
Thank you. Before we move on, I just want to have a quick question on the generator that's proposed for this particular building. Is the intention to have like full power generation to operate all everything in the building, or just partial?
Your worship, to speak to the next question, the intent would be to be able to replace the line of service indefinitely. So we're looking at with probably 500 liter onboard fuel tank. And we would size it so that the building wouldn't be lacking in any function.
Thanks for that. And I take it that would be a unit, just looking at the area here, it would be something that would be on the roof or on the ground?
It would be on the ground. It'd be a stationary one, similar to what you see at the activity center or beside our Wells building, where we have one of those stationary generators there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mellon, on the same topic, the generator. So it would make this building fully functional in the event of a power outage. That would include the elevator.
I'm going to say yes on that one, Your Worship. We would be able to take over if we lost line power, just to be able to replace line power. So what we would incorporate in the generator would be an automatic transfer switch. So that would be able to detect if there's a fault in the line under the service. It would disconnect the power, fire up the generator, and then bring the power directly into the building. That's usually about a 1 minute downtime by the time the transfer switch realizes it's an issue and gets the generator booted up and through a cycle. It would be an incremental cost, but it'd be minor for our annual generator servicing. We do that anyways with all of our backup generators. We make sure that they're all functional, load tested, ready to go every year. So there's that work as well.
But I appreciate that. It might be appropriate that whatever research you've done gets shared with Alpine Summit. We have a request to contribute to an elevator for Alpine Senior Summit Lodge. Generator, that's right. And that price tag looks to be about $160,000, and we're looking for, seems to me, something comparable for this building for substantially less. So might be useful to share some information if either Evergreens or Alpine Summit Seniors Lodge was to ask. It's just an interesting coincidence.
Mm.
Thank you.
If there's no further questions, I'll go into the roads section then. Wayfinding, that's another one I did not get off the ground. Partially the issue, but partially with a lot of the changes and stuff that have been going on. And we did a rebranding of the municipality and stuff. There's just a lot of small nuisance kind of factors that just made that one. I didn't get that done this year. Our green alley, we're complete. Our brown alley, we're going to hit it with some more seed, and hopefully we'll start growing some grass there. Sidewalk replacement and repair. This year we did an awful lot of work. You'll see, I think every single trip hazard that was noted during our last sidewalk inspection has been ground down and smoothed out, as well as we did some epoxy coats on a couple of areas to see how that works as opposed to replacing the entire sidewalk. there was an epoxy concrete applied, and there's a test section out, and you'll see it beside where the Sushi One restaurant is at Hazel and Patricia there. That's just a test section. We're going to see how that works. The parking meters and the kiosks, and we've got those installed. That's been complete. We completed the purchase of the track hoe. The snow cap purchase was complete then. And that one came in at about $94,000 as opposed to about $150,000. The snow blower we've gotten purchased. Our road repair, we had $150,000 in that. We've completed all our work for the year. Our last little bit was just a few weeks ago. We had border paving in. They cleaned up all of the service cuts that we had to get into the road for our water sewer main repairs. They finished up the pavement over at the new sanding dump area at S Block. And then some of the line cuts and stuff that were in S Block as well. Sidewalk replacement and repair. As I mentioned, we did an awful lot of that repair this year, and we spent that pretty much the entire amount. Going forward for next year, we're proposing another $250,000 to bring in road resurfacing. We're finding that quite a bit of success with doing the road resurfacing. Instead of tearing the entire road up, we've gone to milling down the top 2.5 inches and grinding out that. The road bases are amazingly in great condition. For the age of the roads, it's just the UV rays and the wear and tear that kind of ruin the surface. But the base of the roads are pretty good. So we've been milling the asphalt out and then putting a new top layer in. So it's been really reducing the cost of the work that we're taking on, and we're quite happy with the product that we see. Most recent, we completed the area from Hazel all the way along Patricia to Willow this year. We have another $50,000 built in for sidewalk repair. Unfunded, and it's been discussed previously at council, is the transportation master plan update. We know that there's been some concerns about traffic. We're noticing the increase in weekend traffic, and paid parking are all items that should be addressed when we do look at the new master plan. It's currently unfunded. Unfunded is that was 170,000, not 60,000. Holiday lights is at 60,000. That's unfunded. And the street sweeper is unfunded. I would like to just mention that the street sweeper we have is an old mechanical one. I started in 2019, and in 2019 we put about $32,000 of metal work and replacing the panels on the elevator. It was worn right out. We're probably sinking anywhere between $12,000 and $18,000 a year keeping that old one on the road. I proposed that we have $500,000 in there for a replacement sweeper. Several years ago, we were able to rent a vacuum sweeper that we worked along in conjunction with the mechanical sweeper. The mechanical sweeper went picked up all the big stuff out first, and then the vacuum sweeper was actually very, very effective at getting rid of the dust and the dirt on the road, whereas the mechanical one, just by its design, it seems to drive by, leave a cloud of dust, and it all settles back up as soon as we're gone. The efficiency and the benefits of removing that small particulate matter from the air. I think that should not be undervalued. And if there was one big piece of equipment that I'd say that we need over to offset, it would be that item. Bill do you want to talk about the transit line?
Just before you begin, Mr. Gibbon, Deputy Mayor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I have a question about holiday lights, which is I've heard come up a lot in the last few weeks in the community. What would 60 grand get the town, and is there capacity to partner with an external group to fund this?
Your worship, I've been trying to work on the holiday lights for a while, pretty much since I got here. Our snowflakes, we refer to them as the brown turtles. So there is a time, I think we're due for a replacement on there. I have partnered and tried to work with Tourism Jasper on this. So far unsuccessful to get any financial contributions. A lot of people want to have it, but on what our holiday decorations should look like. And I haven't had any money or been successful in making that partnership.
Your worship, I just add, while we haven't been successful in securing a capital or financial contribution to the municipality from any outside organizations to do that, my understanding is that Tourism Jasper has contracted a local company to do a winter light up. And so the municipality is partnering to provide them access off of our electrical poles so that run down Connaught. When we install the snowflakes this year, we're going to be also plugging in some extension cords. Maybe we'll make it, I think that's really what they are, is extension cords that will run down and allow the contractor who is being paid for by others to light up. So essentially we're providing access to those plugins, and we'll be providing the energy costs while somebody else is providing the lights. So it's a bit of a different approach. We're not getting our holiday lights replaced. We're not getting, but we will see additional holiday lights throughout Connaught because of that partnership, where we're, the operations team was going to be hanging the snowflakes anyways. And so while they're up there, they'll also plug in some extension cords. That's the intent. And we'll see how that works out this year.
Councillor Waxer.
Would you see the holiday lights as being something that the new Communities in Bloom committee might work together with the Office Department on?
Your worship, to respond to Councillor Waxer, yes, absolutely. Previously, we had several meetings about holiday lights with the Communities and Bloom group with the previous iteration, and I'm sure that would just be a natural fit.
Councillor Keller.
Thank you, Mayor, and to you, to Mr. Reagan, and maybe Ms. Munja. I noticed that a lot of our larger vehicles, sometimes there's federal money for them. Is there any federal tax that the sweeper could go under?
Your worship, through Councillor Keller MP. Unfortunately, the plan at the moment is to place that money towards the aerial for the fire department, because it's going to be 2.2 million over a 2-year span. And we're going to need that for sure. So it's that's kind of how I've planned out that money for now. And that's why it's looking as unfunded, because I'm uncertain. There's not a lot of reserve funding in that area. There should be more, because roads are a lot of money. But in the past and so far, we haven't been able to build up those reserves. So
thank you for that.
May I?
You may.
Thank you, sir. I think Councillor Keller MP just answered my question on the street sweeper. Again, I think one of the things that would be helpful to us, and I think we've done it in the past, is maybe getting, looking at these when we're, never mind. I lost my thought there. When we're going to have all the positions and these unfunded things in front of us when we go and decide on the final budget on the 6th, correct?
Yes. Yes.
So I think, again, like, because we've asked and we got a verbal breakdown on that street sweeper. If we're going to keep spending money on repairing that, and we have since 2019, again, I want to see the better benefit of like purchasing one and going forward. If we can get more information on that, or the similar information that was delivered today, I'm sorry if that's extra work. And if, I'm not sure if the rest of the council wants to do that. Then the other thing too is when we were talking about generators, is there an opportunity to speak with our improvement district and see if we can get a power generator for the Connaught washrooms? I know I talked about this in the past and I didn't want to forget about it, because when the power goes out in our community, you can't go to the washroom anymore, not even in the parks washroom. So because we've got like electric flushing, I think there's an opportunity there. It's an emergency service, but things kind of go sideways in our community when we're looking for those types of things. So I just thought that we can put that as a marker somewhere if possible. How do we reach out to those guys anyway? Through your worship to Mr. Gibbon.
Your worship, for Councillor Lowe. So I think I've spoken with my colleague at the ID. They do have a chief administrative officer who's actually a Government of Alberta employee. So it's a bit of their municipality, but a bit of a different kind of municipality where the elected officials for that, the council is actually the Minister of Municipal Affairs, and their CAO is a CAO, but is also an employee of the Government of Alberta. So a bit different. I know Director Malinchuk has had discussions with them over the years on sort of financial contributions. I've had some informal discussions, just sort of hey, hello, how are you? And I know Director Nadon has spoken with them in the context of our emergency services agreement, where the fire department responds to incidents on the highway outside of the town site. And so there's an entanglement, overlap of responsibilities between Parks Canada, the ID, and the municipality that really is essentially the service provider to those two parties. So we talk fairly regularly with the ID at a couple of different levels in the organization.
All right, thank you. I didn't want to add more to the conversation, but because we were just talking about that, it triggered my memory on that one. And we did collectively with the Improvement District and Parks Canada build that washroom. So I think that could be a back burner thing that I'll work on and see if council wants to go in that direction. But that could be neither here nor there today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. I have two questions related to water that's probably passed under the bridge already. But just curious, don't know why I didn't catch this last year. The green alley, $1,300, how is that not an operational expense? How does that wind up on its capital budget?
Thank you, Your Worship. It was just a rollover of sunset money that we didn't use towards the project. It just shows up as a carryover.
Thank you for that. And for the parking meters, the source of funding is reserves. Are those reserves that would have been built up through paid parking? I mean, there's a direct connection between parking meters and paid parking. And so I'm just wondering whether we can, for the public benefit, show that capital expenditures related to paid parking are being financed by paid parking rather than just other reserves that we might have.
Your Worship, because paid parking hadn't begun, what was done in that area was administration funds, because as I was working with the project as well, and there was some funds in the reserve to contribute for that area. We went with administrative funding to support the area and get it started.
Thank you for that. Councillor Watson.
This is clearly not an area of expertise for me, but I was curious if on expensive specialized equipment like street sweepers, if it's ever possible to share with another municipality, because it would seem to me that there would be many months where it would sit dormant, and I just out of curiosity.
Your worship, to speak to Councillor Waxer's question, we were able before COVID to rent a sweeper if we booked it long enough in advance. So we need to book a sweeper about 14 months in advance to make sure that we had it for our spring cleanup in April. So we rented for the month and it was quite reasonable. That market has died and there's not a rental unit available. I would be incredibly hesitant to enter into a loaning program between other municipalities. There's always that pointing of, or unaccountability, for damage that might happen. If we were to do something like that, how I would manage that currently would be I would provide an operator and the machine, charge a rental rate. So that way our crew is running the equipment to our standards, and we would be taking care of any damages or anything like that. But to drop it off to another municipality, I've worked in a few municipalities that have done that, and it's never an equal transaction. There's always somebody not content.
Go ahead, Mr. Gill.
Your worship, just maybe to put a fine point on it, because I think Director Greathead sort of referenced this. The other and additional challenge is this is equipment that does sit idle for many months, and all municipalities need them at exactly the same time. It's always the spring cleanup, that sort of, so I'm not sure if we were to, borrow or rent from another municipality, they would say, sure, after we're done our spring cleanup. And as the municipality Jasper say, well, we don't do our spring cleanup, we can't wait to do ours until, especially with the focus of our community. So that's an additional complication with this type of specialized equipment, is that it really has that focused period of use that is very targeted and makes sharing of resources that much more challenging.
Thank you for that. If you want to continue, Mr. Greathead, unless you were passing it off to Mr. Gill.
Your worship, I think Director Greathead was going to pass it off to me, just with respect to one item that is on the council motion action list and has come up a couple of times. That is the transportation master plan. Director Greathead referenced it, shown as an unfunded item. But as council knows, there are a number of different issues that have come up, from cannot drive crosswalks to parking on Patricia Street to a number of other items, to the Forest Park and the how we manage the roadway there, and the coming move of the RCMP station to that end of town. Administration's best estimate is that $170,000. That would be a plan that would likely have a shelf life of approximately 5 to 7 years, probably on the longer end, considering that Jasper is the same as a lot of communities, that we don't have new neighborhoods being added all the time. But it is the way to start to address some of those issues in a more coordinated manner, rather than an ad hoc. Thanks, I got the syllables backwards there, rather than on an ad hoc basis, issue by issue basis. And so you will remember that was actually a motion of council to refer the transportation master plan. So I just want to make sure that we flag that we have provided that information as requested by councils here. And having an outside resource to start to pull together all of those threads, and to undertake the significant public engagement, because we know that there are a lot of private leaseholders, private businesses, and general public opinions about how this landscape, what we allow where, and where we place different functions. So that's why that plan is a significant cost, but it also would have a good shelf life and would allow us to bring together a lot of these items. So just want to flag that, because that was one that had been referred specifically by council, and council requested us to highlight it when we got to the capital plan.
On that, then, what are the funding options available as it's unfunded now.
Your worship, I think that really would be a question for Director Malinchuk. There may be other items that are, council may see as a lower priority. It likely would be funded through reserves. We have a suite of different reserves. I would leave it to Director Malinchuk to identify which one would be appropriate. I'm not sure that grants would be appropriate for that, but again, it really would be Director Malinchuk. And it also could be, council wanted to, reduce the net impact on the use of reserves. There may be other items in the capital plan that you wish to unfund. So I don't know, Director Malinchuk, if there's anything else that you would identify as more appropriate, as an appropriate funding source.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can direct you to page 51. There's reserve forecasting, so you can see all of the reserves and what their estimated values will be for the current year going into 2024 and 2025. So really any of those areas can be shifted as council deems appropriate or wishes to do. The only other thing that I can suggest is within the operating budget that there's a one-time add to an additional contribution to reserves in one area to help offset the cost of the project for that year. It is a capital item in a sense because of its cost, and that's how we represent it, but really it will be an operational item in when it comes down to the final financial reporting.
Thank you. See the call for a timeout. I'm wondering how close we are to completion of capital budget presentation, at which time I had intended to call a recess, but I could call it now. You have, I think, a page and a half yet to go. Let's call a break now then. It is approximately 10:30, so give ourselves until 20 to 11. So I will call a recess for those watching on Zoom. It is about a 7-minute recess we will take and reconvene.
Your grandkids must love that.
I got one.
Okay.
Thank you. Welcome back. We are a couple of minutes late. It seems to always happen that recess is extended on a snow day. But we are back in session now, and I would invite you, Mr. Greathead, to continue with the presentation of the capital budget for operations.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we're into the grounds section now. Carry forward on the memorial bench program. You can see that there was $3,100 unspent from previous year. The irrigation upgrade, we've done a bunch of work on the irrigation, and we've completed that. We've completed our memorial bench program for the year. Again this year, we've used up the hazardous tree removal, the 30,000. I'd just like to point out that during that storm that we had on June 19th, we had to absorb another additional cost of about $90,000 in tree removal cleaning up from that when we had that heavy snow in June. That was unaccounted for. We had to just really absorb that within other areas of our department. The pickup truck that was the quad cab, that one was changed around and removed midway through the year, and we ended up buying some other equipment with that. Same as with the 3/4 ton. The columbarium and cemetery replacements, That's been a bit of a difficult one getting off the ground, but we're ready to go and have it out for a pre-qualification. And would like to carry that forward into next year. I was down at the RMA conference and there was 3 different providers of columbariums on that. So we do have contact information. I've been able to make the connections. We had a previous plan for expansion with WS Space, and I was just coordinating the different pieces and getting that out for again a pre-qualification, and then be able to get that done next year. The underpass beautification, we've done a little bit of work on that. We removed some of the dead trees, and that's just it will be ongoing again. The trackless utility tracker, we did purchase that. That came in. The church maintenance equipment, we've completed those purchases. And then there is a half-ton pickup going into 2024. The Robson Park refurbishment plan, design and construction. We're looking at $50,000 to complete that master plan work. Council's already been presented with some conceptual designs on that, but now we need to take it to the next step and get that the finalized design going forward. Underpass drainage, sorry, is that's a $50,000 item. That is, we have problems in that area. Just the way the melt, especially in the spring, and then it's in shade. We get a lot of melt, and it goes down, and then it pools along the bottom. So sometimes we might get an accumulation of 2 inches of ice on the entire underpass, and that's something that we're spending a lot of staff time on. Just breaking that ice and trying to remove that ice daily. It's just inherent with the design that is so problematic. We're asking for $50,000 in capital for tree removal and replanting. We did lose quite a few trees in town, and we also had a bunch of the fruit trees removed in town. So we were looking at some of the more ornamental trees. And plant some of them around town. Again, will be compliant with the Parks Canada approved planting list. We're hoping for flowering, not for fruit-bearing trees. Is what we're intending to get. Another $15,000 going for the Memorial Bench program and the irrigation upgrades. Again, that's going to be an ongoing item. They wear out pretty quickly, and we do have irrigation systems throughout a lot of our parks and our green spaces. So that's for 2024. Is there any questions?
Deputy Mayor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. My question is about the sport field upgrade and what does that mean? Is that fencing between the fields for safety? It's on that list, and I'm just curious what that is.
Your worship, to speak to Councillor Hall's question, yes, we did some repairs on our fencing. The backstop where the fencing was all curled up in that work's been completed so far. So, and I think we're going to be adding in a section of fencing to extend to stop the balls going between the two.
Councillor Calgary.
Thank you, Mayor Allen, to you, to Mr. Greathead. So earlier this year, we removed the quarter ton, and now we're looking for a half-ton truck. What's the need for the new truck for this year, and is it a replacement?
I think that would be an addition to the fleet. As we have more staff, we have more need for vehicles. So it's just to make sure that we have enough equipment to make sure our crew gets where they need to get to.
Thank you.
Mr. Greathead, with respect to the memorial bench program, is there currently a pause on that program?
Your worship, yes, it's not an official pause, it's not really in hiatus either. I think one of the things that we need to look at with that memorial bench program is the life cycle of the benches. There's an expectation that we maintain these in perpetuity. They cost about $2,500 each, and they rot out within about 8 or 9 years. So right now, this has just been replacing existing benches. We have been adding more benches. So it's just maintain our current inventory.
Thank you for that. I've received inquiries from 2 groups of people looking for new benches, and they were advised that the program was on hold. So it's worth letting the public know that the capital budget item is simply with respect to maintaining those that already exist, and we're not at this time expanding the inventory.
That's correct, your worship, and I got to say that we do an inspection on all of the benches twice a year, and it's amazing that it'll be in fine condition in the spring, and then we go back in the fall and check it again, and notice that it's rotten or has we suffered damage or decay. It's surprising every time we go around and take a look at them of how many we have to replace.
You go ahead.
Yeah, your worship, this is an important, I think, point to public and for council to be aware, that program accepting new benches or requests for new benches is on hold. I think we need to have a discussion about whether the municipality is ready to accept an ongoing cost, and taxpayers are ready to accept an ongoing cost of these well-intentioned and heartfelt contributions. I think the people that are looking to place memorial benches are doing it with the best intention and with the belief that it is an asset to the community. When the reality is, particularly with the style of benches that we've been using, is that they are a liability and a ongoing cost. And you can see that $15,000 per year for at least the 3 years that are shown in the slide here. So it is a challenge. I think we need to either evaluate the style of benches that we use so that they don't become a liability and require repair so quickly, or that there needs to be some kind of increased contribution towards the future maintenance and replacement of those, because we are accepting things, and I think people reasonably have an expectation, well, I made a contribution, it's in recognition of something important, and I want to see it maintained in perpetuity. A similar expectation I think exists in the cemetery, but in the cemetery, the infrastructure that's there, the headstones are of a type of material that doesn't require the same level of care and replacement on an ongoing basis. So that's, I think, the thing that Director Greathead and the team have been struggling with over the years. I would imagine that this is something that we will be bringing forward in the course of the new year to be able to have a discussion.
Thank you. I look forward to that discussion. Mr. Greathead, would you please just refresh my understanding of the columbarium and cemetery improvements?
Your worship, it was pointed out years ago, I think 2017, that there was a planned design for a cemetery expansion as we're running out of room. One of the concepts was to have a columbarium installed, and I believe that we have that broken down into 2 separate items. One was the cemetery expansion project, and one was a line item for $30,000 for a columbarium to be installed. We think that it would be better if by combining these 2 projects and doing something a little more aesthetically pleasing than just having a columbarium on its own and then work towards the cemetery expansion. So that's kind of why it's been taking a while to get this one on. It's just making sure that we got our thinking in the right order. I didn't want to just charge ahead and kind of two kind of standalone projects when I see that there's a chance for a bit of a synergy to make something, more pleasing, more suitable in my mind for the cemetery.
Thank you for that. So that is unfolding and evolving. Would it be possible to relabel that as unfunded and move that MSI capital funding to the transportation master plan?
Your worship, good timing to ask the question when Director Malinchuk walked. So I would want to confirm that MSIC, which is a capital program, would be appropriate to fund the transportation master plan. So I don't want to give a comment on that. I just want to confirm that. I believe it may be able to fund that kind of thing, but I'm not certain. The other thing that I would raise is that there is a space crunch at the cemetery. We only have a small handful, if that, of available plots. And so as administration, I wouldn't suggest that this is an item that should be unfunded and reallocated. I know that there is some pressure there, and then whether we're able to proceed with an expansion and increase the number of lots and the columbarium. At minimum, we need to find some way to ease that pressure, because I know administration is does regularly receive calls, and it is a source of concern for us that we may not be able to handle in tournaments because we just have a smaller supply of plots available. So I wouldn't recommend unfunding this and reallocating those dollars, even if it were an acceptable funding source. I believe that this needs to be a priority item in 2024.
Well, thank you for that. But the problem is everything becomes a priority, including the transportation master plan, which is unfunded, has been sitting unattended for a number of years, as has the columbarium. But if there's a $30,000 columbarium item apart from the expansion, then I would be inclined to say 30,000 could go to restricted reserves and get that work done. And the MSI capital, if it's available, maybe shifted to transportation master plan, because I don't see a transportation master plan as qualitatively different than a cemetery expansion plan in terms of funding. But again, Mrs. Malinchuk is back and she could speak to that. But I am looking to find a way to balance competing priorities, recognizing that both are important, but transportation master plan has been sitting for a very long time, unattended, and it's so many other things depend on that. It has to move forward. So I'm just looking for funding opportunities.
Your worship, certainly if that's a concern or something that's on your mind, a direction to administration. We've had lots of information requests. And if there's a desire among the majority of council to direct administration to identify alternatives to fund the transportation master plan, then certainly we can do that. We can also have a bit of a caucus, over the lunch break and see if there are items that we might identify as where we could shift priorities. But again, your worship, certainly appreciate the privacy of the chair, but also that, that's the will of the majority of council, because we treat you the same as all the rest of the members of council, mostly. In that, we certainly would hope that we wouldn't want to unfund items that other council members might have also seen as important. So if there's a desire to do that, we're happy to take that direction. And like with the other information requests, it would be helpful if it's formalized in motion.
I was going to chime in and say there's only two guarantees in life, and in this particular moment, they're hand in hand.
All right, well, I very much do appreciate Mr. Gibbon, that I am one of 7 or 6 today. And I appreciate the kind way that you tell me no. That council can as well consider it. But that is what budget discussions are for, is to rationalize and land on our actual priorities for the benefit of the community. All right, sorry, Mr. Great, I can't remember now where we stopped. Did we get to the bottom of the grounds component?
Yes, your worship.
Are there other questions then? Councillor Keller?
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm just curious, when was the transportation master plan last updated?
I believe it was 2018.
Okay, so we're looking at a 6 years difference. I'm wondering, like, the transportation advisory committee, if they take the current plan and look at the requests and see how, you know what I mean? Is it really that outdated? I mean, that's a lot of money in 6 years spent for another plan.
Your worship, I'm happy to address that. So first, the Transportation Advisory Committee wouldn't have the knowledge or expertise to undertake a review or update of that plan. This would be where we'd hire an engineering firm that has specific technical expertise in that area. And a significant portion of the project would be a public engagement initiative. As I referenced before, you know, the businesses, transportation companies, property owners, leaseholders, all the others that would need to be involved in that along all of these different sort of competing interests. The other thing that has changed, you know, and there have been significant changes that weren't contemplated in the 2018 plan, including the move of the RCMP station to the north entrance of town. We have the addition of the Forest Park second building. And we have the addition of paid parking, which was a recommendation from the past plan, and public transit, which was also a recommendation of the past plan. So it's sort of an exercise saying, okay, so there were recommendations. What have we done? What's new? And what are the new pressures that are happening? And bringing in some outside expertise to help us do the technical analysis on all those different competing initiatives, and to run a public engagement exercise to say, okay, so members of the public, we have operational considerations like snow removal, but we have private interest considerations like parking. How do we bring those things together, and what are the issues that are here? So it is a significant expense. Now, it does require outside expertise, and it is not just a plan that $170,000 would support that public engagement. And then finally, this is obviously well before my time and before Director Greathead's, but I'm not certain that the transportation master plan was received and approved by council. I think it was presented, but I'm not sure that it was ever adopted per se. And so that's fine. It exists, we use it. And as I said, we've ticked off a bunch of things that were referenced in it. But it is probably time for the municipality to have a plan that is sort of fully thought out, brought to council, formally adopted by council to provide that guidance for, you know, the next decade or so.
May I ask one more question? Just on that, Mr. Gibbons, so since then, again, we have reduced the speeds down to 30, and would that be looked at as well? And like, you know, we're talking about slowing down traffic. Like a lot of smaller towns have brought in speed bumps that you take out in winter that actually has slowed down traffic as smaller towns get used to that. Would that also be looked at?
That is exactly, that's a perfect example of the variety of different things that need to be considered, and why bringing them all together, you know, because there are engineering solutions, physical solutions like narrowing the width of the road. There are regulatory solutions like lowering speed limits, and then you add on to that sort of the addition of operations and services. You can see how there's a whole bunch of things that are mixed together there. And so absolutely, yes, speed limits would be one of the things that would be considered, and I believe may have been one of the recommendations of the past plan. And so now it would be time to say, okay, so we did that. Now what does the community look like, and what are the next things? The other item that would come up would be the active transportation concept. And so how do we support active transportation in a community that now has transit, lower speed limits, We've made some improvements to crossings. We've had some requests for other improvements to other areas of crossing in the community. And those are all the things that would be wrapped up in that transportation master plan exercise.
Thank you for that.
If I may?
Yes. You may. I was just going to comment as well, and then I will turn to you, Councillor Demota, but I agree entirely with those comments. But Councillor Melnick, for example, has indicated on previous occasions, a couple of times at least, the extensions at the north end of Connaught, which are part of that transportation master plan. We have pushed along the issue of mid-block crosswalks as a safety issue on Connaught, depending on the transportation master plan. We had a presentation with respect to the bus zone on Patricia Street, that again, we deferred pending with the transportation master plan. I have raised, the council has endorsed it, a need for more bicycle parking if we're going to promote alternative transportation. We have to address that, I think. So there are so many things that impact the functioning of the community that depend on this plan, and leaving it unfunded is a concern of mine. But that's, as Mr. Gibbons said, that's just me. It's not council, but it is something that I believe is a priority that council ought to address. And Councillor Demota, you were one that wishes to address it, so go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, having spent some time on the last one, remember when it came back, there were some deficiencies that some of the councillors of the day thought, you know, made the whole document inadequate. I want to choose my words carefully here. So I believe, to my memory, it was received, but with no direction. And I felt a little frustrated with that because I thought there were a lot of good components. And I think going forward, some of the issues that we faced were that we didn't ask the questions we wanted to answer. And I think there were some assumptions that the study was going to reveal. And then when they didn't, there was some frustration on why that information wasn't there. And it's because we didn't specifically ask for it. So I think that going forward, if we have to re-enhance what we have or start from scratch again, I know that it was quite extensive. There were like community charrettes, and there were a lot of public engagement meetings for that. So there is some good information in there, and I think we need to make it better because of exactly what you said, Your Worship. That's it. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Councillor Keller-Renty.
I just want to talk about the expansion and that at the graveyard. I think both are important. For me as a councillor, I think the administration can look of where we might be able to take some funding for the master plan. I don't think we should not continue with the cemetery. That has been on the books for a long time, since probably 2 terms, and you know, that is very important to our community. So I think equal hour is important.
Councillor Laxer.
I just wanted some clarification from Director Breed, Ed, on the cemetery expansion. So the 30,000 would be the columbarium, and then the other 100 would, the other amount would be for planning or for actual expansion.
Your worship, to speak to Councillor Waxer's question, I've spent quite a bit of time actually out of the cemetery with their staff, with our engineering group, looking at something more than just a columbarium. You know, so in my mind, they're almost they could be as I don't know, unsightly as a mailbox, one of those residential mailboxes. You know, I was hoping that we would be able to pull off something, you know, a little more eloquent, you know, and so when I've been discussing it with Mike and our crew, we will go out and, saying, well, we should actually work on, looking at making almost a little park out of the columbarium. That's just this standalone structure that's going to be somewhere. And so that's why when I was approaching some of the different columbarium providers and why we want to go through a pre-qualification on this project to make sure that the people we're working with have a similar kind of mindset and wanted to bring something nice for the community. We do expect to be able to complete some construction, some ground clearing, some trees, and some fence installation.
Other comments with respect to the capital budget? Councillor Keller.
Just thinking out loud, Mr. Greathead, thank you, Nara. And I'm just curious, you say the sweeper is very important at $500,000. Is there a way that we could say not do the truck this year, take that 75 out? Is there some stuff we could remove from the capital budget that could be pushed to next year in order to allow you to have that piece of equipment, or is everything, the grinding down of pavement, could that wait a year? If you had to balance, which would you prefer?
Councillor Keller, I'm going to jump in sort of on behalf of administration, because we've done that prioritizing. And so there's a reason why it didn't make the cut and why it isn't a funded item, because we've looked at sort of the on balance. There's absolute utility, and there's utility in everything that's here in terms of what we can swing with our reserve situation and priorities. That's why it hasn't made the cut. Yeah, the council said, well, if we think it's important, that's fine, and that's certainly you're right. If you want to direct us to, to include it and to identify other things to unfund, absolutely fine. And you're getting our best professional advice about what the balance should be here, and council is free to say, well, and in our, adding our perspective, we think that there are these other parties of the transportation master plan being a good example. So if you want to give us direction to say, okay, we'll identify opportunities to fund blank capital project item, by all means, we'll caucus and say, okay, well, what could we do? Council seems differently than us. We're happy to do that. But in terms of, what is most and less important, that's what you're seeing on the sheet from our perspective.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a couple of questions for administration in the area here where we're looking at the transportation master plan. And in 2023, we had a streetscape study, which was also unfunded. How interrelated are those two? Would be my first question. And my second question is where we are right now with the number of items that we've referred to be looked at in a transportation master plan. How confident are we in that number of $170,000 to be able to accomplish the master plan update? Or is it possible that figure could be light? And should these two be combined somehow?
If I may, Your Worship, for Councillor Melnick. So in terms of the hierarchy of plans, the community plan, the community sustainability plan, which I think we spoke about yesterday, would be the highest level of plan. The transportation master plan in another community, the land use bylaw would come underneath that, and then your transportation master plan would come underneath that, and then your streetscape, which is really more around engineering and design standards, would fall underneath that. So the streetscape design and what you would choose to do would need to respond to where you're going to move vehicles, for example. So it is an area of town intended for to be a bus stop, or is it intended for public parking, or is it, and then you would start to, you know, your design standard, engineering standard would follow the use. Certainly, we've talked about in-house about Director Greathead is identified that we've got a number of pieces that we can't buy the types of sidewalk block that we have in some areas of the central business district anymore, and it's making repair and replacement more difficult. And so we've talked about, okay, well, we know that we want to have a good standard of design. Is there a need to engage an engineering firm, or does your department have ideas about how we could do that with materials that we can now buy? You know, we can develop our own local standard. We're comfortable that we can do that. We don't necessarily need to hire anybody. So in terms of the hierarchy of plans, community plan, which you saw earlier, transportation master plan underneath that, and then streetscape study to follow. And we're looking at opportunities to define our own streetscape elements. And certainly Director Greathead knows that they have that. We had this discussion, we're sort of waiting on, well, should we bring in somebody else to tell us what we need to do? And I think the question was, well, can your team identify what they think we should do? Let's look at that first and see if we can do that in-house. Does that answer the question for you in terms of the order and order of precedence?
It did, except I don't know if I'm comfortable yet with the amount of money set aside for the transportation master plan. If that's, how current is that number?
Your worship, we actually asked for a quote on that of what it would take from the engineering firm, and it was an independent engineering firm other than the one that prepared the previous master plan. So that would, I would say that's a decent number. I'd be confident that we would be able to get the plan that we want for the money.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Greathead regarding the operations capital budget?
Your worship, I'll just say that just in terms of how the presentation went, we actually went over the transit service area, and I have a feeling there may be some desire to ask some questions about that.
We did. Okay.
So I can speak to that. Director Greathead was correct. Our utilities manager has taken on leadership of that area. And a lot of these items were, actually all of these items were contemplated in the transit strategy document the council received earlier this year. The municipality applied for a federal capital grant, and I can say we're in an odd situation. I can say that we've been successful in our capital grant application. We've signed the contribution agreement, but I can't say the name of the program because there's some sensitivity with the federal government wanting to be able to make that announcement, you know, and in a certain way. But the federal funds have been committed to these projects. And this reflects what we applied for into that federal capital application. So the municipality will be receiving $5 million in federal funds. There's a commitment for us to put in the balance. I believe the overall package of items here is approximately $8 million. And so the vast majority of that coming from those federal funds. So the items that you'll see are the e-bike fleet and charging stations. That's a smaller amount spread over 2 years. It's likely that we would really see the bulk of that work happen in 2025 because we would be turning our focus to the items that are a longer lead time, specifically the transit fleet facility. And you see an item for construction and design. And then you'll also see the purchase of zero emission transit buses. Of course, spread over 2 years, both obviously the construction of a fleet facility will be, at least 12 to 18 months. Maybe that's being aggressive or optimistic. And the zero emission buses are something that there is Depending on the size that we look at purchasing, there's some decent availability, but we would want to ensure that we have a facility to receive them and that we have the charging infrastructure in place to be able to receive them and actually utilize them. And then there's a smaller amount for transit stop improvements. As this year, we essentially went out and identified where it made the most sort of sense in terms of programming. We appreciated that may adjust a little bit as we run through a full year of the program. But ultimately, we would want to make some improvements for rider comfort at transit stops. And we also applied for that under the federal grant. And so Mr. Michaud has started the process around the fleet facility construction, which is only at the level of ensuring that we have a detailed scope of work that will enable us to build a request for proposals or tender early in the new year. So we've not advanced construction or awarded or even started the process of procuring construction. But we have started the process of identifying how we're going to describe what our needs are there. But again, I can report that we've been successful in receiving $5 million of funding to be able to support these capital items.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Questions from the councillors? Deputy Mayor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Island. Question for CEO Gibbon. So you said the federal grant is $5 million. So if I was to add all these numbers up, less 5 million, that's what the reserves or debt will be? Is that, am I understanding that correctly? Okay.
Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Gibbon or Mr. Greathead. The e-bike fleet I see is spaced up over 2 years. Any particular reason why, if we have the funding, that wouldn't have just been initiated over 1 year?
Yes, Your Worship, for Councillor Melnick, really is about capacity management. We don't have a dedicated transit staff, and this is sort of on the books or on the workload of existing staff. We believe that we're going to have our hands full building up the new fleet facility, procuring 3 transit buses, ensuring we have the right charging infrastructure and doing all that in 2024. So it was really just about spreading the money across. I mean, it could be also represented as, moving the e-bike program funds into 2025. That's probably how it's going to happen. But we wanted to have some ability to start that process towards the end of 2024 if we have all the other things well in hand. But it really is just about a capacity management item. I wouldn't recommend pulling that forward into 2024. If anything, if council wanted to adjust the budget to move those things to 2025, I think that probably be more reflective of the work that's actually going to happen next year.
Councillor Keller-Ramsey.
Mr. Gibbon, the e-bike program, this will cause quite a bit of competition with our bike stores in town. I think we have 3 bike stores that operate e-bikes. So how will this be different to that? And also, these e-bikes have to be managed weekly as they go out, and you need a bike mechanic, and where does this all fit in?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Keller-Ramsey. Absolutely. So council, remember that we brought a RFD on the e-bike program to council a while ago. In that report, we identified when administration recommended pausing work on the idea, that it should have an RFP or request for proposals, which would allow local bike operators to be able to participate in that. And at least conceptually, I would see that there would be a need for, as you said, ongoing maintenance and sort of inspection. And that may be an opportunity for us to partner with local bike shops to have a operational service agreement and a retainer to be able to do that on an ongoing basis. Administration is also well aware of the need to not compete with the local private sector. This has been envisioned as a point-to-point way for people at the campsites to get into town. And you can do that through the pricing structure of the e-bikes. So what we would do is set you, and actually just at the recent transit conference, speaking to e-bike operators, you have the ability to do what's called geofencing the bikes. So they only operate in a certain area. And you also have the ability to set your pricing structure. And this is not exactly it, but just for illustration purposes, we could set it so that it is a nominal fee, whether it's 0 or $2.50 or whatever it is, to bike from Whistler's to the town site. And as soon as you hit the town site, the cost per minute goes up to $15 per minute, which nobody would want to do. And the private sector options that are available in town would be much better for anybody who wants to do touring around town. So they're intended to be a active transportation alternative to get people from the campsites into the town site and back. They're not intended to be touring bikes, and we would ensure that the structure of the program, either through, well, probably through a combination of the pricing and the sort of geofencing, their operation, would encourage people to seek private sector alternatives if they want to ride bikes around town.
So if I understand this right, if I'm riding from Mr. Campground, decide to tour down to Old Pint and back into town, then my credit card will have $40 on it or $60.
Again, subject to us being able to confirm what the technology can do. Yes, we would do it so that there'd be a exorbitant price where you would say, I don't want to do that. I would rather hire a bike for the day for whatever the daily cost is from one of the private operators. And we'd also, and again, this is conceptual at this stage, so I would envision us working with local operators to be able to promote the active transportation rental options that are available in the community at the campsite. So it's like, hey, when you get into town, you park the bike at its dock, at its station, and that would be an opportunity for us to promote the private rental options that are available in the town site. So now that you're here, see A, B, C, and D, if you like this experience and want to rent a bike for the day.
Thank you for that.
Deputy Mayor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I want to speak to that a little bit. Years ago, a program like this came to the municipality, and as a bike shop owner at the time, I came to council and spoke against it. However, when I spent time in Toronto at the FCM conference in the spring, my husband and I spent 3 days cycling around the city on those bikes, and they are for transportation, not recreation. It was, I think, $1 to undock it and $2.50 up to 30 minutes, and every minute after that was $1. I don't see this as being direct competition to our bike shops, because it's to get from one point to another, you dock it. If you want to tour around out to the lakes, I wouldn't want to see these bike stands out Lake Ned or Lake Eden. That's for the private rental companies. But I do really like the idea of using this as just public transportation.
I would just add, whipping the same horse, that I am supportive of the initiative, but I would be opposed to sorting out docking stations without a transportation master plan. It's really important where you dock these bikes. They are going to have an economic impact, and I think it's worth planning that out in advance. So while I support the idea of an alternative transportation method to get people from the campgrounds into town, which will not further stress our parking situation, figuring out where to dock your bike is important, and I think it deserves to be properly planned. Otherwise, we are going to piecemeal ourselves to solutions, and it will be too late to consider a transportation master.
Here.
Councillor Colorado.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, to you, Mr. Gibbons. So we got 5 million from a federal grant, and now we have to put in 3 million. So to operate these buses going forward, what would the operational costs would be, the staffing for those buses, and we would probably need a technical mechanic. So to go down this road, what would you foresee as the operational costs yearly on the tax envelope for our community for this initiative?
Councillor Kelleher, thanks for the question. I will have to take that as an information request and come back to council. Right now, we're paying an operational contract, which includes fleet, so we're being provided fleet. And so in the future, we're likely to contract out the driving of the buses, which is quite common in other transit systems, where the municipality will own the buses and will contract the operation of those buses to somebody else. So I would need to go through and do a bit of looking to see how it would compare to our current system where we're contracting out sort of a turnkey solution. The model I wouldn't expect would be significantly different from the cost of our turnkey solution that we're doing here. And I don't have that specific to be able to show you today. Again, we are talking about a system that we're expecting to be operating in 2026. So things like energy costs, the ultimate procurement cost of the fleet. And I can say that on the technical support side, we certainly have a fleet department that generally could provide support for these buses. And one of our early considerations about what we would put in a request for proposals around the fleet would be to ensure that there is enough support available in the local region. There are many manufacturers of EV transit buses. There are currently Consolidation and Change, one of the large manufacturers, I think has ceased operations or has been recently sold. And so we would look to partner with a company that has existing fleet in Alberta, maybe in one of our sister agencies like Rome, where they do have EV buses in operation, or City of Edmonton Transit, which has in the past done procurements of EV buses and allowed other municipalities to join in their procurement. So we're looking at all of those options and considering the ongoing support for the buses and how we would be able to have that. Because certainly we wouldn't expect to have on-site technicians for these. And I would imagine that any municipality of our size would have that on the electrical side. That said, we are looking at greening our fleet and incorporating more EV vehicles. So I think it's something that our fleet department is becoming more accustomed to than certainly in the past when we didn't have any. And so it's not going to be a complete unknown, but these are large specialized vehicles. And they more than likely for any community of our size would require specialized fleet mechanics to be able to work on.
Councillor Dakota.
Thank you. I just go off screen because I realized when I was watching the YouTube playback from yesterday that my ugly mug takes up the whole half screen, so it's a bit embarrassing. I don't know where the mayors of the resort communities are at with advocacy to the province, but I think maybe moving forward with a strategic plan on building champions within our communities and start moving forward to get some pressure on the provincial government, on our ministers, to start looking at committing to resort municipality status. Because regardless if we're talking e-bikes or any other initiative, when 32% of our overall budget is directly related to tourism, a lot of our initiatives and things that we need for a community to sustain itself just for the residents is becoming more difficult. So we're going to hit a crux soon, and if we're not facing it right now, I feel like it's going to happen sooner than later, and we really need to, I believe, collectively put pressure on the provincial government. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. I might ask Director Malinchuk, of the funding from restricted reserves in 2024. Do you identify yourself the particular restricted reserves from which the funding comes? So the capital budget just shows RR for everything, but we have a number of reserves, including fleet reserve and fixed asset reserve and so forth. So do you have a spreadsheet that tells you what we're taking from each reserve for next year for 2024? And do I already have it?
Yes, your worship, actually in the booklet they have page 53, there's a capital funding sources and the RR is then broken down further into all of the reserves where we would be taking the funds from. So you can see it there. I generally, yes, I have to come up with an idea of where to pull from, but completely open to.
So on that page, which I was looking at, just by absolute luck, the transportation and parking reserve, there is on the right-hand side, $289,000 shown. Is that amount the amount in the reserve or the amount coming out of the reserve for 2024?
That is the amount coming out.
And can you tell me what is left in?
So then if you look at page 51, the projected year end for that area will be 481,849. We will be putting 100,000 in, we'll be taking 289 out, leaving a 292,859 balance. But yes, there is potential funding available. I tend to not try to deplete. So that's my where I try to be conservative. But as you can see, other reserves also have larger amounts estimated at the end of 24.
And have we imposed limits on ourselves for the size of any particular reserve, that reserve in particular? So have we said it will never go below some amount?
Well, some of them do not have below. We have target where we would like to accomplish and attain. I don't remember. I'll have to look up the policy for that one specifically. I haven't memorized it yet. Let me know if anyone finds it before I do.
Well, rather than look, I can do this in a different way. I am going to relinquish the chair to Deputy Mayor Hall and make a two-part motion. That motion would be that committee amend the operations capital budget by changing the status of transportation master plan update to funded in 2024 and direct administration to identify the appropriate reserve source for that funding.
Thank you. Thank you for your motion, Mayor Adams. Is there any debate on the motion?
If I could just speak
Yeah,
to
go
it.
ahead. Yes. Would you like to speak to the motion?
I would, thank you. As you've heard, I think that we need to engage in planning. It's a critical component of a healthy community to plan for the future. We have been long delayed in updating the transportation master plan. There's much that hinges on it. I think that it might be appropriate to take funding from the transportation reserve, if that is permissible, but I think the motion allows some discretion for administration to find the most appropriate source, but I would simply like to see it funded so we know that we can proceed. And I recognize the questioning or the line of questioning from Councillor Melman that maybe that amount is not the right amount, but that will come out in the wash, so to speak. But I would like to see it funded for this year so we can proceed. Otherwise, I fear that we are going to just bump along without a plan, and we will wind up in a situation where we are somewhere that we have never expected to be. Planning is critical, I think. So I make that motion and recognize that it takes all of council, and I appreciate the comments from administration that they have already done the vetting. They have already listed priorities. I have been unable to find something to exchange this funding with, and it's an additional hit on reserves. But I think it's a priority that I would not want to see missed in this budget segment.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. In this conversation overall about transportation and the transportation master plan and our transit service, we are 12 weeks into our current service, and we've gone on with a service that was based on a recommendation. We've yet to hear formally from our residents. We've yet to go through a full operating year. I'm wondering if what we've planned and what we're going with is what our residents actually want. And, you know, in a transportation plan, I would really hope that there would be a opportunity for residents to comment and to provide input. Because if we're going ahead with a plan that isn't meeting the needs, you know, I see your support, you know, looking for support for a transportation master plan. But certainly we need to be providing the services that are ratepayers and our residents want. And I would definitely want to see that as part of the transportation master plan process.
Councillor Devoda.
I agree, and there's going to be a lot of components, and I already spoke to it earlier. I think we have to understand our asks, and we have to understand what our targets are with a lot of them. Hopefully there's some good stuff that will come out that we don't target. But I think having our ducks in a row and really looking at focusing on what we think our needs are, and we do need to have some public consultation. A lot of that will come out of it. So I support this one.
Thank you, Councillor Devoda. Any other comments or debate from council? Councillor Waxer.
I also support this.
Councillor Keller. Councillor Keller-Randy.
I agree, going forward, we need to know what we're doing, and we do need to hear from our community and our residents. You know, as Councillor Melnick just said, you know, we're 12 weeks into this new service, and there was a pilot project during COVID for the campgrounds that was 12 weeks, it's the summer. You know, we're spending a lot of money. It's 3 million from our reserves and loans on top of the 5 million. So I think, you know, this should be part of our master plan as well.
Thank you, Councillor Keller-Randy. Any other?
I will close.
Okay, excellent.
You can speak first,
I also do support this motion. Mayor Ireland, would you like to close your close?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. And just to address the issue raised initially by Councillor Melnick and supported by others. My understanding is that the transportation master plan update will significantly include opportunities for public engagement. So I'm expecting that, and I think I heard that earlier from Mr. Gibbon when he spoke to the matter. So and I see a nod from him. So yes, I agree that the planning will have to include the community for sure, but that's really the essence of why we need the plan, to make sure that we are serving the community appropriately.
I see no further hands. I just want to make sure administration understands the motion. And I will call the question. All in favor? There are none opposed, and that motion is carried. And I will hand the chair back over to Mayor Ireland.
Thank you for that. If there are not, sorry, Councillor Delarampe.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. To you, Mr. Gibbon. How long does funding stand, like the grant of $5 million? So to make a decision, I mean, like there's a lot of debt that we're funding this year with the activity center, the arena, the aquatic center, and now we're proposing an operation building for transportation without a master plan. So if we were to put a hold on all of this till the master plan was done, how long does the funding, like when we got the funding for the arena, the ice campus, we got it in 2020, I think, and we have to spend it by such a date. What is the terms around the grant?
Under this grant, the money needs to be expended by December 31st, 2025.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Delarampe. We are now in a position, I think, where we should look to motions both for the operations budget and for the capital budget as slightly amended. Unless there are further amendments to either, and that would begin with the positions that have been proposed. So I would look for any councillor to begin that process for us. Deputy Mayor Hall.
I will start, and I would like to recommend that committee bring forward the addition of the grounds labor position as presented.
Direct administration.
Direct administration to bring forward the addition of the grounds labor position as presented.
Is there any debate on that motion? Take it sufficiently clear for administration. So that would be an addition for the budget to be brought forward. Now we're thinking December 5th. Councillor Delarampe.
May I ask a question, Mayor Ireland? I should have probably asked this earlier and I didn't think of it, but there's two positions that we didn't fill for all of last year. Do you still see the necessity of both of those positions? Or could one of them not happen in order, seeing as we went a year without them?
Your worship, to respond to Councillor question, we didn't have any to go of it by not getting those positions filled. It's been a hard year. We anticipate filling those positions going forward.
Thank you.
Your worship, if I may, just to supplement, a part of one of the positions is specific to supporting cemetery operations. Right now, it's being handled by our legislative services coordinator. We're looking forward to being able to rationalize that work so it's all happening in one place and to be able to offload that in some manner. So I would support what Director Greathead is saying. The one position, despite the delay in filling, is still really very important to the ongoing operation of this valley in a bunch of different areas.
Thank you for that. Councillor Demota.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't have an issue supporting these to move forward. That's not to say that when it comes to decision time that I will be supporting it then, but I think it's good to get everything onto the docket so that we can go through and prioritize our budget add-ons. Thank you.
Are there any other debates with respect to the motion? Councillor Malik?
I was just gonna echo Councillor Demota's comments of getting it into the revised budget document with the understanding that when we go through and we see the final impact of the changes, then we have an opportunity to return to each of the operating departments and make the necessary changes to get to a budget number we're comfortable with.
That is accurate. If there is no further debate, I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. Are there any further motions for consideration related to the operational budget for operations? Councillor Waxer.
That committee of
Direct administration.
direct administration to for the addition of the energy and environment coordinator position as presented. And I make that motion echoing what Councillor Melnick said regarding the previous motion.
Thank you for that motion, Councillor Waxer, for clarity for administration. The motions to direct administration to bring back the operations budget, including that position, for consideration by council at a later date. Any further debate on that motion? I will then call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? There is one opposed. That is carried. And
No,
I'm sorry.
what we're doing is operating now.
We will do operating now. So operating as amended. Go ahead, Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Your Worship. I make the recommendation that the committee direct administration to bring forward the operations 2024 operating budget as amended.
Thank you for that motion, Councillor Melnick. Is there any debate? I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. And if we could turn now to the capital budget and keep this momentum for a few more minutes. Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I believe we've already amended the capital budget. We had a motion that amended that one line, so I'd make the motion that committee direct administration bring forward the operations capital budget as amended.
Thank you for that motion. Councillor Melnick, is there any debate on the motion? I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. Thank you, Mr. Greathead, assisted by others. You have been in the hot seat now for 3 hours. That's a new record. That's well done. It is a significant part of our budget and really focuses on a number of core issues with this priority for the municipality and the council. So thank you very much for that. And thank you, Mr. Gibbon and Assistant Director Malanta, for your contributions. We will turn to utilities next, but I think that we should take our lunch break now. It's close enough, so I would call for a recess now and we will reconvene at 1 o'clock and carry forward with the utilities portion of the operating and capital budget for utilities.
Thanks for the
Thank
heavy
you
lift.
all.
Really appreciate you guys. Sorry I can't be there. Pardon the interruption.
Good afternoon, welcome back. I will call us back into session. We got, well, I hope more than halfway through agenda item 3.4 this morning. We still have the utilities portion to contend with, so back to you, Director Greathead, to present the operating budget for utilities and followed by the capital budget.
Thank you, Your Worship. As I mentioned in the operations section, I hope this works. With the operations budget, I'm just going to go briefly over how the services provided under the utilities envelope of our services. So that includes solid waste removal, recycling collection, and material processing, our composting program. We also operate a Class 2 water treatment plant and water distribution system, a Class 2 wastewater collection system, and we provide contract management and capital project management for the Class 4 wastewater treatment plant. We provide engineering and design services, capital projects, procurement management, emergency water and sewer repairs, leak detection, and right now one of our biggest activities in that area is the development of the utilities master plan. We're required to maintain regulatory compliance with Environment Canada and Alberta environment protected areas. So we have monthly reporting that we're required to perform and make sure that we are in compliance. We perform required maintenance of infrastructure, including our annual unidirectional flushing program to clean out and scour the water mains. We do sewer cleaning with the jet water truck and CCTV camera inspections. We do stormwater system cleaning and reporting to Environment Canada on that as well. We provide asset management and GIS services. We report volumes of materials and manage cost recovery with Alberta Recycling Management. With Alberta Recycling Management Authority for some of the programs such as the paint, electronic waste, tires, and the programs that they're managing. And then this one's better. Sorry, we're working up towards our meeting the mandate for extended producer responsibility program, and then contract management for our materials brokers. Regarding the operational budget, we have no position requests in this area. But we are seeing an increase in our transfer reserve from the utilities budget. And our capital budget, the major increase that you'll see is we want to go from $50,000 per year to $150,000 per year for a water valve replacement program. It's a more aggressive approach than we've taken in the past for our infrastructure. But I think that's just goes to is speaking towards the amount of work that we're going to need to take for replacement of the valves. $50,000 a year just is not sufficient.
It's still working, I like that.
Yeah. So again, within the utilities, we're increasing our focus on proactive capital replacement. And again, we're working on making sure that we are ready for the EPR, the Extended Producer Program responsibility. extended producer responsibility program as it rolls out. I have registered our community as part of the EBR program, and significant changes to the EPR will be noticed in 2025. And if there's any questions or any information required from council, I'm available for any answers.
All right, thank you, Mr. Greathead. I wasn't sure if you were fiddling again with the microphone. Thank you for that presentation. Questions from councillors? Councillor Keller.
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Through you to Mr. Greathead. Mr. Greathead, can you outline the recycling operations and how they will improve? Because you had said that going forward into the budget that we're going to do things differently for 2024.
There's an intent right now that we're going to be segregating our systems. Right now, it's a kind of free access, unmonitored, unsupervised at both our collection sites, both at the industrial park and at the activity center or beside the museum, that parking lot. What we're going to need to do is we're going to need to segregate the material so that all the industrial, commercial, and institutional materials, which is not covered under the EPR program, be contained in one place, and the residential and household waste goes to another area. Our intent right now is to make sure that we have the activity center parking lot depot or area turned into a more functional depot, better control of access, and some site monitoring in there to make sure that we're not getting industrial, commercial, institutional materials dropped there. Those will have to be going to the asphalt parking lot or that depot we have on our spot. And that's where we're going to need to really segregate our streams. We've made some moves towards that, and we'll be defining those areas within 2024. We have got a trailer, second trailer for the plastics that we have at the activity center. It's been built, and that's going to be stationed over at the S-Block parking lot, or sorry, depot, and to be able to really manage our streams anyways. And again, the EPR program, it'll only cover the residential materials, and so that's why we're going to need to segregate.
Thank you for that.
Other questions from councillors? Councillor Keller.
I'm going to ask you about Sandy Dam, and if you can give us an update and the expected date that that building will be opened and how we may see some revenue streams from that.
Your worship, to speak to that question, right now we finally have been able to get our site registered with access gas so that we could actually get a meter. So that kind of held us up for a while. It was a bit problematic getting that application, and this week we have contractors back on site finishing the install of the plumbing and the mechanical systems going in. Most of the electrical work has been completed on that site. I'm hoping that we have this up and running by mid-January at the latest. I was hoping to have this completed in August. We were set back, difficulty sourcing contractors and contractor availability, which really delayed the launch of this. But I think we're on track to within 5 to 6 weeks. I would expect it to be operational. I will be coming to council to set a new rate for a bulk water system. Right now, it's charged at the residential rate. Typically across the province, water at bulk stations goes for retails for $10 to $12 per cubic meter, whereas right now I think we're charging $1.43. We are going to have a card lock system in there so that users will have account holders that will be able to access and then it'll directly bill the system. We've got a cellular modem on there so the data transfer can happen instantaneously over to our utilities when the cleared. Our sandy dump is going to work the same way. We're going to have a charge for service to use the sandy dump. Sorry, we're looking at charging for the sandy dump side of charging for the use of sandy dump as well, and that'll be presented to the council for a decision.
Thank you for this, Mr. Grayhead.
Mr. Grayhead. I note in the operating budget for utilities by object type, there is a significant transfer from reserves in 2024 and greatly diminished in 2025 and 2026 with an offsetting, I guess, increase in levies in those years. So is the transfer from reserves in 2024 simply to cushion the blow of increasing levies, or is there some other purpose for that transfer in the operating budget?
Your worship, I might be able to look at that for you. There, having problems with all of these mics. So there are some transfers of reserves that will go. We've discussed it before, but it's basically the debt wasn't taken out in 2023 as anticipated, so now it'll come out in 2024. So what we'll do is take, I'll come back to council and I'll come back to council. I'll come back to council and we'll have a request for decision to transfer to reserves so that it can transfer out in 24 to offset the payments that will occur in 2024. So that is definitely some of them. There's also a change due to the transfer of oh shoot, sorry. Transfer from reserves, a small change just because of a transfer internally for capital items that we still held there. We're reducing that impact to the operating, but not completely this year. But the biggest impact is those transfers back to the reserves and out again. Now, there was wastewater treatment plant, but we'd also planned on potentially borrowing for the RCMP lot development, and that didn't occur. So the utilities will definitely, like, you've already seen the debt application and go through that process, so that'll be starting to pay in 2024, and then once things start for the RCMP development, we will pull the debt for that, so I moved that over to 2024 as well. So that's why you see those ups and downs.
All right, so more information to come, I take it, but I appreciate that explanation. I don't though see in the expense line much of a change with respect to the financial service charges, which I would anticipate would be the debt servicing. So that does diminish a little bit, but only by $100,000 roughly over say 25 compared to 24 and 26 compared to 25. It's the same. So the debt financing seems to be stable, but the transfer from reserves that is so high in 2024 and then much less. Still struggling to understand where those transfers that are coming in as revenue are going.
Well, and it's a diminishing, we're also diminishing that capital rollover into 2020 or into the operating budget. So that's one impact for sure.
If I can continue there, then Mr. Greathead, under contracted services, again, looking at that project budget, contracted services are about $40,000 higher this year compared to last year, but then they reduced by something close to $200,000 in each of the next 2 years. What is the explanation for that reduction?
Your worship, I can look at that a little bit deeper, but because it's further down the line, I will need a little bit more time to analyze exactly what you're looking for your answer there.
And I'm going to assume that the majority of those contracted services are the operation of the wastewater treatment plant. So I don't know whether there's a capital component built in there that gets less or what that is. I'm happy to see a slight reduction, but be equally interested to know why below for us. Councillor Milne can answer the question for me.
No, I'm just gonna add to it, your worship. The reason I'm gonna add to it is 2023, contracted services were at the 2,320,000. And we were forecasting in the lookout for 2024 to be only 1.9 million, 1.923. But what we have is 2.362. In other words, last budget, we were looking at contracted services to drop by 440,000, when in fact it's actually gone up for 2024. So the bigger number I'm looking at is why from last year to this year is at 444,000. Why in that last year's budget was it 440,000 less? What changed for 2024? Is that you know where I'm going with that? Yeah. Okay.
Your worship, through to Councillor Melnick. Yes, so there has been an increase in wastewater treatment plant on operational costs in contracted services. So that's the major impact that you're seeing there for 2024. And it was not initially planned because I think that there were some unforeseen circumstances that occurred this year to impact that decision to increase the amount. Yeah.
I can add to that. They do have, the contract does have a built-in CPI matching. So we did experience a pretty significant jump the previous year when CPI was at about 8%. So that was a significant hit. That was a significant hit that was unexpected or really unforeseen, having such a high increase in that year. And so then that just, it compounds again the further year on. We have had to also have a fair bit of mill rate services incurred, just helping with some of the capital projects going in. The contracted operator, Aquaterra, sends down extra staff just to make sure that when these projects are going on, that they have the means to address stuff, fix stuff, repair stuff as the projects are going through. So we have seen a little bit more of an increase in activity and response from Aquaterra at the time.
With the additional staff that would come down, would some of that not also though be capital or, and the CPI increase, should that not follow through down the road here? In other words, looking at contracted services going down, seems that that's not the way it had trended, based on last year.
Your worship, Councillor Melnick, no, but we're also going to be completing an awful lot of the capital projects. We have the centrifuge project that we've had some issues with. That one has been very problematic. We also have the replacement of the UV bulbs. That's our final tertiary treatment before the water is released into the Athabasca. That project will be complete next year, as well as the replacement of the blowers and fans and blowers. Those projects are all due to be finished by this summer coming.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Well, we'll go back to it. And Mr. Greathead, with respect to the regular operating budget, so not by object, on the revenue side, are you or Director Melnick able to break down the revenue stream for water supply and distribution and sanitary sewage service and treatment between the three C's of our rate structure?
Currently, your worship is set up as just one levy, as I had some more work to do with that. So, and I believe that might have been what I was thinking. Oh, I was supposed to have something ready for council today, and that was one. So, I can have that ready for our next meeting for information purposes. I just hadn't dove into it because it wasn't necessary at that moment to get the full amounts needed.
It's fair enough. It may not be strictly necessary for the budget. The amount we need is confirmed.
Exactly.
But for subsequent discussions down the road, and for public discussions with people who talk to me on the street, it would be nice to know the apportionment between consumption, capital, and connection.
Definitely, for sure.
Other questions? Seeing nothing, I would go on, sir, Councillor Keller-Ramsey.
Thank you, Mayor, and to you, to Mr. Greathead. So have we completed contracts with Jasper Park Lodge and outside areas for the picking up of providing for sewage treatment? I think last year you were still working on some of those and they were in there.
Your worship, to answer Councillor Keller-Ramsey's question, we did have a plan to install a meter on the sewer line coming in from through the Whistler's line and catching out along on 93A. When we had bid the project out, we built the project out, the amount that I had requested, which I still feel was more than ample. It was a half of what the quotes were. I saw that as an exorbitant expense, And so we've decided, we discussed it internally, that we would defer that project, not spend that money. And then we kind of determined that the value of putting that meter in is so incremental of what we'd see as a payback that maybe we were better off with just leaving the formula as it says right now. I think I can't remember the exact numbers, but I think if we had $200,000, quotes were coming in, and if I use that, the quotes that would come in were about $460,000. It just didn't make any sense to us at all.
Thank you for that.
Councilor Donovan?
Thank you, Worship. I might just follow along with Councillor Keller, MP. The formula that we use, we just talked about CPI and the opportunity to increase. Is there a built-in escalating clause in that particular line? Or, for example, with through the campsites, through the Whistler campsite, we're not metering that based on the volume that they consume.
It's not really, I guess I can, there's no cost indexing or automatic bumps. The formula is based on the number of campers occupying the site and an estimated quantity of wastewater produced per camper per day. And so that's how the costing formula works for that. We do have meters on the outlying properties, and we do meter the water on the line. We put a meter just south of the Stan Wright Boulevard, and that captures all the water that goes through that line to all those outlying properties on that leg. So we are actually being able to account for our water usage, and we don't think that we're that far off as to have incurred that extra $200,000 to put the meter in.
Thank you. Appreciate the additional detail.
We'll again invite further questions regarding the utility operating budget, but if there are none, I would invite Director Greathead to continue with the utilities 5-year capital.
Thank you, Worship. I just want to, I guess I want to brag a little bit at this point. I gotta say it's been fantastic, the support that Council has provided to the department. When we talk about some of the activities, and most recently I was at a conference for the Alberta Wastewater Operators Association last week, and two of my utility staff were there with me, and when we were talking about the amount of service that we are able to provide, I'm definitely confident that we are probably the best in class, definitely for a municipality our size, but even comparatively to a city of 50,000, the services that we were able to provide within the utilities department, that's been the support the council has given us in the tools and in the training that we've taken. So, being able to do our own camera inspections reduces our costs and our project expenses. Also, we've been able to take in an awful lot of work in-house. 2 weeks ago, we completed 9 digs and repaired 9 sewer mains or sewer laterals coming out from the houses going into the sewer mains. So we completed 9 digs in 10 days. Previously we weren't doing that work ourselves; we were contracting it out. So again, that's a direct reflection of the investment that the community has made into the department. We're seeing a lot more work being done. So the carry forward items from 23 is the hydraulic modeling. That project is complete. Council has accepted that report. And we're using that to help build our utilities master plan. Service van replacement, that one is in the works. I guess that's going to be delivered shortly. And the $53,000 and $53,088 in the annual valve replacement program. That is actually insufficient to delete a poke a hole in the ground and replace a valve when we get down to it. We were looking at, taking, if we're going to dig a hole, quite often you'll see where there's a cross in the lines, you have 4 valves, all really closely located. We have a problem, the Hazel, with the lines right in behind the alleyway, by the A&W. So we wanted to replace 4 valves in there, and the quote that we got was about was almost $250,000 to be able to do that work, to replace 4 valves. So that's why we've asked for the amount to go from our typical $50,000 to $150,000. Take that work in house. We should be able to really affect some good renewals. We have completed our hydrant rebuilds, so we do about 20 hydrants a year. We constantly, we're out checking our hydrants, testing the performance on each of them. We measure the number of turns that so that they're operating, if they start getting stiff, or they have mechanical problems. We note them during the spring during our flushing program, and then throughout the year we go back and repair them. So we're on track to renew about 20 hydrants per year. So again, and going down into 2024, I can go through these. So the treatment process review capital plan. We use that. That's the money for our utilities master plan. Parcel CH servicing. We've begun work on that. We finally got a design from the RCMP, and we're using what they're giving and our engineering firm going back and forth. We're anticipating on having the scrolls relocated in this May on that site, and we want to have a bid package out in February, and we're aiming for a June, July construction of the road that needs to go in along there. That's the CH lot. The enclosed trailer, that was one that we had asked to reallocate funds for, and that we used towards buying the new Untitled Chapter. Chlorine analyzer, that's been replaced. The interactive website water treatment facility tour, the camera work's been done for that. Mr. Michaud has been doing labeling on it, and it is kind of a neat system that they got. We will have that up on our websites shortly. But it goes in and you can actually have a virtual look at the wastewater treatment plant and click on an object, and it'll tell you, no, this is a chlorine analyzer. This is our fire extinguisher. This is our fall arrest system. And it's just meant to give the community some understanding of what we need to do and what goes on at the wastewater treatment plant or at the water treatment plant. We're also doing the same for certain areas of the wastewater treatment plant. Utility master plan is underway. So 2024, we're asking for $40,000 for leak detection equipment. We need some, when we do have numerous leaks, we just contract out this service. As was reported in council earlier this year, we did have that one major leak that was going for about at least 14 months. And we're losing about 1.3 million liters per day out of that water leak. And it was one of those ones that took us more than a year to find. We dug more than a dozen test holes. We had 3 service providers, all with different technology, trying to find that leak in there and stop our water loss. So we want to have the materials to be able to deploy this, deploy leak detection equipment. ourselves, take that task in-house. And hopefully not have to wait months and months after suspecting that we have a leak to be able to round up a contractor to come in and work with us to try and find it. When we do contract out that service, we're looking at $10,000 for a 3-day visit for the contractor. That is a minimum to deploy the equipment, and then they're providing accommodations and such. Well, VFDs, the VFD, it's a variable frequency drive. It is they're typically known as a soft start. So what that does is the pumps in their pump buildings, they ramp up as demand is needed. And so they constantly fluctuate in power and performance and how much they're pumping. And these VFDs usually have a lifespan of about 7 years. So before we get into some problems, and we need to replace those. So each well has their own VFD, and they're quite expensive. A VFD for a small unit like an HVAC unit costs about $7,000. So some of the larger ones we need for 75 horsepower pumps and motors. That's why the cost is so significant. The same with the MCC. So that's your motor control cabinets or centers. And that's been kind of, it's on the books to be replaced. We did some thermal imaging, and we noticed that there are some hot spots in the existing panels, and that's what prompted this item to be put onto our capital plan for this year. And then infrastructure replacement tooling. So that's just more of our equipment that we need to go down. Recently, we've been renting some equipment, such as a guillotine saw, which is a lot safer to use for cutting pipes than the gas-powered two-stroke saw. So this is just to be able to work in a safer manner, as well as I'm sure that council has been made aware that now we use trench boxes all the time, trying to reduce the size of our excavation. But using the trench boxes is also quite limiting because they are so small and confined, and it's just better equipment to be able to get down into those tight spots and do the job safely. We have a $1 million water meter upgrade project that is unfunded. I see funding application. We have been in contact with several meter providers, and they are eagerly awaiting us putting it out for tender on APC. So if we are approved for funding, that's a project that can be ready to roll. And the last one is the commercial water meter replacement program too, and that's the same thing. There's much less commercial properties, but those meters are usually of a larger size, and they are quite a bit more expensive. Whereas a residential meter for your house costs about $800. A meter for one of the hotels with a 4-inch service, for a 4-inch service, might actually be $7,000. So it's an exponential increase on these meters, depending on the size. And I guess that's all I have to say on that. I'll stop there. So that's on the water side. If there's any questions.
Thank you for that. Director Greathead, I see there are questions. I will just say that I would never have thought that it's called a guillotine would be the safe choice. Councillor Keller-Grampi.
Thank you, Mayor Ryan, Mr. Greathead. On the water meters for commercial and residential, if they're 800, per unit, would that go back on the bill to the resident, or is that just part of the overall bill for utilities?
That would be blended in, as just a meter, life cycle, replacement. With the water meters continuously, especially in our well water where we have hard water, there's a lot of mineral deposits in there, so the effectiveness gets lessened. They become less accurate over time. So there's a bit of loss. If we were to replace the meters, we would see a slight increase in the consumption, I would expect. It would show that way, but again, that's just the cost of doing business and running a utility system.
Thank you for that.
Director Greathead, with respect to the servicing of parcel CH, what portion of that cost would be attributable to offsite levies?
Well, Director Malinchuk's finding out the specific to that. I'll also note that what you see on the water table is only half of that. There's the other balances on the wastewater side, so it's reflected in a couple of spots here. Director Malinchuk, do you have the detailed breakout of that total project, how much would come from levies? Council has previously heard that the RCMP agreed to pay for their portion of what would ultimately be of local improvement levies upfront. And so when we have the costing for the project, they'll pay that out. And then the remainder parcels that benefit from the service would pay that. And so it's essentially 2/3 of the European Director project. Do you have that at hand?
I don't have it at hand. That was last year's budget and rolling over to this year's. So I have to look up the other budget to have the exact numbers.
That's fine. Again, at any point, it's just of interest how that all settles out eventually. Other questions for Director Greathead concerning the water portion of the capital budget? If there is nothing else, I would invite Mr. Greathead to go ahead with the sewer component of the capital budget.
Thank you, Your Worship. Start off with the carry forwards. We have a $17,930 line. That's for abandoning trailer park manholes. Now that's specifically for the sewer connections that are over in the trailer park area of town. And because when those have to be repaired and replaced, they're made of asbestos concrete pipe, so it's costly removal and landfill. So there's an extra increase, an atypical cost to doing that work in that specific area of town. So that's what that line item is for. The mainline camera for structural assessment, we've purchased that. We've had the sewer crawler camera. We put that to great use. Last year when we rolled it out, we had contemplated and had received quotes to repair some sewer mains and lateral connections, mainly by Mr. Finley's property, and in that area. And that quote was over $930,000 to fix 18 services. When we deployed that camera, we were actually able to see that not every property was affected on that line. There was a few that were, and then we were able to do spot repairs. And again, that's part of the 9 digs that we did the last 2 weeks, and we had done that the year before. So we were able to really effectively repair that for about $180,000. As opposed to the $930,000 that we were told it was going to cost. So that robot camera, I'd say that project's very successful, and it's already been purchased. Sanitary, DRV, sanding down bulk water station, I've reported on that. The sewer flow meter. So that's the one that we weren't gonna go through, so it's 116,075 was left on that. We did spend some money on the design, the design of the vault and getting our bid package together. But again, when that price came in, it was more than $200,000 over budget. Wastewater treatment, annual capital requirements, so that is all of the projects that I mentioned previously. That's the centrifuge, the blowers, and the UV system. Those are all in progress. The centrifuge is nearing completion. The UV bulbs, we have 90% drawings and engineering completed, and we've already committed to the purchasing. And the blowers are at about 60% drawings, and they're about ready for tender as well. Lateral downsize repairs, so that is the project that we specifically use that or reflects on that work that I was saying that we just took in-house using the sewer crawler camera to identify where we need to dig, and that's what that works for, and that work's been ongoing. So again, in 2024, we had our wastewater treatment annual capital requirement, and that work's been going on continuously. Another 120,000 this year for the downsize repairs. I believe that we're completed that project. The wastewater treatment plant solar farm feasibility study. We were approached by ATCO. They wanted to partner with the town and take over the feasibility and the production of the solar farm of the wastewater treatment plant. So Mr. Given and I, as well as representative from ATCO and representative from Parks Canada, did have a discussion, had a sit-down meeting, and where the project was presented. It was gone to Parks now for a bit of policy review, and we still need to find out, if there's any obstacles or any holdbacks to be able to keep that project rolling on. Parcel CH servicing, that's the road that we're gonna build beside the RCMP lot. And that project, it includes not just the road, but we're gonna have to trot the power lines. They're gonna be buried below ground, as well as install water and sewer services along that road that everyone can tie into. And there's some stormwater work. So far, what we've done is engineering has been met, and we've gone through all that work. And we've got some preliminary designs done with that. So there's $1,000 for the wastewater treatment plant tour, the virtual one. That again will be up on the website. The sandy dump, rapid assessment system. So that was we were able to buy a inline flow meter that we were able to deploy on the sewers. So we've used that to verify the wastewater flows coming along that 93 line, and that's where we were able to determine that the benefit of putting that meter in would take a long time of cost recovery. We weren't far off from where we wanted to be. Sandy dump control building still on. So in 2024, going forward, there's still the annual capital requirement at the wastewater treatment plant, 2.6 million. And then we have the wastewater treatment plant security fencing. We're having problems with the elk and the bear getting in there. There was a family of 3 grizzlies that kept the aquatic staff in there for the whole day until park staff could come out and haze them out of the site. So we got to do some work on that. As well as we're getting an awful lot of tourists go in there to see the elk. So we're working on that. The sanitary mainline spot relighting. We know that there's some problems with with many of our sewers, especially the older clay tile that was installed many decades ago. There's every single clay tile, they come in about a 2-foot section. And so, when you got kilometers of sewer main with a connection every 2 feet that are just a valid spigot fitting, the heaving and they just wear out. And so what we're looking at doing is an in situ lining. Usually what they consist of is an epoxy sock that gets inflated and then cured in place. And so it just relines the sewer. It's much cheaper and effective and efficient than digging up a whole road and placing a section of pipe. And then the sludge truck, so this is at the wastewater treatment plant, we have one truck that's dedicated to taking their biosolids out of the centrifuge and then goes to the drops load off of the wastewater treatment plant. We produce about 12 yards per week of the biosolids that has to be relocated. The old truck that's there is it's pretty much rotted. Or it's in a really nasty environment. The biosolids are quite acidic, attacks the metal. It doesn't last long, so you need another vehicle sooner than later for that site. And that's about it for now. So I'm available for questions.
Thank you for that, Director Greathead. Just for that very last point, knowing that sludge trucks are exposed to that particular environment, do they make them out of something other than metal that won't corrode in the same way?
Your worship, I think we're going to be insisting on a stainless steel box. That will make a huge difference. The last one had an epoxy liner in the box, and that's good until there's a little tiny tear in that epoxy layer, and then the metal gets eaten. And then it's just driving around the waste transfer station where the biosolids are kept that gets splashed onto the undercarriage. The truck doesn't get cleaned enough. There's many reasons, but the one we're relying on right now is definitely on its last legs.
Thank you for that, Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Director Greathead. I was intrigued with the robot camera, the difference between what we would have been charged and what we paid, I guess, to repair a dig. There was significant money, so a good investment. What are the chances of us retailing that to other jurisdictions now that we have the camera? Is it something that we could, with our staff expertise, potentially in close by jurisdictions, make some additional revenues from that?
I haven't really been approached like to provide that service, but there's often times where I'll get help. You know, can you help here? My most recent example would be where I last worked as a Fox Creek. They had a problem with the sewer. I would have deployed our staff, one staff for the day, to go there to assist them on a cost recovery basis. But we weren't familiar enough with the camera, and I didn't want to get $120,000 camera stuck in somebody else's sewer line. So now that we've got the skill, we've built up the experience on how to make sure that we're not going to get that camera stuck anywhere. If a neighboring community were to reach out and say that they need our services, I would definitely want to be able to provide that. There are many other local companies, or not local companies, but regional companies that provide the same service. But that usually goes, I'd say, about a $7,000 a day cost is what it would cost for, say, a company like Amtrak. And sometimes the cameras are a little more specialized than ours. We were looking for some problems we're actually looking to see where some of the lines were coming in and out of the activity center for the sewer. Over the years, there's been some lines that have been cut and capped and new lines added in that weren't on the drawings and stuff. Our camera wasn't sufficient actually to go up into the smaller lines. So that's, you know, you need a specialty service for that. But for the major sewer main system or the wastewater collection system, that camera would be available. And again, I would ballpark a rate at $140 an hour for cost recovery, if we were to help another community out.
Thank you, appreciate that detailed explanation, and your worship, we're just going over here because it would appear that we need a motion very shortly.
I had anticipated this, however, I think not. We are on yesterday's meeting today,
Okay,
and we extended the meeting yesterday over 4 hours, and it's the same meeting, so I'm not sure that we do, but I was anticipating that. Thank you, Councillor Melnick.
all right, well, I was stand corrected, and yesterday I should have extended the meeting for 2 days.
Well, you extended beyond 4 hours, and we are certainly well beyond 4 hours.
Yeah. Thank you.
Other questions for Director Greathead, Deputy Mayor Hall?
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. This is a fairly broad question, but we've been using this utility rate model for almost 2 years now. And we went with a bit of a middle of the road approach when we voted it. And I'm just curious which equated to maybe $50 a month extra per residence. I'm just wondering if that's happening. Are there still discrepancies aside from having winter bleeders? And I'm wondering how it's going.
I can provide my input. I'm thrilled that we're actually at a break even. You know, that's one of the findings of Walkerton, is that your utility system should and must be self-funded. It's got to be survivable on its own legs and on its own merits, and we're there. So that was a big goal of mine to get us there and make sure that, you know, we weren't supplementing our utilities with tax dollars. So that it's a standalone system in my mind. I'm quite happy with it.
Just a question for finance. Are there still discrepancies with residents? I know there was probably complaints in the beginning, but have those slowed down, or are we?
Your worship, through to Deputy Mayor Hall. They have slowed down significantly for the office. I don't know if anyone else is hearing anything, but yes, for us it's slowed down, and the budgets are still aligning quite well, right? So we just posted for the 5th cycle of the year, and we're on target with water and sewer. I think we were 3% over in water, 6% over in sewer, but it'll slow down in November and December, obviously. So we're still catching up from the usage that we had over the summer. So we should be really close this year again.
Thank you.
Councillor Demota.
Thanks. I was kind of hoping you didn't forget I was still here. Been pretty silent. Yeah, you know what? I really liked hearing about the break even, and I still get beat up a little bit from people on the utility rates. And you know, as much as I defend that we weren't funding it properly in the past, I still get, you know, some of the sentiment that maybe we're doing too much too early. But I think no time was ever going to be a good time, and I think the way we're progressing out of this is good. I would like to, you know, advertise that a little more, that we've got to that break-even point, and it took us a while to get there, but at least now we're properly funding our infrastructure and levying for the right amounts. And if people know that, then they're not going to expect exorbitant increases down the road. I hope not. Anyway.
Mr. Greathead, I noted that on the sewer portion, there's no attribution of the utility master and infrastructure renewal plan. But I'm anticipating that it is equally a plan for water and for sewer. Does that plan encompass things that would be necessary for a development approval authority? In other words, that is not within our jurisdiction, but it is, we have to plan many things. Renewal of infrastructure is one, but does the renewal plan that you're working on contemplate those sorts of issues? I see that there are pump stations or lift stations at the west end of town, so that's not related to new development. That's upgrading existing, but when we get to parcel CH, do we need to be planning other utility infrastructure upgrades to accommodate development? And the same would apply for all the G parcels and potentially other development potential properties in the community.
Yes, Your Worship. That was actually the express intent of us going through this work. We had, as Mr. Gibbon always liked to say, you know, you got your knowns and you got your unknowns and your unknown unknowns. We had a lot of those coming up. We had no real data. And with the push towards densification and infill, it was becoming alarming to us when we didn't know what our capacities of our system were or what our weak points and our choke points were. So when you take an old single family house and put in $6 or an $8 on that property, you know, that's a significant increase in demand. Previous to this, or getting to where we are now, for an example, we had the expansion of the one hotel, but we weren't able to determine if it had a sewer capacity for another 88 rooms at that end of town. So we ended up having to, we compelled the proponent to do a sewer modeling study on that section and ensure that we had ample space in our sewer mains. So that's the express intent of this utilities master plan. It's going to be able to point us out where weak points are. It will focus where our capital upgrades and our investments should go, and it'll almost kind of triage our problems for us, is what we're intending to have.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Any other questions for Director Brayden? Councillor Wachter?
Please, this is not an area of expertise for me, so this may not be a very right question, but the annual capital requirement seems massive this year, and so could you explain what that actually is? And significantly lower in the future.
Your Worship, to speak to Councillor Waxer's question, it's just the way the phasing of the projects will be going. We had a plan that hadn't had much care or attention paid to it for 20 years. So we've been catching up, making sure we get the plant up and operational. So over the last few years, we've spent over $100,000 in the lab equipment upgrades. We spent about another $100,000 on SCADA equipment and all the monitoring equipment. So that the UV system that we're talking about, that's almost $1 million project on itself. And that the purpose of the UV is after the wastewater treatment process has happened, that's on the outflow to the Athabasca. It's the last line of defense. So all the water flows through these UV bulbs there in channels. It kills the bacteria or renders them inert so that they can't multiply. So that's our last defense to make sure that we're not harming the Athabasca. So like that one's $1 million project. The blowers are about $325,000. So unfortunately, none of this stuff is cheap at the plant. And again, that's just the way the projects are phasing in. We were trying to make sure we balance it by what's urgently needed and what we need to do today, and whatever we could defer and phase in to make it more manageable. That's what we're hoping to see.
Councillor Malik.
Thank you, Your Worship, and just to follow up to Councillor Waxer's question. I imagine the relationship with our provider, Aquaterra, has, because of this constant stream of investment, we work with them, of course, to make sure that the plant things are being done at the time and place and pace that they need. Any comments on the last year of operation with them and moving into the big investment here of the 2.6 million? Like you say, we're gonna almost not complete, but get us back up to a standard. They are happy with this pace of investment.
Your Worship, to speak to Councillor Melnick's comment, I don't know if they were given a choice. This is what we needed to do. They're a contract provider. What we did have was previously Suez, the contract operator, had a capital investment plan. When we had to change operators, we had Epicor renew and do a conditional assessment on the entire facility. And so they assessed every single item and piece of equipment in that facility. And then they were ranked it on its using a risk matrix. What would be the harm if this equipment failed? So it was all put into the risk matrix. When we transitioned from Epicor to Aquaterra, they had a chance to renew the capital plan. They were given access to a conditional assessment report. And so that plan actually hasn't changed much in 4 years. I had trouble getting some of it off the ground, namely because when we had Epicor do a lot of the preparatory work, like they had given us a tender ready package for the centrifuge project, but they lost interest when they didn't get the operating contract. So they didn't want to take it on. So then when we transitioned on Aquaterra, they needed their time to review it, and they were managing that capital project. So that's kind of how it was. Yeah, we haven't had any opposition or much concern expressed from Aquaterra about the pace of work that we've taken on. Like they were in agreement that we're doing the right things at the right time, and it's manageable by all parties. It's like no one's had any conflict with it.
Great, thank you for that. And again, a detailed explanation. And I think to Councillor Demota's point, we're on the right track, and we're in a national park where we're responsible for treating the waste from many, many visitors. So I'm glad to have that assurance and confidence in our operator, and that we're on again the right track to do the right thing.
Councillor Toya.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Mr. Greathead, Director Greathead. I'm sorry if I'm gonna get you to repeat this, but what kind of systems do we have in place going forward from municipal standpoint in routine inspections? And I'm only asking that because it's unfortunate that the community made this massive investment 20 plus years ago, and then we were told that there was some neglect in some areas, maybe a lot of areas, I'm not sure, to where we needed to get things back up to a higher standard. So what do we have in place other than, funding for replacement to ensure that we're not going to go down the same road again?
We're speak to Councillor Demota's question. We're there every day now where we work. as part of our licensing requirements, one of the benefits of working in a smaller town is that you can actually work in all four disciplines of the water, wastewater industry. I'm certified in all four branches of it. So water treatment, water distribution, wastewater collection, and wastewater treatment, as are almost all the other staff that we have. So we're accounting time from each of our staff that go in and they go review the process every day. We're interacting almost daily with the staff there. Problems noted, they get reported to me and to Mr. Michaud. And then we have bi-weekly meetings with Aquaterra to make sure that we're happy and they're letting us know about the problems. So sometimes it's just nitpicky. We go there and say, we noticed that your lunchroom was messy. We are managing this contract appropriately.
So I'm assuming you're staying here forever then. Okay, thank you very much for that. I appreciate it.
Councillor Keller.
Thank you, Aaron. Just on this subject, how often do we have to report to the Alberta government on?
We provide monthly reports from the wastewater treatment plant and annual reports to Environment Canada about the wastewater.
Thank you.
We also we report weekly. We're doing lab samples on our water. That gets submitted to the provincial health lab, and so we're doing samples daily, monitoring, and then we're sending out for third-party authentication weekly on our labs and stuff like that. So again, I think we're definitely best in class for our utility system now.
Mr. Greathead, or Director Greathead, a question where I have two questions. First, no numbers involved, but as you indicated, you were talking about the last line of defense, and I'm going to come back to that. We discharge ultimately into the Athabasca River, a Canadian heritage river, but so does Hinton, and so do a whole bunch of communities. It's the same river until its final destination. As a community in a national park, federal jurisdiction, are we required to meet a higher standard for the discharge that we ultimately release than other communities, say in Alberta or elsewhere along the Athabasca River?
Before, Your Worship, 20 years ago, 22 years ago, when that plant was built, there was leadership targets built into the contract and into the design of the plant that were much more stringent than the current reporting guidelines. And we're still at that point. When we renewed the contract with Aquaterra, we have it built in that we're there to notify us when they're not meeting their performance standards. We're usually 200% of what the federal and provincial requirement is. For example, we make sure that our nitrogen, it's at a much lower level that we accept as the plant operating properly and being a pass. And there are performance incentives for Aquaterra to make sure that they're meeting those objective guidelines or those stewardship guidelines. So we are running that plant much better than legally required to. It doesn't actually show as much of an expense. It's just more diligence things to be done. We tighter monitoring and stuff like that to make sure that we're not in any exceedances. But our performance objectives are again much more stringent than AEP or Environment Canada's requirements.
But I take it you're saying that's a self-imposed reflection of our commitment to the environment and not a requirement imposed on us because of our location in a national park, legally imposed on us.
Right, we're exceeding the legally required limits.
Thank you for that. And the last question I had, you did mention in an earlier response about the UV treatment being the last measure of defense, or wording to that effect. I recall discussion 20-some years ago about the addition of an exfiltration basin. Do we still have that? So does the discharge go through the UV treatment and then still into the exfiltration basin before it hits the river?
Your worship, no, that engineered wetland, that wasn't actually, I don't believe it's ever been in play. One thing that we learned when we had the incident, when we had the clarifier breakdown a few years ago, and was we would have had we known about it and had it been available to us, we probably would have used that engineered wetland along with the response that we did take. But to my mind, it's never been a play.
Thank you for that. So that is, the UV is the last stand. Are there any further questions for Director Greathead? Councillor Waxer.
Not a question, but I was just thinking to myself that when we talked earlier about one of our strategic priorities is environment, that this is something to remember, that we significantly exceed the guidelines expected of us and are diligent about that.
If there are no further questions, I think we have been through both the operating and the
One more. Garbage.
Garbage reset.
Yes, when you thought you were there.
Yes. Looking forward to a recess, but let's do garbage and recycling first. Director Greathead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Okay, garbage and recycling, or solid waste and recycling. So the two carry forward items, we want to do a service review and just make sure that we're meeting all the efficiencies. And I had, I think, my first year here for the money to be able to do a review. Where I'm intending on using this money, and I would like to carry forward, is actually get some outside help to make sure that I get our EPR program right. So that's one area of review that I'm looking to get done. I was hoping to have a contractor here this November. It's not looking like it will happen until February now. Garbage bin replacement program, we are still doing that. We're finding a great value in taking some of our damaged and end of life cycle cans, garbage bins down to Hollow where they're manufactured, and they actually do a really good retrofit for us, and we're saving a ton of money by doing that. We're able to renew about 6 to 8 bins per year doing that. So that's why you see that again in their $60,000 line item going forward in 24 as well. The tin baler, we were able to purchase that. We came in under budget. I think it was about half the price of what we expected it. And we have baled a few loads of tin, the tin cans that we've been taking back. The trailer, the 53 foot, we asked for that one to be, those funds to be reallocated. So in 2024, there is a $70,000 request to make sure that we have the funding to be able to construct the facilities that we need, so that we're able to segregate the streams between residential and ICI material for EPR. And we have a $300,000 ask to remove and relocate garbage cans. So we know that we have a mix of garbage cans. Some are on private property, some are on public property. Some are kind of in no man's land, some are out in the streets. This is we would like to do a bit of a review on where the placement of the garbage cans are, and again, verifying if the system we're using is actually the most efficient. And our locations, make sure it's fair and equitable for everybody. So that's a project that we want to work on to make sure that we have a standardized approach for these garbage cans. As council noted or noticed in the past, that we've relocated them, and then as soon as we go to move a garbage can, council usually gets approached by directing to the new location of where they end up. So this is something that we need to have a better plan than just an ad hoc approach to our placement and our locations for this. And I think that's it. Take the questions.
Thank you again, Director Greathead. On that last topic then, overall, I see about $600,000 for garbage bin replacement and study of permanent locations. That's spread out over several years. I'm interested to know whether we could take any portion of that and reconsider a different system entirely. See videos of individualized garbage containers that will withstand impact from a relatively determined polar bear. And so, and I see Mr. Finley in the back, who's brought this up with us before. Other communities provide residents with garbage cans and they roll them out on garbage day. They get collected by a truck that runs around. We don't need the permanent facilities that we have now, and the challenges with arguing with leaseholders about whether it can go on their land or on public land adjacent to their house, all the rest of it. Is there any opportunity to incorporate that into any of the studies that you're doing? And long term, it also changes, of course, the dynamic of the garbage and recycling charges, because you can start charging people for what they actually produce rather than just a systems charge for the availability of the system.
Your worship, you wouldn't understand how happy that question just made me. I have been frustrated with our current system. I noticed that our current system has numerous problems. Accessibility being one of the major ones. Those beer-proof bins that we use right now, their lids are very heavy. I would not send a 7-year-old kid to go take a bag of garbage out. They're heavy. They are cumbersome. They're hard to service and very inefficient. I would love nothing better than to change how we do solid waste in the town. Having said that, with the recycling as well, as we go to EPR, were we to go to a 3-bin system, like most other communities, we would be much more ready to track their material volumes and their costs for providing recycling services, and then it would be almost an in and out transaction for our costs on the recycling end of things. So that's where we want to look. Is that's why I wanted to do a service review on our systems. I know that there's inefficiencies built in to our current system. The small size of the trucks that we use, the city can still eliminate. It's a frustration. I'm looking forward to digging my teeth into.
Mr. Kivett.
Your worship, I'm gonna be the wet blanket here. This is from a community that has experience with those sort of at curb pickup. One observation that I'd make, and a challenge for Jasper to consider, is the amount of at curb real estate that's available when you take in the relatively tight front yards that we have. I think particularly of the co-ops that are along Bonhomme towards Cabin Creek. And if you think about how much at curb open parking space there is there, which is really none because most of it is driveway, and any of it that is there is the small portions of the front yard example are taken up with vehicles. So there's one challenge that we would have to face as a community is in those areas where we have very small lots with limited curb frontage. It'd be challenging to have somewhere to take your bin out to. And then also during the summer months when we have visitors throughout the community, whether they're at HAs or wherever else. I think we all know that curb space is pretty limited in Jasper. And so the curbside pickup does depend on there being some curb at which you can leave your thing, your garbage can sitting. So Director Greathead's excitement aside, and your worship's obvious interest, I think we have to sort of mute expectations there a little bit, because there is not going to be an easy answer to waste collection for Jasper because of some of these factors that we have. National park, wildlife, limited curb frontage, small land base, all those things together will continue to make it a challenge that we're going to have to sort through.
Thank you for that. Mr. Finley, I see your hand. I will come back with approval from council. In the meantime, councillors, are there further questions for Mr. Greathead concerning the garbage and recycling capital budget? Councillor DeMona, go ahead.
Well, he knew I was going to come back with a question. I just wanted to say hi to Mr. Finley through my confuser.
Other questions? With the consent of council, Mr. Finley is the only resident who has actually shown up here either of these 2 days.
It's moral support.
We will be back December 6th, Mr. Finley, with real decision-making intent. And I would invite you, if you're interested in commenting, we will have an amended operating and capital budget at that time to review, and you could either
For the comments to that.
I would, and if you wish to make any sort of presentation, you could contact our administrative staff and appear as a delegation. But I think if you appear in any event and show a desire to speak, I would, again, with the consent of council, welcome you to do that. But the more appropriate time would probably be when we convene as council to consider the budget. Right now, we're just hearing presentations from administration. If there are no further questions of Director Greathead, we have a couple of motions with respect to utilities. As far as I can recall, no motion in respect to either operations or capital for amendments. So it's just presumably to direct administration to bring forward the utilities operating budget as presented and the capital budget as presented. If there are councillors prepared to make those motions, Councillor Calgary.
Katie, direct administration to bring the utility operating budget to December 5th presentation as presented.
Thank you for that. That's sufficiently clear. Is there any debate on that motion? I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. Thank you, Councillor Demota. I got that in. That motion is carried, and similarly, might I have a motion that committee direct administration to bring forward the utilities capital budget December 5th as presented. Councillor Waxer, thank you. And is there any debate on that motion? I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. So after 4.5 hours, Director Greathead, you have reached the end of this particular rayon, as I noticed in the capital budget.
With due respect, after 4.5 hours today and 7+ hours yesterday, we're actually 11.5 hours to get to this point.
But he was 4.5 just today. All right, after that monumental stretch, I will call a recess so we can all stretch. And we will then return with agenda item 3.5 community group requests. It is now just past 2:30. Let us say that we will reconvene at 2:45.
Good call.
It is 2:45. We are all back. I will call us back into session and we will move to agenda item 3.5, community group request. We have at least in paper format the various requests. I think there are 13. We received 2 one day and 11 another days. I think they all got very forward.
Your worship, I'm happy to speak to this. Council will have received the full documentation from the community groups previously. Administration is here to help answer questions as best we can, but I believe council have actually asked questions direct of the community groups previously. So you do have in front of you a number of requests. There are some discussions that administration was able to have with community organizations to clarify in a couple of spots, and there is one opportunity that we found to bring 2 requests together. So we'll speak to that for you. But the total requests is $665,557 from external organizations. Some of those were already included in the base budget proposal. So to be clear, some of the items were already in the base budget proposal. That's a total of $346,050. The vast majority of which is for the library at just about $200,000. And the balance is for groups that have previously been funded. And so we can describe that as we go through. But you see that this page shows the total requests. And then the motions for consideration are in the same order that they were presented to committee a couple of weeks ago. And in the motions, that's where we have, if there are any adjustments that administration was able to identify with the organizations, that's where they're reflected, because the library funding, again, there's a bit of nuance in each of the motions, let's just say that. And as we go through them, we're happy to, as administration, discuss any nuances there. Some of them are just very direct. And we could start with an example. The first one, Community Futures West Hillhead, request for $10,000. That is an organization that received funding last year. That base level funding is already in the budget. And so you'll see the motion that's prepared for council would be that committee direct administration to maintain $10,000 of funding. So council doesn't actually need to take an active motion to add it, but just a confirmation that you wish to maintain it is how that motion is structured. The next example is the Jasper Climate Education Center. They had a request for $60,000. This organization hasn't previously been funded for this type of project. This money is not in the budget. And so therefore, that motion is structured, that committee amend the budget to add $60,000 in funding for it. So you can see that there's a little bit of nuance. The motions here do matter, just because of that. Some are already in, some were not in. And then there is the other one that I would bring to council's attention is the Habitat for the Arts request. Their request was somewhat complicated in that it sort of brought together a request for a waiver of rent in the order of $12,000, a request for cash operational support of about $15,000. And administration has discussed with Habitat and the Music in the Park group, the Sunday Live Music in the Park group, that requested $5,000. That was an individual, but that might be better hosted within Habitat for the Arts. So we have a difficult time giving money to individuals as a municipal organization. So that motion for Habitat for the Arts, you'll see, is that council reduced the budget to include $41,000 in funding for Habitat for the Arts because we have, I think, $51,000 built into the base budget. So I think, what was the technical term Councillor Melnick used? A mismatch?
Mushy.
Maybe not mushy this time around. It is specific, but there is some specificity required in each of the motions. And if you have any questions, we're happy to answer them about the status of whether they're in the budget or not, or why they're framed where they are or not. But we do not have the community groups here. Administration is happy to assist as best as possible. But again, council had the opportunity to ask their questions directly to the community groups last committee. So, Your Worship, I'll hand it to you there. I think the intent would be to work through the motions, and ultimately council needs to decide the A or nay to these community group requests.
Thank you for that, Mr. Gibbon. For my interest, potentially for the interest of councillors, can you provide an itemized list that totals the $346,050 that's already in the budget? So 202,000, I think, is the library, but I'm not certain of that amount. But I would find it helpful if we just confirm the constituent parts of that 346,000.
Your Worship, I think Director Malinchuk has that at hand. We can certainly do it verbally and could email it around after, but Director Malinchuk has that spreadsheet.
And verbally at this time would be fine with me if there's no objection from councillors, and I see nods all around the table.
Okay, so how would you like to receive this? You would like to know what was built in, what the request is, and the difference? Or
what makes up the $346,050 that's already built in?
okay. I see. Okay, so the library, 201,900. The museum, it's 55,000. The Habitat is 50,000. JAG is 6,650. The crisis team, but used to be victim services in the budget, 12,500. The senior bus, 10,000. And community features with Yellowhead, 10,000.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You said 10,000 for the bus, and that was to cover some Seniors Lodge? Is that right?
The seniors bus, yeah, so, yeah.
Your worship, on that item, at the last budget, council made a motion for multiple years of funding, so 10,000 a year for 2 to 3 years.
So 2025.
Right, so 10,000 for the bus is in there, but it's not part of the $20,000 request. It's entirely different than that, right? Bruce?
Yeah, that's exactly right, your worship. So last year at this time, actually the year before, the group made a request, council made a approval for multiple years of funding. And so that unless council wanted to change their prior decision and exclude that, the community group hasn't requested it on the assumption that council previously said we would provide 10,000 a year for until 2025.
Signed agreement, right? I believe there's a signed agreement for 3 years.
Your worship, signed agreement or not, I mean, it's based on a decision of council, and so we have set up I think an F-104 agreement. But it's not a contract. Council has said the money for 3 years, administration follows through with that.
And the $10,000 that is in the budget for Community Futures West Yellowhead, was that replicating a request from last year also, or was that this year's request?
Your worship, the seniors bus is the only community organization that I know of where council has provided a multi-year funding. So the answer to your question is yes, it's for the same stuff that Community Futures West Yellowhead did last year, largely. I'm remembering your application. But council didn't provide multiple year approval of funding. So they're asking for the same amount of money to do essentially the same stuff again this year.
All right.
I think the program is different this year. I think last year they asked for a study. And I think this year, I missed the presentation, but they're asking for the new program, the Rochelle Head Leadership Program that they're starting new. And the Lemonade Day will be part of it also. That was part of the year before.
Thank you for that, Councilor.
Your worship, I think when the original ask was made, there was no multiple year ask from Community Futures. And it was only in the fall when everyone's doing their budgets that it came back to us for the ask. I think when we discussed it a year ago that we talked about it'd be easier to budget if we were going to be doing this anyway to support Community Futures, that we have one ask and not 5 during the year, which is why I believe, when we discussed it and voted on it, the belief was that it would be in the budget. Well, not specifically requested to be in the budget. I compliment our administration of putting it in the budget.
Understood. My recollection, and I stand to be corrected, is that last year the $10,000 request was specific to a study. So kind of a one-off. Okay. That's not right. Oh, okay.
So, your worship, I guess this is the first one on the list. So my recollection from last year is that Community Futures identified that in the past they had a number of different initiatives from time to time that would crop up, and they had been coming to the municipality for some of them quite regularly. Lemonade Day, small amount, but returning every year, and then some of them that might change year to year. They collected those all together and said all of these things together are $10,000. And we need that kind of support. And it's much the same this year. Lemonade Day being one of the same ones. I think they talked about some business continuity work that they hope to be doing in 2024 to help build some resources for member communities and businesses in there, and a collection of other projects. And interestingly, the money is the exact same amount of the best for last year.
All right. Thank you for that. Councillor DeMorton.
Well, I'm just wondering here if any councillor has objections to the maintaining any of the, or not maintaining any of the base funds that we have already that are included in the budget. Does anybody want to debate one of them that might be contentious to you? I think my direction was that I was going to try to do it all in one fell swoop.
Your worship, if I may, I would really encourage, because there is some nuance to each of the motions. Some of them are maintain the money that's there. Some of them are the library, for example, increase funding to a total of, because there's 201,000 in the base budget. They requested 207,000. So a motion to maintain the money wouldn't actually do it for the library. Then you need to come back with another motion to add $6,000 for the library. So it might be most productive for everybody and easiest to discuss the different items if you go through whichever order you like, but sort of through the bullets that were provided, because that they are tailored to each circumstance.
You want to make the motion then? Just kidding.
Well, thank you both, and I appreciate Councillor Demota, your interest in addressing sort of what are probably the less contentious ones early and getting them off the table. So I believe my sense sitting at this table is that councillors would like to address them, each of them individually, but I would welcome any councillor to make a motion with respect to any one of them. The order doesn't really matter, but let's start getting them dealt with. Councillor Demota.
Okay, I'll take the lowest hanging fruit here for me. That I move that committee recommend council to maintain funding of $10,000 for Community Futures West Yellowhead in the 2024 operating budget. Is that the correct wording? Does that work good?
It's slightly different than the wording that I have, and so I missed it. The proposed wording is that committee direct administration to maintain $10,000 in funding for Community Futures West Yellowhead in 2024. And that's the nature of the motion that you wanted to make.
Exactly. I don't have it in front of me, so I was ad-libbing my style. I think
Thank you for that. Yes.
Okay. That's exactly
There was a deck handed to us yesterday. I have in paper form. I think that was potentially emailed to you yesterday, but it's a big sheet of paper. So that is what I'm going to take as your motion in any event. And I will open that motion to debate. And to clarify, this is $10,000 that's already in the base budget, correct? If there is no debate, I will call the question. All those in favor? Councillor Demota, I can assume that since it was your motion and you are in favor, so that motion is carried. Is there a councillor prepared to make a motion with respect to another request? Councillor Keller-Ramsey.
That committee amend the budget to increase funding for the Jasper Municipal Library to the total of $207,957 in 2024.
Thank you for that motion. Is there any debate on that motion?
The question, but can I ask questions in debate? I probably can't, can I?
It has been permitted.
I know, okay.
And maybe again.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I do have a question for administration, maybe finance. What does this funding go for? I believe it's for wages, and if they don't spend it all, what happens?
Thank you, Worship, through to Deputy Mayor Hall. So because it's a set amount, what generally happens is any amount that isn't expended on the salaries and benefits is reconciled over to them in a form of a check. It's usually anywhere from $4,000 or $5,000. It seems like that's kind of worked out in the past.
Is there any further question or debate about the motion? I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. And I will look for Councillor for another motion. Councillor Melnick.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that committee amend the budget to add $5,000 in funding for the Jasper Park Chamber of Commerce in 2024. And if five.
Go ahead, speak to the motion.
Thank you. In the presentation and in subsequent information we received, which wasn't in the agenda package, which I don't believe I have with me, one of the most pressing things that was required was to do roof repair work. And while this isn't a municipal resource, and this isn't normally something that we would be in the habit, I think, or practice of doing to repair somebody else's building, given the nature of the Jasper Park Chamber of Commerce's budget, and to ensure that the asset is preserved, I would prepare to make the motion that I did to ensure that the house does get repaired and to avoid any damage to the rest of the property internally.
Thank you for that motion. Councillor Melnick, is there any debate? Councillor Waxer.
It was my understanding that the Robson House is owned by the Robson House Historical Society. So should the $5,000 go to the Robson House Society rather than the Chamber of Commerce? I guess that's a question. Debate, but I felt uncomfortable with the loosey-goosey nature of which one was which, and so I just wanted to be clear which was who we would be assisting.
Councillor Keller-Renty.
It probably should go to the Robson House Society, regardless whether it's the chamber goes to the Robson House Society. The funds are for the youth. The chamber operates the Robson House Society, so I believe they have two accounts, one for the Robson House Society and one for the chamber. So I presume they can just, if money goes in, it goes to the Robson House Society account, and then they can draw from that, or the chamber that's paying the bill.
Not my motion, so I could look to Councillor Melnick, but I tend to agree with the suggestion from Councillor Waxer that, for the record, if for no other reason, a contribution to the Robson House Historical Society better reflects our commitment to the building than to the operation of an independent organization. So I would be more comfortable with that name on the donation. Councillor Melnick.
With that discussion, I am happy to change the motion so that the verbiage is that it reflects supporting the Robson House Historical Society. Again, with the explanation what the intention is, why we're doing it specifically, and it is for repairs to the building, which is one of the critical items that was asked for. And I think subsequent to that, there may be other heritage grants for buildings of that vintage that could be accessed by the society.
Thank you for that. For administration, are you satisfied that you understand the nature of the motion, and that would be to amend the budget to add $5,000 in funding for the Robson House Historical Society for repairs for the Robson House? Any further debate? I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you, Councillor Demota. There are none opposed. That is carried. Councillor Keller-Ramsey.
The committee reduced the budget to include 41,000 in funding for the Habitat for the Arts in 2024, include 12,000 for rent waiver, 15,000 for operational support, and 5,000 for music in the park.
Thank you for that motion. Um, 12 and 15 and 5 is on 31.
That was my question.
Yeah. What was the motion first?
I came up with 32.
Yeah.
So
I think they
There was 50, they requested rent relief there too, right?
12,000.
That's it.
I think it was 21.
Oh, not 12.
Director Melichak can save us from ourselves.
So from my notes, your worship, so it was 51,000 requested. Last year was 50,000 approved. And then there was a 36,000 rent decrease. I had written down 15,000 cash. I didn't know the split. I didn't write that down. And then the addition to the music in the park, 5,000. So it would be 56,000 all in all. No. Okay, sorry.
That's it. Ourselves.
I'm gonna look up last week's, but I'm almost certain that they had asked for less than they'd asked the year before.
So, yeah, so, and apologies, I think 12,000 in rent waiver, that was my error, and that's a typo. My apologies, I believe. Looking at my team here, I believe it's 36,000 in rent waiver. No. Sure. And that might have been what the organization said. Yeah, by all means, Director Reed.
Thank you, CEO Given and your worship through the council. I do want to apologize for just jumping out there. But I am looking at their actual request, which is 15,000 plus rent relief. We're using the word relief, not release, for a total of 36,000. So 21,000 is the rent relief that should be, and that's the typo I think CEO Given, that the 12 should be 21 is referencing. The addition of the 5,000 for music in the park would make that total $41,000.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Keller-Ramsey, that was your motion. You're satisfied now that it comes to the same effect, to reduce the budget to include 41,000. And that is a reduction, if I understand things correctly, of $9,000. Councillor Waxer.
Not only is it a reduction, but it's also an increase of service because we're adding in the music in the park.
Is there any further debate on that motion? Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I do support this motion as well. I'm very happy with the work they've done this last year. I'm assuming Director Reed is happy with the reports he gets. Punching his way. I was very happy with their request last week or 2 weeks ago. I would like to eventually see this become a public board. I don't know if that would actually work with what they're doing, but I think that eventually, but I do support the motion.
Councillor Keller-Ramsey.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Also, just on that, I would like, just back, it's not this council, wasn't the last council, I think council before that, where, once we moved into this building, there was cost to this association, and then there was costs whether there was going to be legal action, and they had some really other back rent. And I would like to see that cleared up. I would like to see financial of actually what Habitat to the arts owe us in rent and where we can, because I always feel bad that we as a council deferred that, but they always got interest on top of it, and we never deferred it and said no interest. And I'd like to see that issue cleared up, or where we are with that issue.
Director Melichuk.
I am happy to report that actually it is cleared up. Because what we've been doing over the years is accounting for the allowance. So we have sorted everything out with their accountant, and it's all cleared up.
That is excellent news.
Councillor Waxer.
Just to support what Deputy Mayor Paul said, I too would love to see Habitat for the Arts, IOTAD, move to having a board of residents involved, because I believe that will ensure the longevity of that type of program, and ensure that the valuable things that they do continue for the long run.
Any further debates with respect to the motion to reduce the budget to include $41,000 in funding for Habitat for the Arts, which will include $5,000 for Sunday live music in the park? If not, I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. Deputy Mayor Hall.
I would like to make a motion on top of this conversation to direct admin to discuss transitioning to a public board with Habitat for the Arts and bring back a report in 2024.
Sorry, there's just a bit of a challenge. That could be, we are sitting as a committee. It could be a recommendation to council to make that motion, or it could be a direction.
I think I heard direct administration discuss and bring back our reports, which committee regularly gives that kind of,
yes,
research a topic, discuss something and come back with information. So no decisions being made, but direction to administration to have that conversation with the organization.
And I might have missed the wording. So a direction that council, direction that administration come back to a future committee of the whole with a report on
Transitioning to a board, and I probably spoke very fast, so that's probably used it.
All right, is there any further debate or any debate at all on that particular motion? All right, I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. Further motions? Councillor Melvin.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'd like to make a motion for council to consider that the committee amend the budget to add $5,000 in funding for the Alpine Seniors Lodge generator in 2024. And if I could speak to the motion, the way I am approaching this is that there will be, or is a committee who are trying to address a need in the community, and we'll be doing a major fundraising among the other businesses and residents within our community to try to alleviate a challenge that there is no generator for that facility. Recognizing, of course, that it is not our facility, and that what we would be doing is potentially kickstarting a fundraising effort to assist the Alpine Seniors Summit Lodge eventually get a generator. I think it is important for us to show our support for our longer term residents who are now in that location. As much as I'd like to try to give $20,000, I recognize that there is a body there, a taxing body that could choose, depending on their authority and on their bylaws, and how they are able to tax residents to potentially contribute to the provision of a generator as well. And with that, I think I'd be encouraging the Evergreen Society to reflect on perhaps reassessing their contribution to assistance with eventually getting a generator in the lodge. So the intent of my motion is to kickstart a fundraising campaign and raise awareness in the community.
Thank you for that, Councillor Melnick. Councillor Keller-Ramsey.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. I just want to give a little bit more information. Last week, there was a number of questions asked. I did go back and I talked to Kristen. We're under the Housing Act. Therefore, all new builds are required to have a generator. Even long-term carers, other senior lodges, affordable housing, if it wasn't at the time, are not required. There is no requirement by the Alberta government for us to bring in generators to lodges that don't already have them as new builds. Alpine Senior Lodge does have a small generator. It was installed at the time. Does allow some lights and some plugins. However, this came from the families and the residents of our lodge here itself. It's not something that the Evergreen Board has looked at. We have 600 other properties within Evergreen that don't have a generator. At this time, it's not in the strategic plan. It was suggested to me to continue to fundraise. And if we do eventually cannot raise the full amount, I'm delighted to go work with Mr. Greathead. If we can, I got some of those estimates from somebody that works with EPCO, and we kind of went a little higher in order to make sure that the time can't come. Evergreen has agreed to get me the engineering specs. They also have agreed to help the committee to get the generator installed. They also will take over the maintenance of the generator, and it will then become part of the Evergreen going forward. It is something that I will raise again at our strategic plan coming up here in December, and that's kind of already started. I'm also working with Martin Long's office on looking for grants and other forms of revenue.
Thank you, Councillor Keller-Ramsey. Other debates? Councillor or Deputy Mayor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I will support this motion. I do share some of Councillor Melnick's sentiments, but I appreciate the explanation. Especially considering that Evergreens is asking for an additional 25,000 on our residents' taxes this year. That was an increase. So, but I appreciate the explanation. I do support the motion.
I am challenged by the motion. I find some comfort, I suppose, in the fact that the motion says that we're contributing to the Alpine Summit Seniors Lodge, whatever that might be. It's potentially different than Evergreens, but there are other people at risk. What if the hospital needed an upgrade? Do we have our taxpayers fund provincial buildings? This is a building that is owned and operated by another group. They charge rents. And I appreciate that it's caught them by surprise and it's not part of their strategic plan. But we pay a requisition to them to run their building, and outside the requisition, and again, not directly by Evergreens, but by Alpine Summit, we're being asked to facilitate improvements to somebody else's building. Would we do this if it was the school district? I'm sure there's improvements that could be made in the schools that the school board doesn't want to pay for and the province doesn't want to pay for. Should we as a municipality step in? And I find it challenging. I do appreciate the effort in choosing the number, Councillor Melnick, and it shows support for vulnerable people in our community, but I still find a real challenge that this is coming directly from taxpayers' pockets to fund improvements in somebody else's property. And I don't think we would allow it. If Parks Canada needed it, they wouldn't come looking for us. The hospital wouldn't, the schools wouldn't. But here we are. The question I might have for administration, if council approves the motion, to whom would you write the check? Like is Alpine Summit Seniors Lodge someone that could cash a check?
Yes.
Is there any further debate, Councillor Demota?
Well, not debate, but I really support your comments, and just to mirror that, the fact that we've been requisitioned to go and pay for generators that were part of a full project. Right now, that's where my frustration lies. So I think that they should be doing the same thing to get generators built for. I know there's lots of them to do, but it's an inadequate setup. So I think that people should just get their heads together and forget about egos, and don't think that it's not affordable, because we can't have seniors lodges without backup power, period. And it shouldn't be up on people to go and canvass other members of the community for fundraising. It just doesn't make sense. So I would put pressure on the province. It seems asinine to me. And I feel bad because my frustration is more towards the process, and if Ms. Osborne that was here last week took it the wrong way, I feel bad, because I didn't mean any malintent towards her. It's just that whole design is pretty frustrating. Thank you.
Is there any further debate on the motion? Was your motion, I think, Councillor Melnick? Close if you wish.
I appreciate and recognize the comments by fellow councillors. And while in some areas I agree that this would be unprecedented, I do think that in our strategic plan, we do talk about vulnerable individuals, and this is one area where those folks are extremely vulnerable in a situation where power might go out for an extended period of time. And I think this is a way for us to use taxpayer funds for residents. Although they are residents, not in their own homes anymore, but they are residents as they are moved into another accommodation. So I look forward to support for this motion, and thank you for the opportunity to have me bring it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. No, I'm glad I invited you to vote. I needed to be persuaded, and you were persuasive. Is there a councillor prepared to make another motion? Councillor Keller-Ramsey.
That committee amend the budget at 12,450 in funding to waive rent for the Jasper Actors Guild in 2024.
Sure, could you just repeat? 12,450.
Your worship, maybe if we could, as administration, we should just speak to this one because it is different than what they actually requested. Then Director Reed had a conversation with the JAG representatives, so I'll ask them to speak to it and why the motion is framed the way that it is.
Thank you, CEO, given your worship through to council. So JAG had done a three-pronged effort to categorize exactly what they were asking for. That added up to $19,100. In perhaps a coincidence, their rent is $19,200. And so in speaking with Mr. Mann from the Jasper Artists Guild, we came across that idea that perhaps for simplicity, the request would be better received by council and understood by the community as $19,200 in rent relief. So that's the motion that you would see before you. The JAG was very supportive of this idea. They also like the clarity. And if there are any questions about that, I could certainly answer, but yeah, that's the summary.
And the reason that the motion isn't 19,000 is because there is an existing small amount of $6,650 already in the budget. So important to note that. So again, administration, organization that has received funding in the past, being a bit predictive of some of the baseline funding that they've received that was already there. So Director Reed's conversation, I think, added some clarity rather than saying, well, it's for this, that's for this, that's for this. The net effect is the same level of support for the organization that they requested, and is the same approach as we do with Habitat for the Arts, except that this group isn't receiving any cash contribution, where Habitat for the Arts in the previous motion received $15,000 in operational support. So JAG will receive a waiver of rent and support in the amount of the waiver of rent, but no cash support. And my understanding is that they were satisfied with that approach.
Thank you for that clarity. Councillor Melnick, I had seen your hand.
Thank you, Your Worship. So if I'm hearing correctly, the motion said to amend the budget to add 12,450 in funding. Are we changing that number now? We're not. But in that motion, it doesn't indicate that there was 6,650 already in the budget. So I think for clarity, that motion somehow needs to reflect that the total amount is actually 19,200, but that's not actually stated in the motion. Does that make sense for clarity, that somehow we incorporate the amount that was already budgeted in the motion that's made?
Your Worship, I appreciate the point that Councillor Melnick raised. It may not be 100% clear about the intent. And so the motion is to amend the budget to add an amount. Maybe we could say to waive total rent. just to be clear that the intention here was to add the 12,450 to the existing 6,650 with the intent of waiving the rent costs, the total rent costs. So that insertion of total before rent would be the suggestion. Just make that, I appreciate what you're saying, make that a little bit clearer.
Thank you for that. I think that would make it much clearer that it does indicate that the total rent is being waived. And that really what we're doing is amending the budget to reflect the total rent that's being waived.
I'm a little bit unclear on the motion. I understand the intent, but could the motion not reflect the motion that we had for the library? So to amend the budget to increase funding for Jasper Artist Guild to a total of $19,200 to waive rent for 2024. Just mirror the wording that we have in the previous motion.
Sounds good to me.
That was your motion.
Yes, it was.
Yes, I'm good with that.
All right, and administration understands that motion then in that configuration? Is there any debate on that motion? Right, I will, oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Watcher.
No, I think council,
You go ahead.
Oh,
Your hand is up first.
I still have, I have some concerns with this. I highly value the service, the operation and the service that they provide. But it is a small number of members and they have some ability to gain revenue to offset the cost of their operations, and so and are provided with a significant amount of space that is a beautiful space in a community where there is very little space. I struggle with it somewhat, but I, at the same time, really recognize the value that they bring to the community.
Deputy Mayor Hall.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I also struggle with this ask. And I know now we're looking at just waiving rent, but in the original request, 8,400 was for a high season staff. And I wonder if that could be filled with more volunteer hours through them. It is a small group of people. I can't remember the number of members of the Artist Guild. I think it's under 30. At this time, I don't know if I can support this motion.
Any other debate? Councillor Melnick?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I will speak in favor of the motion, and because it is much cleaner for administration. It does recognize that we are providing an opportunity for our local artists and celebrating the arts, and an opportunity to encourage other artists to join the guild. And by making it, by reducing the rent, that actually frees up cash that they had available to pay that remaining rent. So that would be the cash that I would see them using to add a high season staff and increase the hours. So I think, you know, we're in essence doing the same thing. And so supporting, I think, a very important part of both this building and the fabric of the society here, or the fabric of our community, by supporting the arts.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. Councillor Keller-Renke.
I also, and I did struggle, and I thought about this a lot, but this building is arts and culture. And we have a lot of tourists that come here, and they do enjoy the gallery. And to have it open, they're struggling with the artists, they're obviously working themselves and volunteering on the hours they're not. They are showcasing the art, and they do give part of that money back to the Artists Guild. And I think it's great when we have so many visitors come to our library and then to be able to come to this gallery and see the artists, our local art, and buy some of our local art. I think it's a great experience for our visitors, and I would hate to see that if we don't support it, that during summer is it going to be closed during the week when our visitors can come and visit.
Councillor Demota?
Bob, I would like to take the opportunity through the Jasper Partnership Initiative to discuss this at a broader scale and have a discussion with Tourism Jasper to see, what their opinion is on that. And Mr. Mann did say that they will be having conversations in the future. So this could start becoming self-sustaining in a way if they're able to work with Tourism Jasper, because Councillor Keller made some really good points there. So I do struggle. However, at the same time, we're making a recommendation for council to make a decision on. So if we change our minds or this doesn't, this goes down the list of priorities, that'll come to a conclusion on the 6th. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Hall?
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I'm absolutely not disputing the value JAG brings to our community at all, but they do have a way to bring in revenue. That's the only thing I struggle with.
I will prevail upon myself to ask myself whether I may ask a question. And I granted myself permission. This sets potentially a standard for this building. Are there other renters? And we waive rent already for Habitat for the Arts. We're talking about waiving rent for Jasper Artists Guild. Do we have other users of this building who pay rent? And if so, have we just invited them to come and ask for waiver of their rent? That's one challenge. On the other side, I heard earlier today in the capital presentation for operations that we are subsidizing the cottage medical clinic. It's hard to reconcile subsidizing a building that is for the use of professionals who do make income and not subsidizing premises for artists who contribute to our community culture. And it's a challenge both ways, but what does it mean in terms of this facility? If we waive rent for two, or we set ourselves up to waive rent for others and potentially in other municipal facilities. So I don't know who else rents what in a municipal facility, but it could be the connection of that.
Your worship, you asked if you could ask yourself, or you asked yourself if you could ask a question. I'm assuming you're asking that question to somebody.
At least one portion. I didn't mean to ask whether I heard right that there is a municipal subsidy with respect to the commercial use of cottage medical.
Your worship, that's correct. Again, I think we owe it to council to come back. It was really just as we went through the budget and worked to disentangle the support that we provide for that facility and the cost of operating that facility, that we really were able to identify that. And we'll be happy to bring that. Well, we will bring that back to council so that you can see it and have a policy level discussion. It may be worth at that time having a policy level discussion about the difference between, somebody who occupies a building for a commercial, a municipal building for a commercial purpose versus a community purpose, and those organizations which operate parts of our building. So we don't have any municipal staff that are located in this facility in terms of actually opening up to the public and operating the different components of it. And that might be a bit of a differentiation point, but probably a bigger discussion, for future time, certainly.
Councillor Waxer.
May I have permission to ask a question? Are we, but we are not waiving 100% of the rent for Habitat, is that correct? But we are waiving 100% for Habitat, for, JAG.
Thank you, your worship, through to Councillor Waxer. We are indeed waiving 100% of Habitat's rent.
Well, I see no other hands. I will call the question. And for clarity, I think the motion was that committee amend the budget to increase funding for the Jasper Artist Guild to a total of $19,200 to waive rent in 2024. That was the motion. All those in favor? Opposed? There are 2 opposed. That is carried now. We're doing well. Was there another motion? Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall.
I move that committee direct administration to maintain $55,000 in funding for the Jasper Yellowhead Historical Society in 2024.
Thank you for that motion. Is there any debate on that motion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried.
Difficulty with the emotions. I'm working.
Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, worship. I do have a motion. I would like to propose that committee amend the budget to add $2,000 in cash funding and $3,000 in kind for the Heritage Folks and Blues Society in 2024. And if I could speak to the motion first.
Yes.
Thank you. So, recognizing that the society, the Heritage Folks and Blues Society, came to council looking for $20,000. We subsequently did have an opportunity to see the success of the last festival, and you know, the festival did do a great job. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for us to continue to have this event here in the community. In this particular instance, I feel we can support the society in providing a great event in the fall, but I don't think that we need to support it at the level that was requested. I appreciate that it's important that the activity center in the field and the gift in kind portion, I believe, being for the stage. And of course, you know, that does mean that with that event there, the activity center is also available. And I feel that this is more in keeping with what we did last year. And I'm happy to put that forward as opposed to the $20,000 request.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. For my own purposes, was it 2,000 and 3,000? Is that what you said?
2,000 cash.
And 3,000.
3,000,
Yes.
yeah.
Thank you. Is there any debate on that motion? Right, I will call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed, that is carried. Councillor Melnick.
We have a few motions left here. A few more requests, and we have these board committee requests. And I guess I just want to clarify how we handled that when we were looking at the capital, and how this request should be approached if the motion in front of us is still appropriate.
Your worship, thanks for the question, Councillor Malik. I think council's earlier action on the capital plan was to reflect $170,000 as unfunded. So it is shown in the budget, but does not have a funding source attached. Unless council had other direction, my interpretation would be that really does deal with this request. The community group said, will council give us an extra $170,000? And in the capital budget, council said, that is not a funded request. So I don't know if council had any other intent around that or any other desire to deal with it here, but I don't know that there's any action needed on this because a reasonable interpretation would say that council dealt with this topic in the community development capital budget discussions.
Thank you for that, which means that that will be part of the capital budget presented to council for approval on December 5th. Three strikes and a row. While I await any further motions from council with respect to community group request, can I go back and confirm with administration that it is clear that with respect to Alpine Summit Seniors Lodge, there is now $15,000 to be presented. So the 10 that was already there plus 5.
Your worship, no. So that would not be clear to me. The previous 10 was specific to a motion of council, a budget motion of council in a prior year that said 10,000 per year for 3 years, I believe, toward the operation of the seniors bus.
Right, and I'm just trying to confirm that that is still there. But
That still exists. And so,
Yes,
but just,
yes.
so there's not $15,000 for the generator.
No, but there is a total of 15,000 going to that recipient. 10 and 5. Thank you. Councillor Melnick.
I think we clarified the dollar amounts. The actual request was from the Alpine Summit as opposed to Evergreen. So there probably should be two separate, well, there will be two separate requests from two separate entities, which are in fact the same entity. Much to your question to yourself.
Councillor Waxer.
That committee direct administration to maintain 12,500 in funding for after hours crisis support. And the committee direct administration to ensure that the crisis needs of the community, the after hours crisis needs of the community can be met by the crisis team Jasper Society. I worded it in that way because I didn't have enough time really to review this chart in detail, but I'm not clear yet if the crisis team Jasper Society's a mandate is broad enough to ensure that the crisis needs that occur in the community would be met.
So could you repeat, at least for my benefit, the second part, we're asking potentially for administration to ensure something?
And I'm happy to accept amendments, but to ensure that the committee direct administration to develop an agreement with the Jasper Crisis Team Society to ensure that the crisis needs of the community, the after hours crisis needs of the community are met. Or are within their mandate.
Well, thank you for that motion. I'm just struggling. If the amount that you've mentioned, $12,500, is insufficient to ensure the objective, then what? I mean, you want them to put it toward that, but it is a limited budget amount, and it's difficult for us to know the need.
Your worship, if I maybe it says there's a tool that might be helpful to the direction that I think is embedded in the motion. It sounds like the intent is to ensure the money is there. It sounds like the intent is that the money should be directed towards a specific organization, but that there's a desire to have some more certainty about the type of service or that will be provided. We do have F-104 agreements, which are essentially us acting as a funder, stating our expectations of the entity that's going to receive the funds. So maybe this is a subject to kind of motion that could be committee direct administration maintain $12,500 in funding for after hours crisis support, and that the funds be assigned to the crisis team society, subject to the development of a F-104 funding agreement to be reviewed by council. That way council would be able to see the specifics of the expectations that would go along with that money. And the community would be able to say it. It just would be administration will develop an F-104 agreement in any case with any organization that we're providing funding to. But with this one and the nature of the lack of clarity and potential concern around, okay, well, are we really meeting the need? Maybe council wants to see what expectations are built into that agreement. So really it's the motion is laid out there with a comment at the end, subject to the development of an F-104 agreement to be reviewed by council.
Does that meet your expectation, Councillor?
That does, and I'm just concerned because it is a brand new organization just forming, and I feel that we have insufficient information yet on their readiness for all this. So but I'm really hopeful that it will in fact be the right fit. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Is there any debate on that motion? Councillor Demota, are you trying to get your hand up? Or you're just waiting for me to call the question?
Yeah, I guess I understand it. I just wanted to, I don't want to, do you have it written down? Could you repeat that?
I will ask that it be repeated.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. So the committee direct administration maintain $12,500 in funding for after-hours crisis support to be assigned to the crisis team Jasper Society in 2024, subject to the development of a F-104 agreement to be reviewed by council.
Thank you for that.
And thank you, Councillor Demota. It's useful to have clarity on the motion before I do call the question, which I am about to do. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. Councillor Milner.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not at this moment prepared to make a motion, but I'd like some clarification. We had a presentation from the Employment and Education Center and for the rural renewal stream specifically, and just some clarification from administration. There are grants available to welcome newcomers to rural Alberta. Do we participate in those grants, and do we receive those grants in community development, or have we applied for those grants?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Melnick. Within the sort of broad umbrella of grants that are available, yes, we do apply, and yes, we have received some in the past. They are most often federal grants. While immigration is a federal issue, this is a provincial program. I think that answers your question, but if there's more, I can reach.
Well, and I'll seek clarification as well from fellow councillors who, when we had the first proposal to council for the rural renewal stream, we were asked to comply with one of the requirements that was mandatory, and that was that we would do a letter of endorsement to support the organization from a participating town and municipality, which had to be signed by the mayor, and that was what was the ask to us at the time for this rural renewal stream. And it is a provincial, of course, a provincial program, which said the government of Alberta offers, it said no direct funding for the rural renewal stream. So that is true. And the government of Alberta offers grants to support capacity building in small centers. So our support for the employment center would mean that that would be the group which logically should apply for any grants that might be available from the province. And I find it difficult to have the Employment Education Center come to us to fund, I guess it would be an employee, from what I recall of the presentation, to run this program.
Go ahead, Director Reed.
Thank you, Your Worship. Further to my previous comment, I do want to remind council and anyone listening, the temporary foreign workers are not the same category as newcomers. And so the programs that we have applied for and the programs that we are very happy to have, settlement services as the easiest example, that is a program that is specifically funded in essence for newcomers who are not temporary foreign workers. And so the people in this discussion are not funded by the grants that we, or are not supported by the grants that we have received. And I just wanted to make sure that we all had that clarity.
Councillor Keller-Ramsey.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just add to this conversation. I do sit on the committee, And the Jasper Employment Center did, as many other communities, apply to the Alberta government, and they did get turned down. The expectation of the Alberta government was that the employment centers in the areas would oversee this project and work with the employers. So basically, right now, in order to have somebody apply for this program, it's anybody that's here on a visa that will be able to take the English exam, that would become a permanent resident, can apply for this program. So as an employer, the employer would put in the application, the employee would through all the steps, make sure that they have all the requirements. The employer pays a fee to the program, which is quite minimal. I think it's $175 that we chose to charge. And then the application is sent off to the Alberta government. The Alberta government approves it, and then it goes to Ottawa. But it's to vet all of the applications coming in. Then once an employee at the employment center has been doing that, and then it comes to the committee, and it's the committee that chooses which employers qualify for. We have a bunch of requirements that they have to meet that qualify for the program. And we have we've only done one intake, and that was last April, and I think we put 15 employers through.
Thanks for the additional clarification.
Deputy Mayor Hall.
So if I can ask a question of Councillor Keller-Eby, so is the idea that the employers that pay the fee would fund this program? Is that where the money is supposed to come from?
It has never been clarified.
Okay.
I think when the employment centers took this on, I think they thought there would be funding from the Alberta government to assist with this, and there hasn't been. And I think that's where the breakdown is. I think the Alberta government brought this program in, thinking, yep, we can do this, and employees will stay in Alberta, but they were expecting it to be done for free.
Okay.
Councillor Melvin.
So if there isn't a councillor willing to make a motion, then does this request, how do we deal with it?
I think it is not in the budget that will be presented to us in 2 weeks. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I'm also not ready to make a motion, but I have a question for administration about uplift. Is there a dollar figure? Yep, sorry. Did I go past? Oh, you have to leave. Yeah.
Yes, I will relinquish the chair if we're going to move to uplift, and call me when you're done.
I am just curious if there is a dollar figure assigned to what we've donated in the past in gifts in kind.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall, and through the council. In the gifts in kind, it's approximately $2,000 in the first year and approximately $3,000 last year. I say approximately because we know it's about that, but we don't keep a documented journal, right? Like getting the bleachers delivered as an example, we just do that and we don't put an actual this many hours went exactly to that. So that's where I would be an estimation then.
That was all I had. Does anybody else have anything to ask? Councillor Boxer.
I'll put out the motion that committee amend the budget to add $25,000 in funding for the Uplift Mural Festival in 2024.
Thank you for your motion, Councillor Keller.
I have a question for administration. Is that okay? Is there a wall available within the municipality for a mural 2024?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall, Councillor Keller, MP. As was presented by Uplift, yes, there are several walls, we don't have that many walls. There are at least a couple of walls that Uplift would consider and would, in essence, present to an artist the way they did last year and find the artist who would say, yes, that wall works for me. I'm paraphrasing for them, but that's basically what happened last year. So yes, we do have some inventory of walls that may be appropriate for Uplift, and they did in fact say that yes, they were interested in a few of our walls.
Thank you for the question and answer. Any other council questions regarding Uplift? I don't see any. I might ask a question. When they came to us in the spring, I recall there was a couple levels we could have sponsored. Like 10,000, 15, I just can't remember what they actually meant. I know 25,000 got the wall, got the whole thing, but I wonder if there's an option to still support this festival.
I just pulled up the presentation. So there is a wall sponsor for 25, a wall co-sponsor for 10, and a paid sponsor for 5. And if I may speak to the motion, I think, having a wall available is a great thing. They're also looking for cash to be able to support bringing in an artist. We were able to support this festival for the first 2 years in a variety of ways. And the ask is for a hard $25,000 cash is what I see. I would like to support the festival, but I think as we move on, we need to have the festival also be on its own 2 feet. And I would support a smaller wall sponsorship being at the $10,000 level, with of course the opportunity for some gift in kind. As you mentioned, that incidental things that we do, the delivering, whether it be bleachers or barricades to block off streets, that type of thing. I'm not so certain, considering at the $25,000 level, is where I would like to be at this time. So I support the motion, I just don't support the dollar amount.
Thank you, Councillor Malnick. Is there any objection from the table to change it to $10,000 instead of $25,000? Councillor Demota, I know you're on screen. Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to keep it the same for now and just move it to December 6th.
Okay. Can you repeat that one more time? We couldn't quite hear you.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. I'd like to keep it at $25,000 and move the decision to December 6th.
Thank you for that.
I think it's healthier that way, if I may, just because then we can analyze everything that's in front of us. We're making some decisions today. I know it's not new information, but when you have everything in front of you, we're going to be mulling it over for a couple of weeks. It can help us bounce back and forth on our priorities. When we go through the chart that this administration was so nice to give to us, we could prioritize those fundings a little better, I think. No?
Thank you for that. Any other comments from or debate from council? There is a motion on the table. Councillor Waxer, do you want to close?
Not close, but ask the question: if the motion is defeated, can another motion be made?
Yes, it can, as long as it's not the same motion. And so if it was another motion for a different amount, that is totally fair game.
Councilor Malik?
With the permission to speak twice.
Absolutely.
Understanding where Councilor Demota is going, then we will have another opportunity to look at this, and maybe something that we'll have to remove from the budget. I've had the opportunity to say my opportunity to the level of my support, and if the motion does come up, then I'm happy to vote for it to get it on the table. But you know, with the thought in mind that in the longer term, that's more the funding level that I would probably think we could be at for this festival. And again, that's my own personal opinion.
Thank you very much. Any other debate? Councillor Kelleher-Randy?
I also am kind of like the 10,000, and I think, you know, with all the other groups today, we kind of have said where we're going. It kind of gives everybody an idea. Either way, you know, I'm fine for it to go with 25, but I think on that day, I'll also be looking at 10.
Thank you for that. See no other hands. Everyone understand the motion, admin understands the motion. Okay, I will call the question. All in favor? And that opposed, and that motion is carried. I'll hold on to this chair position until Mayor Ireland gets back. Christina to go.
While we're waiting, some of the comments I was just making, a lot of what we're doing is, you know, we want to call it a priority-based budget, but I think we're still kind of in that realm of prioritizing our increments. So we're not really right now at the point of doing a priority-based budget. So if we take all of this back, then there could be things that we want to take away that we were doing in the past. I'm not sure if we're ready to do that or not.
Mayor Ireland, I will hand the chair back to you.
Thank you, I suppose. I just saw on the screen where Councillor Demota was appearing, a message that said power was going to go off in 5 minutes. So,
Is that what happened yesterday?
yes, that may be why.
Yeah.
Good.
Oh, went out.
Yeah, yesterday. Yeah.
Yes. I tried to see the message. I didn't see that message yesterday.
I already wore out the batteries. I didn't even say anything.
Yeah. All right. Where's my?
3.6 now.
All right. So just confirming then, we have completed agenda item 3.5. All right, then we are on council referral items. And there were a number of matters over the course of many months that were referred to budget discussions, I think. So, maybe only a couple.
Your Worship, there's only a couple that haven't been otherwise addressed in the budget. So, for example, there were some referral items. The snow clearing, council heard the discussion around the additional grounds labor position. The discussion around council referred the matter of the transportation master plan update. We saw that. So these are the only ones that didn't easily find themselves a home in any of the other items. And so we have some specifics on each of them. The studded tire program and transit service enhancements. And I'll just bring this up for council, for the public. So we did work to provide some background information on the studded tire program. That's the first one in the list. Thanks to Director Malinchuk and the rest of the team for pulling up some information. This is a program that was last delivered in the 2019-2020 years. was previously funded to an amount of approximately of $5,000 per year. In 2019, there was $3,700 claimed, and in 2020, there was $3,450 claimed, $3,450. There's other people that probably have a better idea, but a quick look by this member of administration who doesn't currently bike in the winter identified that the estimated cost for a set of winter tires could range between $160 and $480. I'm happy if any of the avid cyclists want to correct me on that. Administration identified that there are, of course, some opportunities that would arise for a program like this. It would be to encourage active transportation. There's the potential to reduce CO2 emissions by reducing these private automobiles, and it may have the opportunity to support local businesses where people are buying their tires there. Some of the challenges that administration could see, again, without a detailed analysis, because there was just direction to refer this to budget, we can see that it will require the creation of an application and tracking process. I don't know whether we still have the systems and documents set up from 2019, 2020. I believe that there was previously an environmental stewardship coordinator that may have had a role in delivering this program. That position is no longer with us. It would likely be late February by the time we'd be able to launch the program. So I don't know that it would really have a great effect for the early part of 2024, maybe for next winter. Of course, this would only assist those residents who bike. There is no guarantee that local stores will have supply. Administration has done on ground to check supply chain. And in the past, there's been somewhat limited uptake, and I base that really just on the amount of that had been claimed by the cost of a set of 2 tires. This, at the top end, it benefits less, a small handful of people that would be able to take advantage of this and really benefit. And so those are some of the challenges from the program. We have really no additional information beyond that. It's here for council consideration. We did build a motion for council consideration if you chose to want to take action on this. It's a couple of pages later on in your slide deck, but again, this is not a recommendation from administration, but it is a motion that is framed if council wish to. The committee amend the budget to include $5,000 funding to support a winter studded bike tire program in 2024. Again, a limited amount of information. This is not a full RD or request for decision, but we did want to ensure that with this item that was referred to budget, that we provided some information, at least on the background of the past program. We'll leave it there for council to discuss and with any motions that may arise.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Comments? Go ahead, Councillor Demora.
Well, I think this was me that brought it forward. And when I look at the 3,700 and 3,450 respectively, I can't remember if it was $50 per tire and maximum of $100 per person. So yeah, it's hard to say if that was like 37 people in the program or if it was just under double that. However, yeah, I think if this was to go forward, it would have to be for next season if we're going to do a late February rollout. And I think it was administered through some type of coupon last time, and the operators would requisition the municipality, I think. No.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. I think you have refreshed my memory that it may have worked that way, that we gave chits and the bike shops redeemed them. They got the money, so the bicycle owner did not get the money directly. They got a discount on their tires, and the bike shop owner got the money ultimately. That sounds correct. Well, I believe it's come forward, it was referred, if there's interest, to make a motion, that's fine. The only thing I would say, I appreciate, the analysis. I think the direct benefit clearly is to the bicycle owner. I think there is a broader benefit in the sense that if somebody chooses to ride their bicycle, that opens up a parking stall for somebody else.
Well, this might give us a, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm willing to make a motion, and this, I could just do it, and then we could discuss it on this, on the 6th, whether it will work or not, once we analyze everything. And if we're looking at it for next year, then I'm willing to maybe do something in around $4,000. And then if it doesn't pass today, then that's fine. If it doesn't pass on the 6th, that's fine. I just think it's part of, you know, promoting active transportation in the community and health and wellness. So. I'll do that.
Yeah.
All right. So I move that committee direct administration to bring back, to bring the studded tire program forward to council for consideration in the 2024 budget.
I think we would need an amount if they're going to put something into the budget.
Did I not say 4,000? I'm sorry. The committee direct administration to bring the amount of $4,000 for the studded tire program forward to council for consideration in the 2024 budget.
Thank you for that motion, Councillor Demota. Mr. Given, are you satisfied that you got that motion and it's actionable and passed? There. Is there any debate on the motion? Councillor Hall, Deputy Mayor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I do like this program. I would like to see it funded directly from visitor parking.
If it's added, I'm not sure that it's aligned with anything. Director Melanchek, are you itching to speak? Councillor Waxer.
Well, while I think this is a great idea, I would probably prefer to wait until we've had our transportation master plan and looked at the actual transportation strategies, and so that it's not sort of a one-off sitting alone, but is part of a greater plan.
Thank you for that. Any other debate? I will speak to the motion. Typically, I am fully supportive of such initiatives. I think our budget right now is as rich as it can possibly be, and I doubt that there are many people not riding bikes because they can't afford studded tires. If they choose to ride a bike in the winter, they either spring themselves for the studded tire or take the risk of riding without. So I'm not sure that we would affect behavior in any great way. I do appreciate the sentiment that we should support active transportation, but I think our budget is as large as it needs to get, and maybe too large already. So I am opposed to the motion, but I will call the question. All those in favor? I'm sorry. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead and close.
Well, I was just going to say I appreciate what you said, and I think that was a similar debate the last time we had. And then some of the, I guess, positive arguments were that it may not help people that can afford a tire, but it could. And if you think about maybe potentially 40 people having studded tires, on their bikes in the wintertime, I think that's pretty good for our community. And having said that, I apologize. I think it might just promote some interest and get people out that may not normally ride their bikes. And that was the argument last time. So there we have it.
Thank you. Is there any further debate? I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That motion is defeated. Mr. Given, transit service enhancements.
Yes, your worship. Recent committee, there was a request for administration to bring forward information about respond to public feedback about the transit service. So just a quick description of our current service level. We have 3 different approaches depending on the season, just reflecting the changing nature of our community at different times of the year. We have a winter schedule that we're in right now, has a monthly average of 243.5 service hours. Our spring and fall schedules have about 390 service hours, and our summer schedule has about 346 monthly service hours. So you can see that we really ramp up our service. The plan, again, recognize that we've only been a few months of operating. The plan was that we would reduce service over the course of the winter when we had lower visitor population, and increase service in the summer. Right now, the system is essentially built, and our contract with the operator is essentially built around a total number of service hours throughout the course of the year. And so to respond to the feedback that we receive, we have a couple of options. And maybe I'll just share a couple of brief comments. I will send this out to council as well so you can see for yourself. But I'll pull out a few that I think are representative comments, and you can judge when I give you the full list. Things that have been emailed in. A lot of focus on midday service out to Jasper Park Lodge. Residents that live in town and work out of JPL see that as having been very useful. It would have been included in our fall schedule before we reduced hours into our winter schedule. Also, staff living in the residents living in the north end of town who would like to see more winter service in that north end of town, enabling them to get to and from work. There were comments about the importance of that midday, more flexible schedule around school, enabling teens to be more independent, be able to get to outlying properties and around town. And then also a number of comments where there's a desire for earlier routes that would allow non-qualifying students to use public transportation to get to schools. So we have this situation where the province funds children up to grade 6 within the town limits, students that are 1 kilometer away up to grade 6 qualify to use the transit system or public transportation. That's what the school boards are funded for. The kids grade 7 and 12 living in the town site do not qualify. Kids at JPL that are 7 and 12 do qualify. There are a lot of requests from parents that are in town that would like to have their high school age or junior high and high school age students being able to use public transit to get to school as well. And again, really just because of capacity on that, sort of providing service to those that qualify first has been a priority. So midday service, some earlier service in the mornings to allow people to get to and from work, and potentially for older students to be able to get to school, were the main requests. And again, I'll share this with you. Administration has done a look and has 3 different options. One would be to maintain the total number of service hours under our current agreement. So I believe that the number of service hours is 3,710 per year or something like that. So to maintain the total number of service hours, but adjust our schedule to cut underperforming times. So there are times of the day when not very many people are riding the routes. And so we could reduce service essentially on evenings and weekends, and then add service during weekdays in the morning and midday. This would in essence add 2 morning town loops, which would serve that older age student population and residents who want to use it as an opportunity to get to work, and then to add an additional morning run out to JPL, again supporting people who want to be able to get to and from work. There would be no cost to doing that. We maintain the service hours and again reduce hours in underperforming times, what appear to be underperforming times. A second option would be to increase the total service hours by 10% and adjust the schedule. That would be at a cost of approximately $50,000 and that would add 3 morning town loops and 2 additional trips out to JPL, 1 morning and then presumably 1 midday, which is a request that features pretty highly. And then the third would be to increase total service hours by 20% and adjust the schedule, which would be to add approximately 2.5 total service hours per day to the winter schedule and 1.5 service hours per day to the fall, spring and summer schedules. Of course, there are pros and cons to everything. Maintaining our current service hours and adjusting the schedule, the opportunities from that is that it would keep the operating budget at its pre-established levels, so not require any additional funding. It would allow us to respond to feedback by increasing early morning service hours, service levels, but it doesn't address that midday. It also does reduce service hours on weekends and evenings, weekday evenings. We don't know how much people appreciate that. We can see that not a lot of people are riding, so we don't believe that that would be a large impact, but there may be some people that might have used that opportunity. It does also mean that any adjustments, and this is consistent across the first 2, any change that we make to the schedule makes it a little bit difficult for us to sort of track the use through the first year. So having, on a pure year-to-year comparison, having the exact same schedule would be ideal for data tracking and analysis, but it isn't particularly responsive to riders and to residents. The second option, increase service hours by 10%, again, responds to feedback by increasing those early morning service levels. The challenge would be, of course, that it does actually mean an increase to cost. There is a financial increase in the total budget required. And it does still reduce service. It does still require service reduction on weekends and weekday evenings. And again, that data tracking challenge. And then the final option that was provided here was essentially maintain the current schedule and add additional hours. And that would, again, respond to feedback by adding that early morning service. And I believe also the midday JPL service, which is a highly requested item. If we add 20% or more to the service hours, we have the ability under our contract to go back and negotiate and have a lower hourly service rate. So if we look to change the schedule by plus 20%, we have the right to request and work to negotiate a lower overall hourly service rate. Of course, this does increase the total cost. So let me just go back a slide. The difference between 2 and 3, so again, the 10% and 20%, you'll see that 10% we estimate is an approximate cost of $50,000, but we're saying that you get 20% increase in service hours at less than double the price of 10%. And that's a reflection of, again, an estimate of what we may be able to negotiate in terms of the lower rate under our contract. So the question was, what could we do to respond to feedback that we received early in the system? There are 3 options. There's a no cost option, cut underperforming times, reallocate that time to the times that seem to be in demand. The other options are add some additional money to the system. Your worship, that's a very brief summary. We do have, leave a motion here. And this is maybe more of a recommendation because we appreciate there's three options there. If committee wish to explore something that was to do some change, administration's suggestion would be that we maintain the current total of service hours and adjust the schedule to reduce underused weekend and evening hours and to add 2 morning towners and 1 additional morning JPL run. So really what we're recommending is if you want to make any change, that option 1 would be the one for right now. Again, allow us to get through an entire year while still also making attempts as best as possible to respond to what we're hearing from users.
Thank you for that, Mr. Gibbon. Comments, questions? Councillor Keller-Ramsay.
Just worked on transportation myself, and routes always have to be changed and adjusted. I don't think putting more money to it is the solution. You know, everybody knows, I know a lot of the drivers that drive for PWT, and they have said like the evening, especially the last run, is not busy. I agree with the idea of putting an extra route on in the mornings, and keep it, you know, I think for the first year, we're going to see a lot of changes. That's just the nature of the transportation business. Like it expands, and sometimes you just have to keep adjusting the routes. And again, it depends on the month, season, and I think we're going to see a lot of that this year. And I agree with adjusting the route and keeping the service level as it is for.
Thank you, Councillor Keller-Ramsay. Deputy Mayor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Question for administration, what time would the first morning loop go? Would it be early enough, would it be before like get high school kids to school?
Your worship, for Councillor Hall, I don't have the specific timing. Again, this is really, we did it as more of a financial exercise, but certainly the intent would be to meet as many of those requests as we had, which was, you know, help me get to work and help my kid get to school. And so the intention of adding those earlier morning runs would be to meet those two things.
Councillor Waxer.
I think it only makes sense to be responsive to what we're hearing and make those adjustments. And as Councillor Keller-Ramsay said, that being responsive to what we're seeing and hearing is appropriate and probably to be expected. That we had an expert's opinion or thought on what it should be, but the people have spoken.
Councillor Demoda.
Well, again, I don't want to come across as cranky guy or Max Headroom over here. That's pretty. I think I just have a little level of frustration in the fact that I don't know how all this stuff wasn't factored in the first place from the proponent and meeting the needs and for the community and understanding, you know, work hours and school hours and things like that. So to me, just throwing out money at it is frustrating. I guess where I want to go is like, what would some of the ridership cost recovery be on, you know, 10% or 20% increase in the service or funding towards the service? Do we, like, I don't have a return on investment in front of me, so I'm not sure.
Thank you for that, Mr. Gibbon.
Your worship, I think the biggest challenge is that we don't have a full years of experience. So to be able to say what the cost recovery of, you know, from riders of the system, to make an estimate of that is really take a big guesstimate, which is not, I know what Councillor Demoda is looking for. I can say that in the budget that's proposed, 65% of the total cost of the transit system is going to be covered by others, meaning 43% that's coming from external contributions. That was that $287,000 from external parties, and then 146.5 from visitor paid parking. So that's before we take on any riders. 65% of the cost of the transit system is being paid for by other people. There's no other transit system that has the benefit of being in that position. So we really need to only cover the other 35% of the cost of the system. So we're in a good position as far as transit systems go. What is the rate of return on adding an hour here or an hour there, or run here or there? I can't speak with any confidence.
And thank you for clarifying those words. That's what I was looking for, rate of return. Appreciate it. Thanks. Go ahead, Your Worship.
My own surprise really is that this is here. I agree with the comment from Councillor Waxer that it only makes sense to be responsive, but I have quite a clear image in my mind of having discussed this back in the summer or spring, whenever we decided to move forward, that there should be some flexibility to adapt to demand and changing attitudes. And I thought that we intentionally left that with administration so that it wouldn't have to come back to council, because this is just about the least responsive way to deal with things. At once a year at budget to talk about bus routes. I appreciate that the matter is here before us, but if the system is to be responsive, I think we should have an understanding. Even through the course of the winter, if things change, does administration have capacity, ability, authority to adjust the system, or does this always have to come back to council? I don't want to be in the position of trying to figure out bus routes or scheduling or time of day or the rest of it. I just don't have that sort of ability. Mr. Giddens, you were going to respond.
Yes, Your Worship. So this is here because there was a specific direction, a motion from committee to direct administration to bring forward information. And I want to see if I could find this, but suffice to say, there was a motion made at committee directing administration to bring forward information to budget. And I think the intention here is to say administration is comfortable adjusting the system, and we certainly have that latitude within the approved financial bucket. Two of the options here said, do you want to spend more? And the council clearly says, no, thanks, we're fine. Work within what you've got. That's clear enough direction and totally fine, but it does come because of that financial indication. We had built a budget based on the base amount of service hours, and we had planned to operate within that. And then there was a request to provide some alternatives to sort of respond to what we're hearing from public feedback.
Thank you for that. Councillor DeMota?
Yeah, I just think if I had a better idea in my mind, I really appreciate what Mr. Given had said about having 65% of the transit system covered. So like if it's only costing the resident 35 cents on the dollar in that kind of aspect, I'd like to see something so it's sellable to me, because I can easily be swayed to put some financing towards it. To me it sounds like we're going to try this out, we're going to try that out, and then and no offense to administration, it doesn't seem like there's a concrete plan. And I know that it's on us to make a decision on the funding. And I do recall the same thing that Mr. Given had said. We asked for this to come back, and that's what I'd say.
Councillor Waxer and then Councillor Melvin.
I was ready to make the motion. That's
Oh. Well, then Councillor Melvin.
Always nice to follow Councillor DeMota, since he is that grumpy old man. I agree with Councillor Keller and Empty, that we need to be flexible. We need to listen to what our riders are telling us. We have a budget right now, and I have no problem with flexing our schedule to better serve the needs of our individuals. And in 2 months, we may get additional feedback to what we did. There are a number of people that missed the other service. So it's a quiet time right now. It's time for us to learn what our residents want, especially helpful in the winter to have this service. I think we'll have no problem in the summer with the service the way it is. And I think it's important for us to get through the winter and do what's best based on the feedback we get from our ridership or potential ridership. So I'd also like to do that without increasing the budget. And that's basically where I would be. And if Councillor Waxer would like to make a motion, I am all ears.
Councillor Wax.
Committee direct administration to maintain the current total of service hours and adjust the schedule to reduce the underused weekend and evening hours and add 2 morning town loops and 1 additional morning JPO.
Thank you for that motion, Councillor Waxer. Is there any debate on the motion? We'll call the question. All those in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. Thank you for that. Mr. Given, just before we leave council referral items, either you or council can correct me, but I have a recollection that we referred potentially to budget, maybe to something else. A request with respect to a walking track. Did we say we were going to consider that at budget, or did we say we would consider that in some other context? Councillor Melvin?
We didn't refer it to budget. We referred it to be considered down the road, perhaps in planning capital wise, or at least have that on the radar. But it was not meant for this particular budget. Was my specific recollection.
And I agree with that because they brought forward the recreation plan, and we said that we use that the administration brought to us to go down the road because they use the recreation study of the importance of the walking track, and it was lower than the others, and we said that was great, and that the recommendation was that as we were planning down the road for the facilities, we would look at that.
All right, I'm content with that. I had an expectation that it might show up as an unfunded project sometime between now and 2028, so that it would at least be recorded as an item, and we could track it. But if councillors are satisfied that we will somehow come back to that, and that's fine. Deputy Mayor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Yesterday, Director Reed, we referenced a walking club in the Sherry Passion. Is that in response to looking for a walking track?
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Deputy Mayor Hall. Yeah, I would not say it's in direct response to wanting a walking track. It's in response to a need that was brought forward from the community. And we are simply creating an opportunity for that community then to take advantage of the existing facility that we do have.
Councillor DeMota.
But thank you very much. I was recently speaking to an active, insightful counselor who came up with the idea of a dome, like they use for golf domes and things like that. We have a lot of flat, unused surfaces in the wintertime in Jasper, and I thought that was brilliant. Now, the cost behind that might be exorbitant, but when you put minds together, you know, just like our hockey arena, we've got 2 change rooms outside right now. So I think thinking outside the box, it's worth exploring different ideas. So I thought that was kind of brilliant. And so, you know, I can't take credit for it, but I just thought I'd throw that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. There is one item left on our almost never-ending agenda. Before we turn to it, we are at council referral items. And we have referred a number of items over the course of yesterday and today to the budget. That it will be presented for council approval December 5th. I would be interested, if council is interested, to know what that budget might now look like in broad terms. So I think we started with about $1.3 million of additional funding for the tax levy. And we are now above that somewhere. I wonder if council would be interested to know where we're at and whether council wants to take this opportunity, those things are relatively fresh, to consider again whether anything that we have added perhaps ought to come out. Mr. Gideon?
Your worship, I think I'll maybe we're buying Director Malinchuk a little bit of time to total up, but there are so I think we can probably be in a position to do that after we go through the other remaining items if council wishes. I will note that we haven't actually had a completion of consideration of the community development operating budget, and so there was a request for additional information on the outreach worker positions. There were 3 positions. It was identified that there was information required. I know Director Reed has gathered that information provided to council, and the operating budget for community development was on hold. We didn't make any motions with respect to that. So I think of the council referral items that we probably need to deal with first would be Director Reed's operating budget, not the entire thing, hopefully, council, but certainly with those positions. And that would also give us a bit more time for tallying about the consequences of the decisions that we've made over the last couple of days. So if council is comfortable with that, I would be interested to hand it over to Director Reed to talk about positions in different detail.
Is council comfortable with that? And does council or staff or anybody need a short break? We've been at it for a bit. It is now 5 to 5. Let's take a recess till 5:05. Right, welcome back. It is 5:05 and we will back into session. Just for clarity for administration, I think we received a number of documents for further review about the time that we go for lunch. One of those was rationale for purchase for a new fleet vehicle for bylaw. I think yesterday we had 2 motions on that. One was for additional information and the other one was to add to the budget in any event. So I'm going to suggest that for the information, the rationale that we received today, that can just be useful information when this comes back to council on December the 5th. That item is in the budget regardless. Similarly, upon request from council, administration provided a chart with respect to crisis response, and we've dealt with that in the budget, I think, now. So there is additional information. I don't think we need to take time today to deal with it because that item similarly has been addressed to be added to the budget. As I understand it, can come back for further discussion next date. And then we have 3 position request forms, all related to community development. So, Mr. Reed, I would invite you, Director Reed, back to that discussion from yesterday. I think it was yesterday. Maybe it was early. No, it was yesterday. Mr. Director Greathead got us started too.
Thank you very much, Your Worship and Council. So yes, indeed. Yesterday we presented a request to add 3 positions, and Council asked for more information, which we submitted in essence, the position request paperwork that we prepare to bring any position request forward within the administrative realm. I will hope that I'm starting with the one that you're all holding, which would be the General Outreach Worker Crisis Support. And looking around, I see a couple have, okay, wonderful. So this is a position that would be a part-time position. And I want to take a pause here. One of the things that Councillor Waxer said yesterday, which is, are we really asking for a new position or are we asking for more funding? And that distinction could be important to council because you're right, we already have outreach workers, and should the funding for this as well as the program support position, if that funding were coming from an external agency, you would not be seeing a position request before you. We would be meeting the needs of our funder and fulfilling, adding hours in essence to existing positions to make that happen. And so council could consider these two requests in that same vein. If council wished to simply be a funder, we could accommodate that and get the work done. And that may alleviate the concern of the structure and the implications to further budgets of putting a position in the budget. And so again, back to Councillor Waxer's point, would we be able to meet the needs of the community in 2024 if council were simply to add money to our budget? Yes, that's true. You'll see that we have a rationale perhaps that sways you to making them positions, but we are definitely open to council's direction. So specifically to that crisis support worker, in a few sentences, describe the position. So this outreach worker focused on crisis response services was act as a supportive conduit between a person in crisis and services and supports they need to overcome an urgent situation. A service we already provide in our office. And in fact, we have had a funding source, an external funding source that has allowed us to do this work over the last few months. Because this work is a response to the increased need and demand in our community that we are seeing during our regular daytime hours for crisis response. Is the position essential to continued operations? This position is essential to meeting the increased need for crisis response support services. In 2023, crisis support work was done by existing outreach staff thanks to grant funding, which comes to an end at the close of this calendar year. The increase in demand continues. And so when back in May, council did hear of this increased demand, and council at that time directed us to bring a breakdown of projected municipal resources required to meet the crisis interventions needs to this, in fact, 2024 budget discussion. So I'm glad I started with this one because it comes to you now as a response to that request you made back in May. We have searched for other funding and as yet have not found any to meet this need. Is the position part of a department reorganize or expansion? Not the reorganization, but yes, expansion of need. We do not have an external contract to meet this need at this time. Can the position be filled on less than a 12-month basis part-time or less than full-time? Yes, it would be filled on a part-time basis as some crisis response time is already funded externally by grant revenue, but the increased need, we believe, can be met with, in essence, a half-time addition. Can it be combined with other positions? No, the existing outreach team is funded externally and are at their capacity to meet the needs of those funders. And how have the duties being fulfilled during the position vacancy isn't quite the right phrase. During the last few months of increased need, we received a one-time grant funding that allowed us to cover the shortfall. Well, I'll go into some of the justification, of course, because I think that will be important for council. So a meeting was held with existing and ongoing funder for crisis response services, Alberta Health Services, Addictions and Mental Health. They confirmed that this rise in demand for crisis response is occurring province-wide and that communities everywhere are problem solving around meeting those post-pandemic elevated needs for support. Looking at the number of clients costs has over the last 3 years shows this increase. And the cost outreach workers also estimate they're supporting approximately double the number of families impacted by domestic violence compared to pre-pandemic numbers, as an example. COS has discussed this trend numerous times over the 2023 years and has sought every avenue of funding possible to try to fill the gap. We know COS is well positioned to offer this response service because we already do it. However, we are not meeting the demand as is, and we need this increased funding to do so. At the May 23rd committee meeting, council committee received COS's report on this subject and directed us to administration to include the resources required to meet the crisis response needs in Jasper in the 2024 budget. And so that's why we're here. Of course, support for people in crisis is one way we advance council's strategic priority around community health, taking proactive steps to reduce the risk of people becoming vulnerable and respond when they are. And here's the note that I've added about that opportunity. You could consider this as a term funding request and fund the work for 2024, but not create a permanent position. This may allow an external funding source to be found. And I should have written and would therefore not, I guess, tie you to a position for future budgets. And at the end of that 2-pager, I will be available for questions, or I am available.
Thank you, Director Reed, and just so I can clarify and apologize, I was wrong when I started with the documents you received, because of course this colorful document was requested in respect to this position, and I confused it with the external group crisis team funding, and I was wrong to do that. So this document is still in play with respect to the request for this position. So questions for Director Reed? Councillor Keller.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to Director Reed. If we were to give this as a funding and you received an outside funder, would then this money go back into reserves? We say that we funded you, we say $35,000 for the year to get things started. And we say in April, you found a funder, will the remaining funds go back into reserves?
Your worship, through the Councillor Keller MP, I'll start. I will say I don't think it goes directly into reserves. But if we found an external funding source, then we wouldn't use this funding. Yes.
Thank you. Other questions? Deputy Mayor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. My question is, just so I'm clear, this is to, you already have a part-time position and this will bring that part-time position to a full-time position?
Thank you. So your worship, through the Deputy Mayor Hall, thank you for that clarification. That sentence or that concept applies to the program support worker position.
Okay.
This is not an existing half-time that's funded and we would be adding to it. No, this is an existing person who was funded externally and that funding is over. And so, yeah, we would not be creating a full-time person out of this.
Your worship, if I can supplement, this is the conversation that administration promised that we would have with council. We do the best job that we can to seek external funding to provide services locally in Jasper. And Director Reed's department has historically been very, very good at that, as you can see in the budget. This is a situation where there is a position that has been externally funded. There's a service that is being provided. Administration believes that there's an ongoing need for that service, but no external funding anymore. And so the question for council is, do we accept that and begin to pay for that service through municipal tax dollars? is really the essence of the question. I think that there are, and a couple of different approaches would be to say, okay, well, we believe that we administration, we the municipality, council, whoever, we foresee that this need will continue on an ongoing basis into the future. And so this should be a permanent, established 0.5 position funded by municipal tax dollars. Or we believe that there is a current need for this service and we want to continue to deliver it, even though the external funding has dried up, but we're not sure that we want to do that on an ongoing basis forever. Maybe this is a term position funded by municipal tax dollars, which would give the department an opportunity to see if they can identify other external funding to be able to supplement that in the future. So that's, and this is the nature of this work. We start to deliver a service, there's an identified need in the community, and we try to leverage external dollars to do it. And then those external dollars end. And it doesn't necessarily mean that the need for service has gone away. And that does bring us to the point where we have to have these discussions. Agreed.
Thank you, CEO, given that is an excellent point of clarity. And I will add that we do not see any evidence that there is a provincial grant coming for this. You've heard me say this before. Alberta Health is first to recognize that this is a province-wide issue. In fact, it's Canada-wide. But given that it's a province-wide issue, it is unlikely that there's going to be a large enough grant program created to meet every community's needs. Having said that, the minister just announced $10 million for food bank support through the FCSS program. So it can happen, but in 400 communities, $10 million doesn't go that far. So I just want to add that extra bit about why we're proposing that council would support this as a position addition is because our crystal ball indicates that it's very unlikely that the province is going to create a new funding source here.
My next question is when did the funding stop, and is there somebody finishing up a job right away that would roll into this position, or is it ended already?
The funding ends December 31.
Okay.
Director Reed, I just want to be clear. The funding that you are looking for, whether it's separate funding or a position, is to pay the person, but it's not necessarily to support the client. So how does this work? We have a staff person that deals with the wording that you use, is supporting clients in crisis, but if the client needs supports that are monetary, where does that come from? How does this position actually achieve the result, which is somebody getting supports for their needs?
Your worship, thank you for a wonderful question that allows me to illustrate some of the magic that happens in that office. So, earlier today, I was made aware of a situation with a resident in this community that is going to be addressed with the help of our outreach team. And well, I'm not going to get into the specifics of that. What that means is that individual who is feeling a crisis to their level of comfort and health and safety, and that crisis, as you saw in that chart that I gave you earlier today about crisis response, they have immediate needs that they do not have the ability to see the path to meeting those immediate needs. So that person will come to an outreach worker. That outreach worker is a skilled generalist who navigates the many systems that exist for individuals to access the several different, we'll call them support programs, that exist within the system in Alberta. So the navigation of that system, our team is incredibly skilled at. And the individual, of course, it will be their first time. So they will not be skilled at it. They will not understand this pause is fine. This pause we need to say differently. This challenge is met by this program. But our team does that. And in that whole time, the one-to-one emotional and factual support created by the outreach worker brings the level of stress down, brings the solutions up, and brings that person out of crisis. So the reason that we have a person as opposed to a pot of money is because a pot of money would do none of what I just described. And we are very lucky in this community that our system is structured in a way that we have a fundraising arm called the Jasper Community Team Society that acts independently of the municipality, but supports residents in need. And so when it's $100 needed, or some amount of money needed, and all of the existing systems do not have an answer, we have this safety net in our community. And as you will note on that chart, the crisis team also plays a role. They recognize that, especially with visitors, where the Jasper Community Team Society Fund does not support visitors, that's for local residents only, that there may be a time where also a funding point might need, and so that is partly what they fundraise for as well. But without the person to navigate the system and to be that one-to-one, face-to-face support for that client, the money, we could have a pocket of money that's the size of this room, and it wouldn't result in crisis reduction for our residents and visitors. Does that help?
Until the very last word.
But we had a pocket, a room full of money?
And visitors. Because I am challenged here in this unfolding situation with new players in the field of crisis response. But I did understand that from a municipal perspective, and certainly from the perspective of the money that's available for the residents. But anybody can be in crisis. Somebody can show up on the bus and have no job and no place to live and no money for food, and they're in our town. Hard to say that they're our resident, but are we going to respond? And are we just going to link them potentially with somebody else's resources? But we're doing that with municipal money, because there might be provincial resources, except the province doesn't resource access to their funds. Is that the way it works?
You know, Mr. Mayor, you have done a great summary there. That's accurate. And one of the high client types is that type you described. The individual arrives in the community with no resources and no plan. And that individual needs assistance. That is a time. And our success at helping those individuals find a path is so strong, and our reputation in the community is decades long of being able to do this, that we get the referrals from parks, from the RCMP, from the hospital. We absolutely are a go-to source in the community for solving this type of problem. The funding may come from crisis team, it may come from community or Jasper Community Team Society, the Caring Community Fund. It also often comes from the existing programs that individuals don't necessarily know how to navigate, but our team does. And this is how we keep our community, vulnerable population, healthy, safe, and progressing down a path.
Great. Thank you. Other questions from councillors? Councillor Baxter.
My only comment is just, I think the one word that maybe was omitted was the fund of last resort, that the government programs would have always historically been accessed prior to accessing the local fundraised dollars. It's always fund of last resort.
Thank you, Councilor Rexford, your worship, through to all of council. That's absolutely true. And if I didn't make that clear, I really appreciate that you did. 100%. Those locally raised funds are the fund of last resort.
But still not a fund available to non-residents. Is that right?
Your worship, if I may, I just want to make sure that Director Reed, that your answers as best as possible to focus on the position. This is not a question about the funding sources that this position may refer people to.
Right.
So because once we start to talk about what funding source can do what we're talking about is we have and Director Reed, you can kick me later on if this is an incorrect characterization. We have a concierge that when people are in crisis, helps connect them to the service that they need. Whether we deliver that service or somebody else does or doesn't matter. What we're talking about is the position that acts as the human element for somebody in crisis and the process expert to connect them to the services or resources that would best help them in that moment. So it's a bit of a weird characterization, but that's really what we're focusing on, not about how much supports they should receive and from what source, but is there a human body concierge to be able to help guide people through those systems when they need that service?
I like that word.
If I may, your worship, I would much rather, I love the process expert. And I would much rather have a simple language, the word guide is much more accurate than concierge to me. And also much more understandable. So I don't have a bone to pick with what you said, only with that particular word.
Thank you, Councillor Watson.
I would just make the comment that I think that our community has really benefited from the fact that that community outreach services has been available to assist anyone in crisis, and which has resulted, I think, in significantly fewer people sleeping in doorways or in the forest or all of any of the other possibilities. So I think in terms of how there's many other benefits, which is a bit probably reduces the suicide rate, all those kinds of things. But I think in terms of the well-being of our community and preventing crimes of opportunity where people are potentially desperate for food or desperate for shelter, that I think community outreach services has especially in this time post-pandemic where it's evidenced all through the country that people are experiencing those crises. I think it's a really important service in our community. But that being said, I also think that this may not be an ongoing thing, and that acting as a funder for that service may be the most appropriate step at this time, and be reconsidered in the 2025 budget. Okay, I will make the motion that committee direct administration to amend the budget to add, and I'm sorry, I don't have the amount in front of me. I think it was 35,000 approximately in funding for the crisis support worker at community outreach services in the community development budget.
Go ahead, Mr. Given. I think that what I heard was to increase funding, not to create a position. But let's be clear that we all are on the same page.
Well, and that's just what I was gonna ask for some clarity on, is this, the intention to add the funding, so to, you know, to be reviewed at a later time, or to support that position on an ongoing basis? Because the position request form does sort of leave both of those options on the table, and I think it's, well, it's required, you know, as administration, we need to know what the intent is. If this is the intent is to support a term position for 2024, that would be a useful addition to the end of that sentence, or to establish a full-time continuous position. Sorry, excuse me, this could be I meant to say an ongoing continuous position, excuse me.
It is, of course, Councillor Waxer's motion. I interpret it, you can speak for yourself, but the last question on the page, oh, sorry, wrong page. Alternatively, council could consider this as a term funding request, fund the work, not create a permanent position. If that's what I understood Councillor Waxer was talking about, but let's get clarity for sure. Go ahead.
So that committee direct administration to amend the community development budget to add 35,000 in funding to create a 0.5 crisis, create a term outreach position to address crisis needs in the community.
Your worship, and again, sorry, I know it's getting late, that gives us the clarity that this is intentionally 0.5, that it's 35,500, I think it was the amount the director had said, and that it is a term position in outreach for crisis response. I think that has all the elements that gives us the clarity that we need.
Just before I turn to you, Councillor, no, did you want to speak to the motion?
Not at this moment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Melnick.
I would speak in support of the motion. Thank you, Your Worship. Because I'm concerned that this would become a regular position when there may be other funding opportunities that are going to become apparent. And I think we need to continue to pursue those funding opportunities. This will bridge that gap where there is no, or where funding is not going to be available in the new year. So it allows us to continue to do the work that needs to be done for individuals who require services by this department.
Thank you for that. Any other debate? I confess I am at a bit of a loss, and I'm going to ask another question, because I thought the alternative was create position, whether term or permanent, or add more funding because it could be sucked up by existing staff with more funding. Was that an option? I mean, I appreciate that may not be the motion, but was that an option that you presented, Director Reid?
I'm not, pardon me, Your Worship, through the council. I'm not sure that there's any actual difference there. That either it's a continuous ongoing position or it's a term for 2024. The term for 2024 language is the same as giving us the money and getting us to do the work. So I don't see any difference there as long as you guys are comfortable with what you're doing.
I won't belabor it. I had understood that you might have sufficient resources in-house if you had more money. You wouldn't need another body. You would just need more money for existing bodies.
No, sorry, Your Worship, to be clear, the funding ends December 31, so that body doesn't exist January 1. So I will need to hire someone to do that work. It may end up being the same person that has done the work up until December 31. But again, remembering how this office works, when we get the funding, we do this all the time. So we can do it however you want us to do it.
All right. Is there any further debate? Do you want to close debate, Councillor Waxman?
Just to say that I think this is an incredibly important position in our community, and I was happy to make the motion.
All right, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. That takes us to whatever is the next.
Your Worship, thank you very much. I will jump back in and say I'm looking at outreach program support worker, because the concept of do you want to fund this on a continuing ongoing basis, or would you like to do a term for 2024? The same system could apply to this position. So outreach program support worker, we do already have, again, the same as before, someone doing this work. So position description in a few sentences, please describe. Staff member would work, plan, support, and execute life stage focused outreach programs offered through community outreach services. Some of these programs are the Rec Room Teen Hangout, Children's Indoor Playgroup, Chaos, Jasper Life. These programs are low or no cost and serve as excellent tools to boost social connectivity, sense of belonging, and connection to community life. And also I will mention the connection to the outreach team so that when they are in crisis, they know where to go, and that is much more clearly dealt with. Number of hours per week would vary depending on the time of the year. Is the position essential to continued operations? It's critical to offering barrier-free, high-quality programming. Outreach programming would continue without this position, but the frequency of programming available would be lower, and the number of applicants to each program would also be lower. We, of course, have found that demand for programming of this nature has never been higher. The position request is in response to that increase in demand. Is the position part of a reorganization / expansion? So not directly part of a reorganization, but cost programs are experiencing extremely high participation and often have wait lists for the programs that have a specific number of caps. This increase in funding for program support would increase our capacity and increase the number of community members who can attend. Can the position be filled on less than a 12-month basis part-time or less than 37.5 hours per week? The frequency of programs offered through cost does vary throughout the year. In the summer months, there is more of a demand and therefore more hours would be required. Throughout the year, it would average out to 0.5 FTE. The justification, this person assists outreach workers with support-related duties associated with program planning, implementation, evaluation, and reporting. The role would be instrumental into meeting the increased program demand in the community. The additional funding, we will have the ability to have greater participant numbers at each program. Pardon me. And to have more frequent programs that meet the demand. Oh, I'm sorry. It's quite emotional. I don't know what this frog is. Thank you. I'm first aider. I know first aid. I'm here to help. My name is Christopher. I'm not joking. So I believe I was at the ability to have greater participant numbers at each program and to have more frequent programs that meet the demand for social connection across all life stages. And I want to stop here to remind you of one of the things right now is that outreach workers are often doing this support work as we need this extra support. With the added pressure of increased crisis demands and the volume of people in the programs, this puts pressure on the existing team and they are at and above capacity. So we're asking for this support to be able to continue to deliver the programs that the community expects and values, given these higher demands. Outreach programming is distinct from community-wide events in that they are life stage focused with a priority of reaching groups at risk of exclusion. So racialized groups, low income, LGBTQ2S+, diverse physical cognitive abilities, minority communities, older adults, and at-risk youth. Example programming includes the rec room, as I mentioned before, teen adventure seekers, pumpkin path, family dances, children's indoor playgroup, art in the park, kids adventures of the summer, chaos, and Jasper Life. The schedule of work would change throughout the year, depending on the amount of programming. And the funding we are requesting is equivalent to a 0.5 FTE. The additional comments here, there is currently enough funding for 0.5 FTE in the 2024 budget, so external funding. COSC is asking, and I apologize for missing some of the corrected words here. We're asking council now to consider our request to increase the municipal contribution 2024 budget to make it a 1 FTE, which is one path forward, and we would be happy to have that due to the increased need in the community. We do not see any future where the increased need goes down. We are seeing that the community as a whole is seeing more challenge individually as families and as these particular communities I mentioned earlier. And we do not see some sort of change on the horizon that would bring that back to pre-pandemic levels. And so we believe this is a long-term position that we would request to see throughout in your long-term planning. So for this year and into the future. Alternatively, council could consider this as a term funding request, fund the work for 2024, but not create the 1.0 FTE position, which is a bit confusing since we said it was going to be flexible and then we said it was a 1 FTE. And that's the clarity of a person doing a full-time job for the whole year, or 1, 2, 3, possibly 4 people adding up to 1 FTE. And so I apologize for that bit of confusion, but what we're asking for is the ability to meet the needs of the community with an additional half-time funding support in a position that we would gladly have for this year and into the future, because we do not see the demand going down. We would also be happy to accept a 1-year term that would allow all of the concerns that council may have and us to, meet the needs and possibly find other funding. And I'm available for more questions, hopefully with no more frogs in the throat.
Thank you, Director Reid. Questions for Director Reid from councillors? Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to ask a roundabout question here. A lot of these programs are either free or low cost, and there's no opportunity to increase or obtain revenue from the participants.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Melnick, that's correct. One of the key principles or cornerstones of this programming is that it is accessible, equitable, and inclusive programming that's available to the full swath of our community. It's one of the success measures that we would get a broad range of our community. And should we try to bring more revenue from user fees, that typically only excludes those most vulnerable. And thereby we've lost the main point of these programs, that they are accessible, inclusive, and equitable.
Councillor Keller-Granthy.
So this position, they would be helping the current workers that are doing it, or they're actually doing the programming, or they're assisting with the programming?
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Delarampe. This is a support position, so they are absolutely crucial in setting up, taking down, ensuring we have the resources like the, well, I don't know, let's say it was a climbing program. Do we have enough climbing gear? Ensuring that that infrastructure is ready for the program. Then when the program is unrolling, they are on the floor or in the room, and they then are part of the adult paid supervision to that program. What that gives us is, again, eyes in the room. And so, you know, there are examples of the magic that happens in these programs from every week. And sometimes it is the program support worker that sees the children or the youth having an interaction, and either that program support worker who through the years of experience they have is trained and educated and able to intervene, or that program support worker recognizes there's a moment here and they bring over the outreach worker. And now the outreach worker may be dealing with that. Maybe it's intense what's happening with those 3 youth over in the corner, and we've still got supervision for the rest of the youth in the room. And without that, we would have to have the numbers go way down, and we would likely have far less success with programs.
Do we ever have parents volunteer, like it's when they, you know what I mean, do people in the community like to volunteer with the youth in these programs?
So yes, in some certain circumstances that happens. What we, and many of the times this is demanded by the funder, but it's also sort of a professional level of skill that needs to be brought to that situation. So for us to, start having a volunteer at every chaos event, that volunteer would need to be vetted, trained, ensure that the volunteer has the resources available to do exactly that intervention that I described. Our outreach worker and or program support worker would intervene or recognize. And so there's a balancing act of, we would spend as much time training some volunteers so that they could do that work, when really we should just hire the right person to do that work. And that's what we're asking for today.
Thank you.
Councillor Waxer.
To Director Reed, with this person only support programs for children and youth, or would it also support programs for seniors and vulnerable adults?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Waxer, absolutely correct. This I will often fall to chaos or rec room because those are our most subscribed programs. But you're right, we use program support for all of our programs. So yes, thank you. We would go for all the full range of life stage programs.
Director Reed, I can't help but jump ahead a little bit, so I'm going to. So we now have the Department Community Development combines FCS and Culture and Rec. Why could we not have a community development program? So here you're asking for an outreach programmer or a support worker, but next you're going to be asking for a culture and recreation or a recreation and culture programmer. But if we have one department, could it not be served by one full-time programmer rather than individualized programs reflecting departments that have been integrated but work which has not?
Your Worship, let me just turn that on. Your Worship, that's a great question. And the vision of community development being a large tent that allows for the most successful and best practices of both previous streams to become actualized is true. So many of the strengths that the former CFS team or the outreach team bring to the table are transferring over to recreation and culture. And many of the strengths that the recreation and culture team have are transferring over to the cost team. However, well, it's not however, that's not the right word. And the reason you see these two different requests, for one, the community recreation and cultural programmer, that is a full-time set of work that we believe exists. It is specific to our facilities and to the needs that the community groups bring to using those facilities, as well as the events that we program out of those spaces that are not what you would typically see as CFS or community family services events or programs. So when Councillor Melnick asked if we could charge more for these programs, and I said no, because it would lose the objective, the goal of those programs is to be an accessible, inclusive, and equitable program. That work is different than recreation. It is different than arts events. It is different than running or supporting grad ceremonies or Christmas concert from the elementary school. It is also different than Canada Day, seniors, volunteerism or volunteer week, the support for our settlement events. And so we believe they are different jobs. And as I described to answering Councillor Keller-Ebby's question, they also do require a different focus when the program is ongoing. So the social good and the outcome measures of our formerly community family services programs, outreach programs, are specific to that broader community health and supporting those vulnerable and ideals like that. The recreation culture programmer is about supporting our community and being active, being mentally, supported by arts and culture events, and our facilities in being well used and returning value for the investment that we make every year anyway. Has that clarified?
It's an explanation. I accept it. You're a director of both, the soft side and the recreation side. I struggle with why a programmer can't program two different things. That's all I'm just asking for. Whether or not we can achieve some synergies or at least some combination.
If I may add a couple of sentences, Your Worship. One of the opportunities that exists is that a program support worker would actually work out of the activity center. That is one of the things we will explore with that position. One of the opportunities that exists is that the leadership position of the community recreation culture programmer, they will also bring the ability of those strengths from the cost office into that activity center more. So I will tell you that I see it happening. It is not a switch that we could flip on and off.
Great, thank you. Other questions? A motion perhaps? Deputy Mayor Hall, thank you.
So looking into this, so I'll make a motion that committee direct administration to bring forward the addition of 8.5 FTE outreach program support worker position as a term in the 2024 budget. I'll speak to it very quickly too if I can. I think this is a very important position in our community. These programs are incredibly important in our community. And I wish there was a way to quantify the $31,000 increase to a taxpayer, because I think if that was known, we would all have no problem with it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. Is there any debate on the motion? I see your there. Councillor Demoda.
want to spread this stuff. I'm quarantining, so there you go.
In your own room by yourself.
All right, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? There are none opposed. That is carried. And that takes us then
Well,
to
abnormal a while ago.
the community recreation and cultural program.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. The third and final position request we have made is indeed for the Community Recreation and Cultural Programmer. The position description, a few sentences. The primary roles of the position can be summarized into 4 key pillars: internal program support, large scale municipal events and programs, external relations and opportunity development, and facility management support. The person will work a full-time job, 37.5 hours per week, and have flexible working hours to meet the needs of event planning on this scale. A typical work week would be complementary to the facilities manager and meet the needs of the events. Therefore, it will require some evening and weekend work. The workload and schedule may vary depending on the time of year and the event planning cycle, but the workload is full-time. We propose that this position would fit best as a non-union coordinator level position. Is the position essential to continued operations? This program is essential to continued delivery of larger scale community and cultural events, including the community dinners, spring and fall welcome events, culture night, welcoming week events, volunteer appreciation banquet, Christmas dinner event, Canada Day pancake breakfast, to name but a few. The position would also ensure critical backup support for the recreation facilities manager and act in their absence from the facility. While we are happy with the increased activation of the facilities, we recognize this increased workload has overcome the capacity of existing staff. Is this a leadership position? Yes, the position duties would include assistant managing the Jasper Activity Center and facilities so as to enhance the backup leadership capacity of the recreation facilities manager. Is it part of a departmental reorganization expansion? Yes, and we said yes and no. But the position is very typical position in municipalities. And over the past 2 years, since the merger of the Community and Family Services Department with the Culture and Recreation Department, the lack of this function has become very apparent. Before COVID, there was a previous position that was the facility coordinator, which only did perhaps a quarter of this kind of role. Can the position be filled on a 12-month basis part-time or less than 37.5 hours per work week? So we added this after, again, Councillor Kelleher-Empey suggested that, is it possible that this could be a term position? Unlike the other positions that we've discussed today, where it's a flexibility over the year, and we could make do with 3 people in the summer and half a person in the winter months. This position is all year, all the way around, or sorry, all year round. And this position, we believe anything less than 2 years would almost be a disservice, that we would get the thing up and running, get the person to a point of successful performance, and then we'd be out of our year. And so it wouldn't deliver the kind of results that could show council and the community that it was a worthwhile investment. So as much as it is possible to make it a term, administration believes this is a full-time continuing position that we would ask be included as that, a new position. But we could make it work as a 2-year term, we believe. I just to reference the change in the department merger, the 2 director positions became 1, and the facility coordinator position was removed. Where there used to be 3 positions at the activity center, the director, facility coordinator, administrative assistant, there is now 1 recreation facilities manager and 1 director serving the 2 previous departments. Can the position be combined with any other position, or can it be restructured? The idea to propose a community recreation cultural programmer came out of cost settlements and mini CD at the outreach office, as many community and cultural events are coordinated there currently. But through collaborative discussion and opportunity to increase capacity and support, the Jasper Activity Center team was clear. Combining the work of organizing broad-based community recreation and cultural events, many of which happen in that facility, or the recreation facilities around, with the work of assisting the day-to-day operations of the activity center being an assistant to the manager, creates a win-win. The knowledge of facility operations will strengthen their event coordination skills and their ability to maximize the use and enjoyment of our municipal spaces. How have the duties been fulfilled during the vacancy? Since the vacancy of the facility coordinator position, the recreation facilities manager has taken on many of the duties of coordinating the use of spaces within the Jasper Activity Center. Other managers within the department have helped oversee various events, and the community development leadership team has shared the duties of hosting these larger community events, like the Volunteer Appreciation Event, Seniors Week event, Canada Day Pancake Breakfast, which used to be coordinated by the facility coordinator. The most recent community dinner season was largely coordinated using a grant-funded term position, for which the funding parameters happened to be a good fit. And in addition, some events were either not held or held with the modified capacity, as in a scaled down version of the event. I think we could probably think of Seniors Week as a good example of that, to coincide with the current staff capacity. Since the pandemic, the desire for community recreation and cultural programming has only gone up. Attendance at existing events is higher than we've ever seen, making the demand for community and cultural events exceed our capacity to deliver. Paired with this, the demands on the recreation facilities manager have grown tremendously with the merger of the two departments into the community development department, a full-time, permanent, continuous community recreation cultural programmer working out of the activity center would advance several of council's strategic priorities, promote and enhance recreation cultural opportunities and spaces, enable and facilitate events that provide opportunities to increase community connections, embrace our growing diversity, leverage and create opportunities for greater inclusion. In addition to advancing these priority areas, the new position would deliver support to recreation facilities manager and the whole team over the Jasper Activity Center, increasing the sustainability and effectiveness of service provision at that facility. Finally, one of the focus areas of the position will be revenue generating activities, which will help offset the costs of the position. I should put in brackets, once they are successful. And that one had way more words, but I'm ready for questions.
Thank you, Director Reed. Questions from councillors? Councillor Keller-Harampy.
If council was to grant the 2-year term position, would we see at the end of this year what type of revenue from extra events would that be presented to us at budget time?
Your worship, through to Councillor Keller-Harampy, yes, it would. And you could ask, of course, for whatever type of reporting you would want. But especially if you were to create a 2-year term, there would definitely be requirements to report on.
Go ahead, Councillor Keller-Harampy.
So currently, in the list that you gave us for all the different events, how many of them are currently that, like Canada Day, that are given out to an events company to organize, or a part-time person to come and organize?
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Keller-Harampy. We have not used an event company. We do not have a budget for contracting for that type of expense. And that is a possibility that could be done. In my experience, those contracting fees would quickly eat up the same amount of budget for this position. And we would not have the sort of extra benefits of, a person in our facility with a job description that requires performance and allows us to really control the deliverables of all of these programs. And again, I will reference, for example, Canada Day is currently done by the leadership team, so my managers, and it is very much almost an emergency level response. We know it has to happen. It happens every July 1st. Pretty easy to plan for that. However, the capacity of the team does not allow them to have proper strategic planning throughout a year to make events work well with each other, to make the planning process effective and sustainable, and so this would allow us to have a resource that is actually dedicated to that. And instead of doing everything emergency off the corner of our desks, someone's job would be to make that event successful. And in times where it can make revenue, we would make revenue.
Thanks. Any question? I promise this is the last question. Would this person also be working with the arena to bring in extra hockey tournaments, that sort of thing?
Your worship, through to Councillor Kelleramy, excellent question, and yes, they would.
Councillor Melnick?
Thank you, your worship. And Director Reed, I just have a question. I'm looking at the organizational chart for the recreation facilities manager, followed by the administrative coordinator and part-time clerks. Would this person also be involved at all with the fitness and aquatic center manager and the administrative person in the aquatic center? In other words, is there some opportunity where this person would provide support to two different managers, or is it strictly support for the recreation facilities manager? I don't see any reference in the job description for that opportunity, but is that something as well for support? And I'll use the specific example of vacations for people that need to get away and you need to cover a position. Is that something that could be done with this position as well?
Your worship, through to Councillor Melnick, that's an excellent question, and I'm really glad that you highlighted it, because if we do explore that particular page, the community development staff chart, you will see at the Fitness and Aquatic Center that there is a administrative coordinator and a head lifeguard. There's also a senior lifeguard and a senior clerk. And so, and that is a reflection of the fact that that facility is almost constantly programmed. So swimming lessons, as an example, we're constantly doing swimming lessons, aquafit, kayak club, the climbing wall, the orientation to the gym. And so that facility is actually staffed in a reflection. That's what I want to duplicate over at the rest of the facilities. And so the effectiveness that's shown at the Fitness and Aquatic Center, the number of swimming lessons that we run out of that facility, is a direct reflection of the horsepower they have at that facility to make those programs occur. To make the partnerships occur. I'll think about the climbing wall as a good example. And to make special events occur too. But that facility has the staffing complement that allows them to be successful with their programming. That is exactly what I would like to duplicate at the activity center and recreation facilities.
Councillor Melnick?
And thank you. Thank you for that. Because I was looking at where this would all fit in, and you know, we do have all these different events as well. And within the proximity of our facilities, we have, of course, the library, the museum. And is there an opportunity where this programmer would be able to cross-utilize or create programs increasing the use of those two facilities as well?
Your worship, through to Councillor Melnick, partnerships is definitely part of one of those pillars that we talked about earlier. However, using other facilities was not contemplated. We believe there's enough work to just activate our facilities. And both of the groups you mentioned, the museum and the library, do in fact have some capacity of programming and do run programs out of their own facilities. So it wasn't contemplated in this request. Partnership, yes. Programming in those facilities was not contemplated.
Thank you.
Just arising from Councillor Melnick's question, you indicated that there is ample or thorough programming in the Fitness and Aquatic Center. And all without a programmer. And as I add them up, 11 positions, similarly 11 positions in recreation, also no programmer. But horsepower in one and not horsepower in the other. How is that?
Thank you, Worship. Good question. The job descriptions in that facility include programming in several of those positions. Whereas none of the job descriptions in the recreation facilities manager line, none of those have programming specifically in their job descriptions. So they weren't hired with that skill set. We are growing what we can within that team. And you mentioned 11 and 11. I mean, you'll note that many of the positions here are custodian, arena positions. Those are, frontline work positions that get specific tasks done. When we have the flexibility at the Fitness and Aquatic Center, we have a public swim on, we're going to have 2 lifeguards. If it is rainy, that pool's full, head lifeguards on deck, senior lifeguards on deck, and we're calling in other lifeguards. If it's hot and sunny, the pool is empty. And that flexibility, because we're not going to send somebody home, that flexibility is where that capacity comes from. And you mentioned sort of the idea that the facility is staffed well. I would use either the word appropriate or adequate. And that is why the service level is what it is at that facility. And I would also recognize that the service level at the activity center could grow to equal that. And we've, given the list of the events that would flourish under horsepower, that's what we're looking for. Adequate is the word I would use. Thank you.
Any further questions? Is there a council or prepared to make a motion? Deputy Mayor Hall.
I will make a motion that committee direct administration to bring forward the addition of a recreation and cultural programmer position as a 2-year term in 2024 as proposed.
Is there any debate on that motion? Well, I will speak to it. Because it's a term position, I'm more inclined. Maybe I'm ahead of ourselves, but this budget keeps getting larger and we have not taken any steps to make it smaller. I wonder whether this is the year to be doing this, and I understand the need for the position. I'm comforted that it's 2-year term position. But once we start adding positions, that's when the budget becomes incremental in nature and they're there forever, even though we're talking the term now. I have some concerns, but that is at least some comfort. But I think that our budget is going to be a lot for our community. And this is just one more add-on to that. Any other debate on the motion? Right, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? There's one opposed. Two opposed?
I think he was in favor.
I'm in favor. Just want to get
There's
it
one
to,
opposed, but that is carried. All right, I think that then completes the community development portion of presentation. You had to go at it 2 days, but you still didn't amass the entire time that Director Greathead had, but close, but we're not quite done.
You wish, I think maybe just one more motion, unless it's been otherwise done and I didn't catch it, that committee director administration incorporate the CE operational budget as amended.
Right.
In the document.
Right. Is there a councillor prepared to make that motion? Councillor Melnick?
I do.
All right. Administration has a record of what that is, then to direct administration to bring forward the the community development budget as amended. All those in favor? Councillor Demota, still there? Well, there were none opposed that I could see.
I'm in favor. I'm having issues now here. Dying equipment.
Like his body.
All right. Everything is failing at this time of day. All right, we had heard the matter of reserves and debt, and I had requested it perhaps you could bring it back at a later date, but Director Melanchuk, were you able to total things up, including the last 3, to give us a ballpark of where we might be at?
Yes, your worship, I was able to. So all inclusive of the additions from the external groups today, the physicians suggested yesterday in, was that today or yesterday? Sorry. Operations was today. And yesterday's and today's community development additions total $325,456.
That then takes the 1.3 to 1.6 roughly.
Yes, your worship.
All right, thank you for that. That will be come back to council in a couple of weeks in any event, but gives everybody some time to think about it. The remaining item on our agenda, item 3.7, reserves and debt. Is there sufficient time if we were to say we want to be out of here before 7? Is there time to complete this?
Your worship, I believe there is. We just have a couple of items to show you. They really are for information. We're not asking for significant decisions, but we want to ensure that we're disclosing to council and public what's going on in the budget. And so, yes, absolutely, I believe that there is. If you'd like, I can come into that right now.
I would like to.
So, council, in front of you, you'll see the chart with forecast of the municipality's reserves. This is in your package, is in the public package, is in the slide deck as well. And I want to thank Director Melanchuk today. Actually, she caught something that is represented in other areas of the budget. So the budget is correct and all the numbers in the budget are correct. But this reserve forecasting chart had one omission. I'll describe the omission after I describe the chart overall. You can see in the 23-24 estimated ending opening balance. That is what administration estimates the balance of each of those reserves will be at the end of the 2023 calendar year. Then going into 2024 shows how our reserves are used in the proposed budget that you have been reviewing over the last couple of days. And then finally, the column that says 24-25 shows the estimated balance at the end of calendar 2024 if the reserves are used as recommended throughout the capital budget and all the other places. Okay, so this does not yet incorporate any potential changes of funding source the council might identify. Again, this was prior to us coming in today. If everyone is oriented to the chart and what it means, I'll describe the one omission. And again, thanks, Director Malinchuk, for catching it. Under the utility operating reserve, which is the bottom line, you'll see that the reserve is forecast to have a balance of $534,685,000 at the end of this calendar year. The budget as proposed actually does incorporate a withdrawal from that reserve in the amount of $250,000. So in the budget that you reviewed, the utilities operating budget, there was a transfer from reserves that was represented there, but it wasn't translated to this chart. So at the end of the year of 24, that column 24-25, that balance would be 250,000 lower than the 534. So administration will correct that, but we just wanted for full disclosure to acknowledge that omission and to put it out in front of the council. Again, it is represented in the operating budget everywhere else. It just didn't make this chart. I'll speak to the strategy behind that. The intention is to ensure that it's clear to the public that we are not using utility levies to build a cash reserve on the operating side. The intention of utility operating reserve is to be able to moderate levy increases where possible, and administration has incorporated some of that into the 2024 budget proposal. So if there are any questions about the reserves forecast or the use of the reserves generally, happy to answer them. But this does reflect, other than that one line item, this does reflect how reserves are proposed to be used throughout all of the other items that you've discussed over the last couple of days. Are there any questions?
I do have a question. I'll use one example, but it's sort of general. So if you take the financial stabilization reserve, for example, we have an opening balance for this year. For 2023, we have a debit and a credit column. The debit, even though it sounds like spending, looks like an increase. So it's more like a deposit than a debit. So the intent is that we would add another 92,000 to that stabilization reserve, spend none of it, and the closing balance would be higher. That stabilization reserve, I thought, was mandated by some other policy, or at least a contribution to it. So on what is the $92,000 debit attributed? Like I thought there was a share of surplus that goes into that rate stabilization fund, and so do we know what we're talking about, or are these just order of magnitude numbers?
Thank you, Your Worship. Actually, there's some transfers to reserves within the budget that are operating in nature. So they go to that area so that if, for instance, I'm trying to think of something operating. So like the snow, if it's additional snow in a year, then we might be able to take from that reserve to stabilize that area for what occurred in that year. So there are a few areas where we build up reserves, say operationally, like even give you another example, computers for council. We put away annually so that we're not bumping the budget up every 4 years for potential computers for the whole group of council. So we're putting it into there so that we can pull when we need it. So that's what you're seeing there. And it's been customary within the budget process for years, these contributions.
Your worship, just to speak to that, this is something that might not have been quite as transparent before, as visible to council and the public under the previous structure of all of our reserves. With the new model and the reserve policy that was approved by council, the financial stabilization reserve is now the one that receives those operating contributions from services, service areas that we know have really variable demands. So we, as we always have, budget a little bit each year to go into a reserve. Now you can see those transfers into that reserve in the financial stabilization line.
On the same reserve fund, then, a recollection is that last year or this year, did we not apply some of the financial stabilization reserve to cushion taxes? Okay.
Your worship, for the it's good. Yes, but I would only apply those if absolutely needed at the end of the year. So that one could be adjusted, and I would come to council with an adjustment to the schedule based on what we would need. So that's something that could potentially change. These are just estimates going into the year end based on the actual transactions that we know will occur.
All right, so you haven't forecast that we will dip into that reserve, even though there was a council discussion, I thought, in spring about using the stabilization.
Yes,
it just doesn't show up yet.
It's a budgeted plan, and then whatever is needed at that time, I would be coming back to council and saying this is where we're at and how it's going and what we're doing, and asking council's support in that.
Thank you.
Decision. You're welcome.
Any other questions for Mr. Gibbon or Director Melichuk about the reserve forecasting? Councillor Keller.
Just thank you, Mayor. And just following up on Marilyn's question, we did quite well this year on paid parking. So do you foresee us bringing in a balanced budget at the end of the year? I know it's hard because you don't have everything in, but you know, looking at your finances, where do you see us?
Your worship, through to Councillor Keller, MB, at this moment, yes, we're looking okay. And yes, that would affect then what we would have to take from, as we were talking about, potentially from the stabilization reserve if we had a surplus in an area, in another area. So that's a really good example.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. It seems like that's questions for that. Is there to deal with?
Your worship, there is. So again, this was a for information item. The next page shows the debt limit projections. Dr. Melanchuk has worked to reflect any items that were debt in 2024, 25 projected, and 26 to show council and the community a forecast of the municipality's debt limit and debt capacity, right? Which is the difference between our limit and what we've actually used. And so you can see that under the proposed 2024 budget, the municipalities see our total remaining debt capacity declined to just over $2 million in room available in 2025 before rebounding into 2026. Director Melanchuk can speak to the details behind that, but it is important to note that our debt limit is a function of our total revenue. And so in order to make an estimate of this, Dr. Melanchuk needs to make an estimate of our revenue in 24, 25, and 26. Of course, that's pretty subjective, but she has to build in some assumptions in this chart. Assumes an annual increase of $2 million in revenue between 25 and 26. Sorry, between 2025 and 2026. Again, provided for information. This really just is a summary of all the ways that we use debt in all the capital items that you saw earlier, to provide council that confidence that all those different capital items that had debt, that were still within our debt limits and debt capacity.
Thank you for that. Questions? Deputy Mayor Hall?
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Sorry, I'd like to go back to reserves only because I was looking at a bunch of papers. Yesterday morning, in the very beginning, it looked like you moved $350,000 out of that stabilization reserve to tax envelope. Is that correct? Or 300? It's somewhere buried in my.
That's right. So in one of the charts in the presentation, we highlighted sort of the declining use of reserves to cushion tax impact. So the line that you saw was that last year, I believe the amount was 400,000. This year, built into the budget assumption with the use of 350,000. So I don't know, Director Malachek, if you want to describe how that might show here. Again, I think it is likely related to what Director Malachek shared earlier with Mayor Ireland, that we build that in, but only withdraw if it turns out that it's required through the course of the year. So I don't know, Director Malachek, if you can explain that in a more concise or clear manner.
Mr. Given, I think you did a great job. That's exactly it. It's one of those ones where we're not, we're budgeting for it. We will not, hopefully not have to use it. So we don't put it right into the chart at that moment, because we'll be coming back to council to say, this is needed now. We're planning it, but hopefully we don't need to go into that stabilization reserve. So that is not shown in the actual charting itself, because I'll be coming back for that decision. Right now, the changes that you see where it's actually going in and coming out, that's a factor of the capital budgets that are being approved. Any other transfers to and from reserves, I'd be coming back to council and saying, this is what we have to do at this moment.
So I'm very clear, what would have to happen that we wouldn't need to apply $350,000 to the tax envelope, that we just are under budget by that much throughout the year?
No, for example, like Councillor Keller MP had suggested, if we come in where we made more money, as an example, then we wouldn't have to dip into it, right? So that's a perfect example to follow up on that, because we probably won't have to use that stabilization reserve that we had planned in 2023.
One more question. Could we, if we don't need it because we have a surplus, I'm assuming from parking or whatever revenue source, could we still apply it because the increase in taxes is quite high?
Sorry, Your Worship, through to Councillor or Deputy Mayor Hall. It's not something that will have information prior to setting the mill rates, the tax levy rates. So it's something that would affect the next year's coming down the line. It's what we could do with anything that would be an added surplus bonus to the budgeting process. But in the factors of going from the budget being approved to having to have the mill rate set by June, there's no way we would know by then what is going to happen with our revenues, expenses, and whatnot fully at its full capacity.
As I understood the question, for 2023, this budget year, we had allowed for $400,000 from the rate stabilization reserve, which we may not need to spend if we have a surplus. So I think the question was, would that $400,000 be available for 2024 to cushion the blow that didn't come last year but could come this year?
Yeah. I see. Sorry, I did not understand that at all. Thank you for the clarification. Yes, council can obviously do something like that. Yes. The stabilization reserve is set for stabilization. There are some parameters that we have set within the policy that we haven't attained. But, and I think with stabilization, it was between 2 and 4 million was the ideal, set target. But whatever council deems is appropriate for the year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Keller, ready?
Thank you, Mayor Arlen, through you to Ms. Belchamp and Ms. Stephen. I'm looking at the debt projections. So everything that's within the budget, the capital budget, right through to 26 is in this projection. Like, so if we were to go ahead with the transportation depot, all of that is in them.
Yes, for Councillor Keller, your worship, yes, that's correct.
Okay.
So this reflects all of the assumptions that are built into the forward-looking capital plan. We appreciate that, 2025 and 2026 budgets still need to be approved by the councils that would review them in the years ahead. But we do try to, as that's something you kind of only take once and to a certain maximum amount, we do some forecasting of the things that we can see that we will be needing down the road to ensure that we're managing and have enough remaining debt capacity. So yes, it does reflect the capital plan of 2024. Any item that said it was 2024 funded through debt is reflected here. Items that were 2025 reflected with debt are here. Items that were 2026 are also.
And I understand that as some of the debentures are paid out, it increases. I am concerned. It's my third term on council. We have never been this much in debt. We have the aquatic center, the arena, and I hear Director Reed saying they're pulling out a wall and finding a wall and finding another wall. What happens if we talk against something that we need several million for to get us ahead? Like, what happens if we hit that debt ceiling? Where do we go? Like, what happens in that situation? Because this is quite concerning.
Your worship, I'm happy to speak to that. I think this is an important discussion for council and for the community. This is, I think, in at least one way, the debt trajectory is an example of deferred maintenance in the past that is now catching up with the organization. And so there were years where we weren't taking on debt. We're maintaining low levels of debt and also not fixing some things. And we're seeing that now in the recreation facilities. We're making significant investments in them, and those will have a generational benefit. And an ongoing benefit, until the next time if they need to be renovated 20 years from now or 15 years from now or whatever it is in terms of lifespan on those. The other major facilities that we may have a need for debt have all really seen significant reinvestments over the last little while. Our wastewater treatment plant, as council well knows, has seen significant reinvestment over the last few years. This facility is relatively new. The other ones that are on, the books, maybe the operations compound, the emergency services buildings, certainly getting a little bit long in the tooth, and it's probably time for some capital renewal, but they aren't to the scale of our recreation facilities. And this building, even still, is, will need ongoing maintenance, but not to the multi-million-dollar sort of step. Our municipality doesn't grow in the same way as others. And so we're not going to face a need for a second and third and fourth fire hall and a second and third and fourth sheet of ice. We just aren't that type of community. So I don't know that, and again, council free to raise other things that maybe administration isn't considering, but I don't know that there are other items that we would need additional multiple millions of dollars of debt for. We may choose to leverage it, as we have to deliver community housing. There's $5 million in here that is going to help build new units in the community. So there's a utilization of debt that is delivering, I think, one of the things that, we can imagine that our community needs. The other thing that I would say is that the debt limit is provincially mandated. And in an extreme situation, again, I can't really imagine one. If a major facility was destroyed, we have insurance on our facilities, and insurance would pay, at least some or the majority portion of repair or replacement. But in some kind of extreme situation that I can't imagine, where insurance wouldn't pay for something, the ultimate fail-safe is that this is provincially mandated, and the province has been known to provide relief on the debt limit for municipalities that needed to access additional debt. I don't believe that we're anywhere near that, again, because I can't foresee or imagine anything that would put us at or over our debt capacity, because our facilities have been reinvested in recently, and we're doing it on an ongoing basis.
Thank you for that.
That was a good insight for us. Thank you.
So, Your Worship, these were here, both the debt reserves, to list this kind of discussion, to make sure the community is aware of these items, and to ensure that we're working as transparently. I think municipal government there's no other level of government where budget development happens in front of the camera like it does at the municipal level. And so I think council should take some pride that we put this level of information out in front of the public. It does require difficult decisions and uncomfortable conversations about the future of our community. But we're the only level of government that does this. You don't see the federal government hashing out this level of detail and financial projections, and you don't see provincial governments doing that. All of this work happens behind closed doors. And so I'm really proud of the work that our admin team has done and the council's done over the last couple of days in facing these difficult decisions and asking the important questions. Administration doesn't have any other items that I am aware of to present to council. We would offer that you could make a motion to approve the use of debt and reserves as presented. And that committee refer the draft 2024-2026 budget as amended to council for consideration. Again, recognizing that none of the decisions that have been made over the last couple of days are final. This is all in order to provide guidance to administration on what that final draft budget should look like when it comes to council for ultimate consideration. Worship, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Given. I'm not sure that I have seen, but somewhere I will find a motion to perhaps accept for information the debt and reserve information. Is that sufficient? If I could have a councillor make that motion, or a deputy mayor, that we accept the information as to debt and reserves for information. Is there any debate on that motion? I will call the question. All those in favor? Councillor Demota?
Sorry, I had my hand up. I don't know if you can see me or not.
Cannot, but
Okay.
you are in favor, is what I'm going to take from that.
Favor. Even if I wasn't, it doesn't matter.
And then the last motion is to direct administration to bring forward do you need both capital and operating budgets? For, as amended, for council consideration. Councillor Keller Ramsey, thank you for that. All in favor? Thank you, Councillor Demota. I will then join Mr. Given in thanking everyone for 2 long days of work. I particularly want to thank Ms. Acorn, our trustee legislative services coordinator, for all the work to keep us through this.
What we just did.
Starting with difficulties with the owl yesterday, and But you managed to get it all through, and thank you to all the directors for your time and patience. It has been a bit of an ordeal getting through all of this, but I appreciate your perseverance, as I do for all counselors. Thank you for all of this. And in particular, if anyone managed to watch all 15 or 16 hours of this on our Zoom channel, congratulations to you. You are real stalwarts. And I thank you for your interest in community. As Mr. Gibbons says, in all levels of government, this is your only opportunity to see a budget development. So thank you for taking the time. With that, I will turn to a councillor to make a motion to adjourn. Deputy Mayor Hall was quick off the mark.
Oh, I got it.
All
Do you
in
want-
favor?
Oh, yeah, just keep it, yeah.
Haven't decided yet.
It is carried
Put your hand
regardless. All right, thank you all. We are adjourned.